Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for the British Scooter Endurance Club 8-hour race. We are due to start at 10 o'clock, all being well. As you can see on the screen, albeit in the distance, we may have to zoom in. All of our teams are lining up down the left-hand side of the start-finish straight here at Teesside Autodrome for what will be the traditional British Scooter Endurance Club Le Mans style start. I am David Sullivan. I am joined in the commentary box by a man who, like a Brazilian footballer, only goes by one name.
Ellis.
And that is Ellis.
Indeed, yeah. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to today. It's going to be a good day of racing and exciting as usual. And we've already got stories coming out of the paddock as well. So we've got a lot to talk about during the course of the day.
Yeah, we've still got a few teams making their way out of the pit lane and down onto the grid. Qualifying saw Team Vespa, the originals, put their bike, scooter, but not moped. I've been drilled into this morning that we don't call them mopeds. They are scooters. On pole position, the race class team with the yellow background on the live timing. You'll be able to find that live timing at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BSEC UK. That's BSEC UK. And what I'll actually do as well is I will see, I might not be able to because YouTube doesn't always like me putting links in the live chat, but I have popped it into the live chat. If you can see it, it's there. If not, it's live.alphatiming.co.uk/BSEC UK. But a time of 1:11.962 was enough for Team Vespa, the originals, to put their race class machine on pole position. Valley Scooter Club Rosendale were the top pro race class runners, and they will start third behind Chisel Speed. So that's your top three. We've got 4 classes here today, Ellis, and it does sound like there's a bit of movement going on. Bikes are being started. They haven't started and they're all going off in different directions. I will clarify that for our viewers, but some of these bikes need a little bit of movement to get them going. So bikes are being started.
As effectively, some of these are 50-year-old vintage two-strokes. You know, so you have to treat them with some TLC and giving them a bit of a warm-up before the start is a very clever and sensible thing to do. You don't want these things. You don't want to start thrashing these things from cold. You need them nice and warm before you start.
So 1 or 2 laps being done just in circles, just to get the bikes going. The 81, which I believe is the United Colours of Bemberton, just getting their scooter into position.
There's a few teams, to be fair, that arrived late last night. There was all sorts of problems coming up from down south, and not everybody got practice in yesterday. I think we're about ready to start, aren't we, by the looks of things?
Yeah, but listen, when I arrived at the track this morning, there was one of the scooters being ridden on the. It was going the opposite direction, and then followed me in, and then just came in. It was one of the teams just heading their way up.
I think that was probably one of the teams that didn't. Who arrived late, and they just took it out down the road just to check it was running. It looks like the Independent Idiots are the last team to get set up. That's Team 70. And if you can see that on the live feed, you'll find that that's Wayne Spooner, who is getting their bike into position.
21st place for Independent Idiots in qualifying. So
they're off.
Oh, and yeah, I think Wayne was still sat on the bike when that started. So
it looks like everybody's getting away safely. That's a good start.
Oh, one right at the front is struggling to get away. It's a yellow machine. It could well be one of the top 3.
I think that was Team Vespa, wasn't it?
It could have been
on that.
So it could well be that all the work in qualifying for Team Vespa has already gone out the window. We've got a stationary scooter just on the exit of Paddock Bend. He's trying feverishly to get that bike going. Luckily, if he does need to get it back in, there's a cut through to go back into the into pit lane. Looks like someone's going to help, although see if we can get that going. But we'll confirm whether it is Team Vespa. But
so Team Vespa got away. So they got away. They did. It looked like they had a bit of a pause. Again, the way that looks like there's somebody slowing down there as well. Just coming around that back straight there.
Again, is this a lot to do with the fact that the bikes have been stationary for 20 minutes or so? They've then just started, and then they're being asked to basically go full throttle immediately rather than sort of work their way in.
To be fair, I don't want to cast aspersions, but it's usually rider error. At the beginning of a race like this, it's usually rider error.
Is there often a large book of excuses as well?
Oh, unbelievably large book of excuses. It's always somebody in the paddock who made a mistake, never the rider. Someone will have set it up incorrectly. So
looks like that scooter is still stationary, and we've got another off on the outside of the D chicane, near the just past the commentary box. I think that could be the 30, is it?
It is.
That is off, which was Chisel Speed, who led us over the line at the end of the first lap, but definitely won't lead us over the line at the end of the second lap.
He's up and running though. He's away. So we'll have a chat during the course of the day about the different types of bikes. Dave, we were talking about, already talked about the different style of bikes. So you've got the Vespers, the Lambrettas, and then obviously in the Vespa class you have the small frames and the large frames, and that'll become obvious during the course of the day. With the Lambrettas, you've got all different models of Lambrettas, including some of the weird and wonderful ones, the sit up and beg Louis style bikes. They look like something from a 70s space movie. And they were designed in the 70s, sorry, in the 60s, but way ahead of time, really, because they've still got that futuristic look. We'll also get a few people in, a few experts. We've got Martin Sticky around today. As most viewers will know, if you're into your scooters, then Sticky has written various books and has been around the scootering journalist world for a very, very long time. Used to be involved with the National Magazine, and he's now involved with other scootering related businesses. But in terms of an expert from the perspective of engine, suspension, setup, racing, he's the man that we'll get in here to talk through all of that. Got a few people from the teams who are volunteering to come along. So Holt Racing are an interesting group. They've got a couple of people who are new to scooter racing. And in fact, their newest member of the team, who's never ridden a scooter before, went out yesterday and on his first lap, binned it. broke the headset. But in the spirit of BSEC, which is what I love about the Endurance Racing Club, one of the other teams have lent them hit their spare headset. So hopefully they won't have an off and break theirs, because otherwise they're going to need one as well. But yeah, got Bob West. Again, the scootering fraternity will know Bob. He's with Team Real Taff Speed, and he's got some stories to tell as well. So hopefully we'll keep people engaged and entertained during the course of the day by bringing people in and out as the day evolves, basically.
Absolutely. 8 hours of action here today from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. If you are just joining us, you can see down the left-hand side of the screen we've got the number of laps that teams have done. We are on lap number 3, having crossed the line to complete lap number 2. Valley Scooter Club have taken over from Chisel Speed, who did drop down into 21st place after their problem just having crossed the timing line at the end of that first lap. So, yeah, 4 classes, which in terms on the live timing have different background colours. On the live stream, they are all individually coloured. So we have blue background is our pro race class. Yellow background is our race class. Now, there's not a lot of difference between the two scooters. We'll run through the intricacies of what makes a pro race and an effectively standard race later on. And then we have the green background, which is our road class, and the red background, which is our club class. Again, not a lot of differences in terms of the scooters between them two classes. You'll find the main difference between road and the club class is the attendant that is riding it. It's generally down to experience in that one. The one thing I'm going to start with a little shred of disappointment here, Ellis, is that last time I covered this series, there was, and I'm not going to pretend that I know what type of bike it was, but it was longer than your average bike in the fact that it had 2 seats and looked like you could take your shopping home on it. And the only reason that that it stood out for me is that I knew the rider that was on it was Daniel Pearson, who races 500s and actual. He raced bikes.
Yeah.
And that was why it stood out to me, because he was the only person that I knew.
That may have been a Mako.
Yes, I was about to say. I won't say it was long, but it did take more than average to overtake it when it got overtaken, and it didn't lean well.
I think they call it a mobile chicane.
Yes,
because to overtake it, it's like going through a chicane. But we haven't got unless I've missed.
And I was about to say I haven't seen it this weekend,
so
and it did disappoint me. Not because I wanted anybody. It was just because it was massively different to everything else, hence why it stood out.
Well, I think Daniel's here. I think I saw him last night on one of his Makos. I think he's got a damaged shoulder.
Yeah,
hence the reason why he's not racing. I think.
Does fall off a
bit. It's a long way to fall when you fall off one of them as well. But we do get. There's a Motorumi as well. He's got a Motorumi, which is a glorious piece of machinery because it's a 2-stroke twin, and it just sounds absolutely fantastic. Having said that, we've got the Taft Speed bike today is a twin, the Targa twin, and I know that's they've got some new riders for them today. A chap called Steve Keneally's riding with Taft Speed today, and it's his first experience of racing the twin today as well. So. Again, Steve's one of those racers that's been around scooter racing for a very long time, got an enormous amount of experience, can jump on pretty much any bike and race it, which is impressive in its own right. But we found the twin a little bit of a strange setup yesterday. So again, with the endurance racing, you'll find that teams will pick up riders who will ride a bike for the first time at one of these events, and you get plenty of time, obviously, to get used to it, but it's the initial sort of first session that you go out that determines how well you do for the rest of the day, really.
Yeah, there's a lot to these scooters that, when you look at them, they look fairly simplistic, and I know that they're not, because last time I covered an event here, I think it drizzled, or at least it rained early on, and there was people deciding then whether they were going to change the tyres, and a lot of people will just think, well, that people are just turning up here for a bit of fun, and yes, that is the ethos of the club. But as soon and it's the same with anybody. As soon as you put that helmet on, you're competitive as anybody.
Well, what I'd say, so if you imagine where the racing will have started back in the 60s, they had effectively manufacturer-sponsored events, because what they wanted to do was promote the brand. And Lambretta and Vespa in particular had a whole period where they were competing for sales, and so they would sponsor different events, and all sorts of events, from road racing, grass tracking, effectively enduro style racing. They sponsored all of those things. The Isle of Man had a festival week as well for scooters.
Sorry to cut across, Ellis. Rushden Lambretta Club, the 135, has come into the pits already, 8 minutes in, for Rushden Lambretta. One of the club class runners is into the pits. We have got pit lane cameras as well, so we'll cut to them later on just to show you what the pit lane setup is like here at BSEC, because it's everything is really condensed into one area, unless they need to go off and do some, both rider changes and refueling. It's very all condensed in there. Yep. Now,
but coming in after 8 minutes, that's unusual.
Yeah, definitely.
It's unusual they've come in that early. That's one of the Lambretta Louis. And the stringers, I've got an idea that might have been Colin that was riding that. I didn't quite see. But for anybody that's new to scooter racing, that's one of the ones that looks like something out of a 70s space movie. There's one circulating still out on the track as well. I think Team 200 are also running a Louis today. But yeah, coming in after 8 minutes, that's unusual. They did have a problem yesterday. They had their front brake lever. There's a pin that holds the front brake lever in. And it goes through the actual brake handle, the sort of unit that holds it to the frame. And the pin kept popping out because it had threaded. So they were riding around at one point with no front brake, which is not what you want to be doing on anything two-wheeled related.
Absolutely not.
So I'm hopeful that it's not that problem. And if it is, if someone's got an M6 bolt with a nylock knocking around in the paddock, they'll probably be grateful of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fast track here at Teesside, particularly when you're coming out of the mountain section, which is the complex that we're looking at here. You are full throttle all the way down the back straight towards South Bank, and it's not the type of place you want to realise that there's no brake.
Well, some people looking at this might think these are 16-year-olds on 50cc mopeds. I'm allowed to use that word in that context.
Okay.
Because that's what a moped is, 50cc limited to 30 mile an hour. None of these are 50cc. The majority are at least 200cc.
Yeah.
Some of them are 30, 40 brake horsepower. Top speed on some of these, depending on the gearing for the tracks and the circuits, could be 90 and above 90 miles an hour. And they race them flat out. They go flat out. You were talking about the different classes. One of the beauties of the endurance racing is there's a class to suit you.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether you've never raced a bike before or whether you've been a MotoGP racer. There's a class to suit you, and it's not an expensive game to get into. As long as you can afford a scooter with a decent engine, decent set of brakes, some decent suspension, then you can get out on the circuit. Everybody respects each other as well, so the faster riders know that they're riding with less experienced riders on less powerful bikes. So it is a very much a mutually it's mutually acceptable that fast riders ride with slow riders, and you'll compensate for one another.
Well, on that, there's not many out at the moment, but later we will definitely see riders wearing an orange vest.
Correct, yeah.
And the purpose of that orange vest is to highlight to other drivers that they may not be as experienced, or they may be experienced but don't feel confident to run without it, and to give them a little bit more space and to be respectful. And that was, I listened in on the rider briefing this morning, and it was, the heavy emphasis was on respect other riders that are on the circuit.
Indeed. And at the end of the day, as you said earlier on, you're here to enjoy it. You're here to have a good time. It's hard work all day, and the setup and to get here is hard enough. So the last thing you want is to have a silly incident through lack of respect that ruins your day and someone else's day. So, yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's a brilliant event. And
you try and gain 1 or 2 seconds, and you can ruin your entire race. And that's...
DC10 have just gone through Team 8. They were one of the teams that were delayed getting here last night. Didn't get here till about 9 o'clock at night. We're due to arrive about 4, but because of the difficulties, and they were still working on their bike this morning.
Well, in terms, they only did 8 laps in qualifying, so next time they come over the line, they'll have done 9 laps in the race, so they've doubled their they've doubled their distance for the weekend. Yeah. But again, I was just stood in the queue this morning waiting to speak to Keith, and he said, and someone went, "Oh, where have you come from?" And the bloke went, "Margate." It's took us 11 hours to get up here. So
it's a commitment. It's a commitment.
It only took him 8 if there wasn't for them roadworks on the A1 near that bridge, which have been going on since the start of 2023. We're nearly 18 months in. They'd have been better off knocking the bridge down and rebuilding it. They'd have had that done in 3 weeks in China or Japan, where they just crack on and get it done. But it's took them nearly 18 months, and it's still it looks like now they've tarmacked both sides of that bridge. So hopefully by if you come here next year, it might only take them 8 hours to get up.
Because of where we're standing, and we've talked about your lack of experience with scooters.
Oh, absolutely! I'm not going to hide that.
I want you to watch a few of the races. So because we've got the nice chicane here, you'll be able to see the yellow bike that's coming around now.
Yes.
Just watch his road positioning as he comes out.
Let's see if we can pick it up on camera, because it's going to come into the camera. So the yellow bike going round South Bank now, and then into hairpin 3. So it'll come round here. So hopefully we'll be able to pick it up as we go. There it is on screen now. Where the camera hopefully will follow it in a few moments' time.
Watch his positioning, and watch how he hangs off the bike, and how he's absolutely wringing the neck out of it. When he comes through the chicane, you'll see him hit the bounce, and you'll get a sort of big jump there. Look,
yes,
it goes down into that dip, but you can see he's climbing all over the bike and absolutely pushing that bike to its limits.
You can see as well how much sort of suspension travel he has on the rear end. Here, as you exit that D chicane at Teesside, it effectively goes into a bomb hole.
It does.
For anybody that's done circuit racing, that's been to Snetterton, the bomb hole, it goes in and comes out the other side. So, I think we're going to. I think we may well be. Okay. Oh no, we're going to save that for later on.
Yeah. Okay.
the issues that we're having in the commentary box now will be whether Ellis can hear me or not.
That's
but,
it.
we're still both talking. That's with the headphone connection sometimes has a bit of an issue. Always with your headset, not mine. Mine always works.
Okay,
it's the same. It's the same when we always work with two. I always steal the one that works.
So then, what I want you to contrast that with is one of the less experienced teams. And you'll see that some of the riders are not quite pushing it so hard. They're not hanging off the bike.
Yeah.
They're not hitting that bomb hole, for example, because that bomb hole is the faster riders that are hitting that because they're looking at the edge. They're looking for the edge of the circuit to get the maximum drive and the maximum speed. But the other guys won't hit that so hard and are naturally travelling slower. But if you get one of the faster bikes coming through at the same time,
yes,
then they will adjust their line to suit the less experienced or the slower rider and the slower bike. And it's a good way of illustrating the respect that the riders are showing each other on circuit. Looks like everybody's still up as well. This is we're
Team Vespa, who had those issues early on and struggled to get away, and now back up into second place. Previous lap they were 0.3 quicker than Valley Scooter Club Rosendale at the head of this race. Valley Scooter Club, who qualified in third place. So I'm having a look at the big movers because we've got the grid positions down the right hand side. Tuhar Didanana up into 8th, having started 14th, so they've had a big jump.
Sorry Dave, what was that team called?
I believe it's Tuhar Didanan. But when I say I believe, I am not going to pretend at all that I've not absolutely mullered it.
I promise you, I've practiced that over about 4 or 5 meetings, and I get it wrong every time. But they're one of the teams that are in the paddock are absolutely fantastic. Well,
they may well be, but they've decided to have a silly team name, and it's their fault if I get it wrong.
Tuatha De Danann. Yeah, we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying, lads. They're the Irish lads. That's the simplest way of doing it, by the way.
The Irish lads.
But they just to create
Team
chaos.
Vespa have got brackets the originals afterwards.
Yeah.
So why can't they have brackets the Irish lads?
Well, the Irish lads have got their second team, TDD Vespa. So we just do TDD.
Yeah, why not? They're in the club class, which is it's always good when you see teams with multiple entries. Obviously, Valley Scooter Club have got 2, and they're both in the effectively in the top class in terms of. But when your teams have got teams that are in different classes, I'm assuming if the rider does particularly well in club, he might get a phone call if the other one needs.
Indeed,
exactly.
Indeed. So that's it's probably worth just mentioning that, isn't it? So road class, club class. Effectively, that's anybody with a motorcycle licence and a bike that's up to normal MOT standards. It has to be MOTable. You have to take the lights up and make it safe for use out on the circuit. But in effect, that's your road bike that you could turn up on and race.
Yeah, so the idea being, and obviously it's not always likely, but if you wanted to, get up on a Saturday morning, ride it to the track, tape up your lights, do your race and ride it home, practically not really possible, but theoretically that's the idea behind it. It's something that you can use Monday to Friday to take to the shops and then wring the neck out of it on a Saturday at the circuit.
And people do.
Yeah.
People do. There are people that will be riding their daily ride basically out here. Again, it's from a cost and expense point of view. So we were talking about these not being your standard scooters. So some of these engines are 10, 15 grand engines when you tot up what you've invested in the engines. Suspension, you can spend 1,500 quid on a set of forks to get it set up right. But actually, you could then go out and buy a complete. If you go out and buy a Vespa PX 200, 1,500, 1,800 quid, take the lights up, wire the oil bolt in, you could be racing. So whilst some of the teams might spend 1,500, 200, 2,000 quid on a set of forks with all the latest suspension and all the latest components, for the same amount of money, you can buy a bike and get out racing.
Yeah,
and I genuinely would encourage. I'm of a generation and an age where I know lots and lots of 50-plus-year-old men that claim to be the fastest scooter rider on the planet, but they've never raced. And it's kind of like, well, do you know what? Put your money where your mouth is. Come and have a go. Get 3 or 4 mates together. get that P200E from the back of the garage, stick some decent brakes on it and decent suspension, decent exhaust, get it out on the track.
Again, as well, like you see, everybody, as you say, there'll be people that will go, well, I'm the fastest scooter rider. And they may well be from the mountain section to South Bank.
Yeah.
But then there's corners.
Yeah.
And as you explained through the D chicane here, everybody, people can corner differently, and particularly Team Vespa, who are chipping away at Valley Scooter Club at the front. The gap now to 15 seconds from the beginning. I've seen this before, though. Teams that, the fastest team, and I mean this respectively, rarely wins, because by going as fast as you possibly can, and the top 2 classes don't have to be road legal, so they're trying to find the bits that make them. They're finding tents. But in doing that, there is that risk then that you're pushing that level of reliability. And I've seen teams before, they've had 3 or 4 lap lead.
Yeah,
something goes wrong. Because you're not. They're trying to get to the end, but they're trying to be very quick at it.
At Wilton Mill, Hornet Racing were absolutely flat out on every lap, and they cooked their brakes. They went in and they had rehearsed replacing the brakes. So they got into the pit, got the bike, got the front brake replaced, got it back out. One of the other teams that were up there at the top as well with them hadn't rehearsed changing the brakes. So they came in with the same problem. They cooked the front brake. It took them about probably 10 minutes. They were several laps ahead at that point. It took them about 10 minutes to change, just change a brake caliper basically, or the pads in a brake caliper, and they lost the lead. And it because these laps are relatively short. What we're talking 112 to 130. 5 minutes in the pits, and that can ruin the race.
That's 4 laps. So
that can take the race away from you. So it's all about, for me, the teams that have got a fast bike with good riders and good reliability have got every chance of being in the top 5. And then the slightest little problem that one of the other teams can have can put you on the top, can put you on the podium.
Yeah.
So it's about finishing the race at the end of the day from an endurance perspective. And that's what's good about the club classes, about the different classes as well. Because you may not be in the top 3 or 4 on the track, but actually in your class, you've got a podium position available to you in each of the classes as well. So technically there's 12 podiums available. So
talk to me a little bit, and I don't know if we'll be able to pick them up, the 200. Rushton Lambretta are doing something special for effectively a club bike to be up in P4, and people will look at the live timing and go, well, you just told me that's road spec against. It's
road spec. But remember, road spec means it's kind of it's the level of entry,
yes,
rather than necessarily what you have to have.
Yes.
So it's not determined. It's not determined by what you're actually riding. It's determined by the riders and their abilities and whether they've had a race license or not. And clearly, in that team, nobody's had a race license. Certainly within the last 5 years, they're racing. I think it's an RB200 engine. This is them now, just coming past us. You'll see it's a Louis, so that's one of those 70s style space cadet machines. Those RB200 engines are absolutely bulletproof in terms of reliability. I'll probably just put the commentator cursor on it.
It's all right. Well, if you have, we're following it at the minute. There's the green bike, as you say, the Lambretta Louis for Rushton Lambretta Club B team.
So what they've got is a good package. They've got, and you will see, by the way, their bike is extremely well presented. So they've invested some time and money and effort into that. So they've got a Lambretta Louis, which they're an unusual riding position when you compare it to some of the other Lambrettas. That's another Louis that's just gone past as their T135. You'll see that it's kind of a lot more. The bars are a lot higher on that, so it's more of a probably more of a motorcycle riding position in one sense. They've clearly got some investment in suspension on that as well, in terms of the modern suspension on the front end and the rear end. I can't actually see what braking system they've got on there, but I'm assuming they've got some decent disc brakes on there rather than the traditional drum brakes that it would have come with, which would have been horrifically bad. They've got an RB200 engine, as I say. Those RB200 engines, you can tune them really, really well. He has got the modern setup on the front. You can tune those bikes so that they will stay with some of the faster bikes in the higher classes, but they're not necessarily as fast. But you're up there with them. So what are they in fourth at the minute? About third or fourth?
Looks like it corners particularly well.
Yeah.
From watching it for a lap or so, and particularly the rider on it's now, I'm not sure who it is, but it's got a very, from what I've covered before, it's got a very pit bike style of riding position. Yeah. Yeah. And his weight transfer, I've seen him come through the D chicane, and basically he's gone from right bum cheek on the seat to left bum cheek on the seat back to his right, and he's moving his body weight to help transfer how he goes through corners. And
technically from a bike racing perspective, you're keeping the bike upright, because obviously when the bike's upright, you can get the power down a lot quicker, so you can actually you can ride a lot faster. And you're right, he's really getting himself about on the actual scooter, and that's one of the ways of identifying people with a bit more experience than others, because you can see they'll move about the scooter. They'll move about a lot more, and it's the old adage of getting your knee down kind of thing. You don't get your knee down just for the fun of it, just so you can show your sliders have been scraped to your mates in the pub. You're doing it for a reason. That from a geometry perspective, you're keeping the bike higher. You've got a much greater contact patch, and you can get yourself out of corners a lot quicker.
So we are almost half an hour in. I'm just having a quick look at, again, the big movers. That DC10 Cert, who you mentioned didn't have a lot of track time at all yesterday and only did a brief spell out in qualifying this morning, have moved up 8 places. They're the biggest movers, although they did qualify 29 out of 29, so they did only have one direction to go for DC10 Cert, but certainly at the moment heading in that right direction. Also heading in the right direction now that they're going is that Team Vespa, the Originals. The gap still around about 15 seconds, but I think... yes, we've got a rider down at hairpin 3. So there we can see the camera going to it. Bike is in the middle of the track. Everybody going slightly wide, waved yellow flags, and everybody being very respectful of them. Rider has left the bike, which normally means that he's not feeling particularly well. He's going to take a little bit of time. That does look like potentially United Colours of Bemberton, is that?
Yeah.
In the number 81, the club class runners, another Lambretta Louis.
It is. It looks like the steering has locked itself around, so I'm not sure that bike, but it doesn't look serviceable at the minute.
No, and Ryder's just taken a seat. We may well end up with I don't think we're going to go red flag, but I think we may well neutralise the race under what is, motorsport-wise is referred to as a Battenberg flag. It's a full-course yellow flag. Teams will slow down to a very safe pace. And what this will do is it should, theoretically, close the pack up, because each rider's interpretation of slow is different, and the slowest rider will then back the pack up. What that will do is it will put all the bikes in a line, and it will allow either medical assistance to come on track safely without having to weave its way through traffic. What it will also do is provide us with an opportunity for teams to pit whilst saving time. And it looks like already the 30 of Chisel Speed, who led us over the line at the end of the first lap, are being called in to the pit lane with their pit boards. Now, for clarity, can I just confirm that there's no radios?
No radios whatsoever.
I've seen people walking around with headsets, but I think that's just so that they can tell them that everything's clear down that end, so that they don't come in and meet 10 scooters in the pit lane.
This is proper old school. You stick a board over the side.
It's pit boards over the side. There was a gentleman who I believe is the gentleman in the burgundy jacket down there with the flat cap on. His arm was hurting earlier because he was waving a high-vis vest round for around about 20 minutes. There he is with the number 27 team to try and get his rider in, who was, put it this way, He wasn't looking in his direction.
It's amazing how many teams will say to one another, right, this is where we're going to stand with our pit board. When you come down this start-finish straight, keep your eye out for the pit board. And it's amazing how many teams just completely either ignore it or miss it completely. So, pit board usage and deployment is quite important, because actually, like we were talking about earlier, this is a great opportunity to get somebody in to have a fuel, to have a refill, to have a rider change. We're half an hour in. It's about now when people will start thinking about rider changes. So it's a good opportunity so you don't lose any track position or any time, because like you say, they'll all be bunched up. So this is an ideal opportunity. Now that's a proper pit board. Look at that number 11. That's a superb pit board. Look at the size of that. You can't miss that. Let's see if he misses it. He's missed it. He's missed it. It's just gone straight past him. How did he miss that? Well, you need to make that pit board bigger.
Right, let's see. Yeah, but see, that could be the first time he's seen it. I want to know whether if he misses it the next time, he's got some problems.
We need to know who that is that's actually riding. I think that's the Wearside Wanderers, isn't it, Team 11?
Yes, I believe so. So the bike hasn't been recovered, but the rider has. Normally, we'd put the bike on the quad and the trailer. It's actually the rider who's just on the back of that. His bike's getting pushed back.
Oh, so they've freed the fork. I thought for a minute he'd gone beyond the steering.
I think he's okay though.
Well, he's doing a parade lap by the looks of things. So
let's see if we can get a thumbs up. We're good. Yeah, we're good.
Oh, it's Biggin.
We're good.
Biggin's going to be loving that. Oh dear. Of all the people that's happened to, he's going to love that.
So the big question is here: has he fallen off on purpose to get TV time? If you're saying he's loving it, has he done it on purpose?
What I'm going to say is we are going to get Biggin in for an interview, I think, with you, because he did stand in the general election for the Monster Raving Looney Party.
How did that go for him?
Well, not well. But his view on politics and his view on life is absolutely fantastic. He's a highly entertaining individual. So we'll get Biggin into the commentary box at some point for you.
Fantastic. Right, I do want to let people know as well, you can get in touch with us directly into the commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome. So the live chat is coming directly in. In order to get in touch with us, though, you will have to press the subscribe button on the TSK-Motorsport media page, and after 5 minutes, it will let you chat to us in the commentary box. So the first person in touch at the start of the day was Paul Hughes, saying, come on, the Dukes of Essex. So we'll give them a shout out, mainly, and just find out where they are. Currently in 19th place, but 5th in the race class. We are green again, so the race has resumed fully now. And what you will see here is that difference in speed now that all of our bikes are on the back straight heading towards South Bank.
I love that when you see the start like that, and you see the contrast between the speeds of some of the pro race class bikes and the club class. It's just fantastic to watch.
It's great. We didn't even see that on the opening lap because of everybody's sort of leaving speed from the start line had already fragmented the field somewhat. But so when we have these neutralization periods where we go to a full course yellow in order to recover a bike or a rider. In the case of Biggin, we are going to see periods where all of the field are condensed together, and this is where, for example, we're going to see one of them faster bikes having to weave their way through traffic. We saw a number of teams then electing to just go all the way around the outside of South Bank. They might lose 2 seconds or so by going a lot further, but what they're doing is minimising the risk element of being in that concertina effect of all the traffic.
Well, you've got 7.5 hours to go. You don't want to. Chatting to someone last night in the paddock, actually, he was saying that with his team, he hadn't raced for a while, and the first time he raced was up here at Teesside. It was last year or the year before, and they put him out onto the track. I think it was last year because it was really warm last year, wasn't it? And he said it was a mistake putting him on the bike first because he hadn't raced for a while. Red mist comes down in a positive way, and he absolutely goes flat out. And within 20 minutes, he'd expended all the energy he'd got. He had to come in and sit himself down in the refueling area for 5 minutes before he could actually move. I seem to remember seeing him and taking him a bottle of water because he was absolutely wiped out, because he went flat out as he would have done if it was a BSSO race, which were a lot shorter.
Yes.
You know, they're 20-minute, half-hour races.
Oh, we've got a black flag for Rushden Lambretta B.
Oh, okay.
Which is for overtaking under yellow flags. So that is why Rushden Lambretta B are in. Their rider will probably at the moment not be aware as to what the reasoning for that black flag is, but he will see it when he comes over the timing line, and then he will be made aware of it on his return to the pit lane. What we are doing at the minute, Alice, is we're just picking up the leader, because that neutralisation period has closed that gap down somewhat between Valley Scooter Club Rosendale and Team Vespa, the originals, at the front now, to sub 3 seconds, and there is no other scooters between them on track, and they're probably going to have at least another couple of laps before they catch individual carts, let alone gaggles of carts that can scooters. Yeah, that's the I'll park the day job, and you know, they're going to catch gaggles of scooters that, in terms of where you catch, if you catch them through the D chicane in front of the commentary box, for example, it's single file through there. You catch a slower bike, you're going to lose a few seconds.
So has the 200 bike come in? So that, because the Russell Lambretta B team is the 200 bike, isn't it?
We will have a look.
Because I've just seen them go circulate again. Where does the black flag get communicated to? Just out of
right in front of us in the commentary position, and if they don't come in within a few laps, they will have a pit board will also be shown as they come through the dog leg. So they will have one down at visual height as well, but generally we'll do it on the overhead gantry to start with. So it's always worth the riders on your first stint, when you come round, just have a quick brief look up, make sure if you're safe for another lap.
So that's the panel just by the commentary box.
Now
that they should be having a glance up as
fastest lap of the race on the previous lap by Valley Scooter Club Rosendale. Now, I don't know whether there's hand signals in scooters, but certainly one like that, which could be, you need to pick the speed up because Team Vespa are closing in, and has responded nicely with a 1:10.353, which I'm just going to check, but that could even be quicker than qualifying. It was qualifying with a 1:11.9. So, in the race, 1.6 seconds quicker than the pole time for Valley Club Rosendale.
Yep. That could be it could be a different rider, but it could also be the fact that once you've circulated a few times, you get your eye in. You know, you find the right lines.
One thing to note as well now, and I don't know how much of a difference this makes, but the sun is out, and when we qualified this morning, it was quite cold.
It was damp, yeah.
Grip levels, in terms of track, it will have a bit of moisture in it from overnight, which is going to make cornering a lot harder. Tyres now, as we mentioned, they're going very quickly down the straight, which doesn't necessarily keep a lot of heat in the tyre. You keep heat in tyre by moving effectively the top layer of rubber by going round corners.
Yep. But
you're still going to get more grip the warmer it is. It's inevitable. Rubber it's a sticky compound. It's no different to, if let's take a Pritt stick. If your Pritt stick is warm, if your Pritt stick's cold, it doesn't stick anything, and rubber is exactly the same as that. It's a sticky compound. There'll be, all of these bikes or scooters will have different tyres on. Based on the size of the wheel, we can't say, well, every scooter's got to have the same tyre, because different scooters are made for different wheel sizes.
What I will try and do as well is I'll grab a tyre at some point. I'll bring one up because they absolutely shred the tyres. Later this afternoon, when we've had a few hours on some of the tyres, I'll grab one, bring it in, and we'll show people on camera just how much effort goes into these. There's a term that we use in motorcycling called chicken strips, and your chicken strip is the amount of the edge of the tyre that you don't use. So your average bike rider who's commuting to and from work won't get onto the edges of the tyres, and you can mock your friends by saying, look at the size of your chicken strips, because it just shows you're not getting your bike over. These don't have any chicken strips.
So the 200 now of Rushden Lambretta B are being shown the second black flag down at rider eye level.
So it's coming down
as they come through with their number also appended to a pit board. Although, having looked at it, they could well be in a bit of a battle at the moment, finding their way round hairpin number 4.
He kind of cocked his head there. I don't know if anybody from Team 200 is listening. You might want to get your pit board out and call him in yourselves, because otherwise he's going to get himself into trouble.
I do. I think that was an acknowledgement, but probably best that he does do another lap to come in, because there was a couple of other scooters round him, and for him to then veer off. It's all well and good you knowing what you're doing, but it's other people have to know what you're doing. That's the one for me, the 8. That's not just a pit board, that's a wobble board.
Well, that's Stuart Hannay, I think, who's wobbling the old board down there. If I'm guessing correctly, he looks like he's struggling to get their attention.
We're not quite pushing the boundaries of infringements just yet, but we do have a maximum ride time as well in any one stint, which is 65 minutes. Now, as we spoke about prior to the event starting, but we'll touch on it now as well, is that obviously there's not a standard fuel window either. You know, some of these scooters will have a small fuel tank. Some of your pro team, they're able to have a larger fuel tank they can modify.
Yeah.
So some teams are there. The 200 is in. Rushden, Lambretta do peel off into the pit lane to serve the penalty for that overtaking under yellow flags.
So what you'll find with fuel tanks is obviously a lot of the Lambrettas will have they're typically about 6.5 litres standard tank, but they have up to about 18.
Sorry, just to cut across, but whatever happened earlier on, the 3-second gap that Valley Scooter Club had pulled out has gone, and on the last lap, Team Vespa, the Originals, have taken the lead. We are only 40 minutes in, but a lead is a lead, and Team Vespa, the Originals, who qualified on pole position, fell all the way down the order after a slow start, have worked their way back up, and with a little bit of assistance by a full course yellow, have closed in on Valley Scooter Club Rosendale and have taken the lead on the previous lap. And only 2 laps ago, Valley Scooter Club were setting fastest laps. They've then dropped a few seconds per lap going through traffic. So clearly Valley Scooter Club have got the pace on a clear track, but Team Vespa seem to have a little bit more guile when it comes to getting through traffic.
Yeah, battling through the traffic, and that's he's a great leveler, isn't it? That if you come up on a bunch of scooters in front of you that are all travelling 5 or 10 mile an hour slower than you, you've got to get past them all, and you've got to get past them all safely, because it looks like he's just coming through now. So he's now got what, 4 or 5 scooters between him and there was nearly contact there. So that was I think it's the boys on 333 that he came into contact with them. But it gets quite hairy when you've got 4 or 5 bikes around you, and you're all pushing as hard as you can, especially if you've got different levels of performance and experience. So it can get quite hairy. But that's the beauty of it. It's racing. It's hardcore racing.
We were talking about fuel, and I don't want to skirt over that, but I did want to just
that's fine.
Give Valley Team Vespa the shout out that they had taken the lead.
So they all will have, generally speaking, different tank sizes. So by definition, that means you can go different distances in terms of the number of laps or the number of time you'll stay out for. What you'll notice on some of the small frame Vespas, although technically they're dummy tanks on some of the original models, they will actually put a tank between the leg shields and the seat. So as they come through, it kind of looks like a motorcycle tank in effect. But again, so some of the Vespas, and let's just have a look at, I think, Vespa, so Team Vespa have got one. I don't know if that's actually a tank that they're using for fuel, or whether it's a dummy tank. If you look at the yellow 15, you'll see they've got a tank between the leg shields. What you'll also, and if you look at bike 20, they've got a massive tank between the leg shields. What you'll also find, and it's particularly on the Vespas, is there is a bar that goes between the leg shields at the front of the bike and beneath the seat, and that is literally to strengthen the frame. So because these things do weave and bend, when you're pushing them really, really hard. So a Vespa's like a pressed monocoque design and construction, whereas a Lambretta is effectively a steel scaffolding tube bent to suit.
Yeah.
So you've got a little bit more strength and rigidity, but by putting that bar in between, and then you have to put a panel underneath so your leg don't get caught in it if you do have an off or an issue. It does strengthen the scooter. It does make it it's stiffer. Over a long period, I know people who have had issues where the frame's cracked as a result of not having that flexibility, but it doesn't really affect. I don't really think it affects the racers on an individual race. You can always repair things like that, and a lot of these scooters will have had many different repairs. What again, the other thing that's worth pointing out is the way that the scooters are presented now as well, because it is grassroots racing. It is, low cost or least cost racing for a lot of these teams, and yet they still turn out a really good looking, really well presented scooter. Oh, 210's just coming in.
Yeah, so the second of the Valley Scooter Club bikes. I get the feeling there he came down the grass.
He did, yeah.
Which could mean that he's either had a problem at South Bank and he's cut through the barrier and come down. Going to have a quick look as to what his previous lap time was, 1:17, so that's fairly standard. But also there was another scooter in front peeling off into the pit lane. If they both decided to come into the pit lane together, he may well have had to take evasive action and grab. One thing that I do know, I'm going to try and find the 11 because that's Wearside Wanderers. They were trying to be waved into the pit lane during the four-course yellow 15 minutes ago. And I think he's tried to wave him in every lap since with the biggest pit board the world has ever seen.
It's fantastic, that is.
Yeah, there was...
Just contrast the 13 pit board.
And the 11 no, he's tapped his helmet, so that's an acknowledgement. But there was.
So the Team 13 have got a pit board about the size of a piece of A4, and Team 11 have got a pit board about the size of A1, so A0 even.
Yes.
So there's a significant difference in size.
There was. I'm sure there was a film called 3 Billboards Outside Epping, and I think he's nicked one of them.
3 billboards outside Teesside.
Yeah, that's to wave his team in. But the rider has acknowledged because the pit board attendant has now gone down to the pit lane. So
that may just be despair.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He tapped his helmet, and that normally means that's the universal sign of either A, my radio isn't working and we haven't got them, or B,
I've seen
it and I'm coming in. Because they can't really acknowledge any other way here because they're not really going straight either. So for them to take their arm off and go, yeah, definitely, look left as they're turning right into the D chicane is not the easiest of things to do.
Well, it is worth remembering as well that on a scooter, on all of the scooters I think that are circulating, the gear changes on the left-hand side as well. So they're actually operating the clutch and changing gear with their left hand. So, right hand's throttle, left hand's clutch and gears.
Seeing a lot of activity in the pit lane now, around about 45 to 50 minutes.
Yep.
So it would appear that, and what I'm guessing is a lot of the bikes that will come in, let's say we'll take a Lambretta, for example. If it's a road Lambretta, they've all got the same size tank. So they should all technically be in at roughly about the same time, give or take.
I suspect they've all got extended tanks.
Yeah, or do you think it's more rider fatigue?
This is more to do with. I think the rider strategy will probably. A lot of the teams do about 45 minutes each.
Yeah,
because that's you get to your limits after a sort of 30 minutes is easily achievable for most racers. 45 minutes is probably at the top end, but there are some teams that are only running 3 riders.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to manage their time well, because what you don't want to do is, go out for 65 minutes in the first session, completely shatter yourself, and then you can't continue for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So
we've got 2 pit lane cameras. Hopefully, what I'd like to go to the first pit lane camera, just to sort of show where the fuel bay is. And then to the second one, and then I'd like to run through the sort of process, if that's all right. I'm just going to see if we can get that at the moment. So I'm trying to get the first pit lane. The first pit, there it is. So this is your fuel bay. So as riders come into the pits, you've got basically a ride-through lane to the right, which if they don't want fuel, they can just go right. Well, they can't ride through because they actually have to come into the pit lane and almost immediately get off.
They have to turn the engine off.
Turn it off, and they can push through there to change rider if they don't want to fuel.
So they can do a rider change.
If they do want to fuel, you can see, we've got the 54 off. We'll just cut away because the 54 odd mod squad, the odd mod squad are off South Bank, hairpin 3 and 4. Now, if he can get that bike and is willing to, he could potentially push that towards the barrier at the top of the screen and then walk it back.
Just while you're on that picture, it's just gone off. But what you could see from that is A, it's got a number plate on, and B, he's still got his keys in it with his key ring. So that's evident that that's a club class bike at best.
Yes.
That's that bike is probably ridden Monday to Friday to and from a place of work.
Yeah. What he's going to be able to do now, there is a big gap in the traffic.
He's away. Yeah.
And he's going to push that across, and he will go all the way down the grass in front of the commentary box. Now, there's a marshal making his way down because, particularly when you're pushing it on grass for 300 or 200 metres or so, he's going to be very aware of that by the time he gets to about us at the commentary box.
And it's actually quite a warm, sunny day. So anybody that is watching that's in the north or has got time to travel up to the north, get yourselves up here. It's free entry. Let's not forget that this is it's a spectator event like no other, and it's free entry. So get yourselves up here and watch some absolute classic vintage.
Exactly, and we're not going anywhere for the next 7 hours and 10 minutes. Although
plenty of time.
One team that is going somewhere is Two Sheds Racing. They're going into the pit lane for a black flag, as are Spire TT out of third place. Both, I'm guessing, for overtaking under the yellow flag down there with that bike and a yellow flag. So it was made clear this morning at briefing that under a yellow flag, you don't overtake until you see the next board, which is, we've got light boards round the circuit. So you will stay in single file until you get to the light board. But it looks like Spire TT out of third place and Two Sheds, the team that whilst in 13th are on a class podium in 13th place in the pro race class, are being called into pit lane for their infringement.
So it might be worth teams remind your riders that if there is a yellow flag, there's no overtaking on the yellow flag. We've had 3 teams black flag for that already. So just give them a nudge and remind the riders that if they see a yellow flag, they need to come in. So this is our friend from the Odd Mod Squad giving us a thumbs up.
That's fine. I've done a public service announcement of can you just put your helmet down from the top of your head onto your head just while you're on a live circuit.
Yeah.
But I know why he's took it off. It's because I reckon he's proper warm.
I think that's. I mean, we were talking about men of a certain age racing scooters. I think that picture says it all. That picture says it all.
He was smiling though,
that's the point.
He was smiling.
Yeah.
The bike's had a problem. I don't know if he's come off it, but he does look a bit of a hobble.
Can we just go back to the refueling area? Then we'll have a quick catch up on the refueling. Yes. So what you'll find. That picture's a great picture actually, because you can see the chap who's in the high vis. They've got sort of conventional jugs, and when their bike comes in, they're just going to be pouring fuel in from a jug straight into the petrol tank. If you go to the teams to the right, you can see those green jugs.
Yeah,
they're like fast fuel jugs. We've got
Valley Scooter Club, who were Rosendale, who were in second place, are pushing their scooter back into pit lane. Down the grass, so another team with a technical problem. Although having said that, with so many teams coming into pit lane, is there a chance that either them or the 54 that were off previously have run out of that all-important go-go juice?
It could well be. It'd be interesting to see what happens when they bring it into the fueling area. If they just go straight to refueling, then yes, they've run out of fuel. But if they go down into the pits, and it's perhaps it perhaps is a mechanical issue.
It does look like Odd Mod Squad could be back on circuit. They do look like they could be circulating. We'll clock that in a minute. Normally we can click, but their last time showed up as 4 minutes, so that does mean that they're back out, because if not, it would still have their previous fast time unless it's picked up on the grass as he's pushed in. I don't know quite how much that timing loop comes onto the grass. Oh, it picks all the way up. Yeah, so apparently if you want to go really wide over the start line in front of the commentary box and give us a wave, it will still count your lap. So the 114 are in to serve their penalty for their overtaking under yellow. So that just does leave us the number 2 now of 2 sheds.
So we just saw that's 32 going out now. There, that's the TDD bike, the Irish lads.
Yeah,
that's their Vespa, which is a what we call a small frame Vespa. It's a PK, and it's a 133cc Vespa. That's Colin there from Team Caitlin in the refueling area.
Green t-shirt.
The green t-shirts. Yep. We'll get them in to talk about the Team Caitlin charity later. In fact, we'll get the before we forget tour. Do you know what? It's embarrassing that I always forget the name of the before we forget tour, but it's grass skirts and button-down shirts. They did a spectacular tour of the whole of the UK, visiting all the old scooter rally haunts and current ones for that matter, and they literally did a lap of the UK. Absolutely superb. We'll get them to pop up and have a chat at some point as well. On that note, I'm going to disappear shortly down to the refueling area just to get a feel for what's going on. Have a chat with a few people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll get some people to come up and talk to you as well. Like I said earlier, Bob West, Sean Nichols, Steve Keneally, Paul Green, Biggin. We'll get him up. Reminding them that they have volunteered to come and have a chat.
That's
and do a
fine.
stint.
Hopefully, I just want to see if we can get the commentary box camera on, because we've only heard your voice. We haven't seen who we're talking to. So there we go. That's me. I'm in the black. You'll hear me all day unless I get kicked out for saying moped.
And I'm the man that looks like Keith Terry, but definitely isn't Keith Terry. But by all means, if you see me wandering around the paddock and the pit area, just grab me. If you're up for having a chat, coming up talking into the pit.
Exactly. You don't even have to be invited. The door is open. If it's fully shut, it might be stiff, but
drop the shoulder.
Yeah, drop the shoulder. Put it in. They've all got elbow and knee protection. So stick a knee through the door, get yourself in, come and have a chat. Doesn't even have to be a rider. Pit crew, photographers, people that are here watching. Even if you're here for the first time, and this is something that is completely new to you, and come and tell me how you're finding your first experience of the British Scooter Endurance Club. Everybody's got a story. We've got 7 hours, and I would love to hear stories about how you got into it.
People are keen. People are keen as well. I think you might be inundated.
I will take that.
The only challenge is them remembering.
We spoke about this earlier. The stories behind the scenes are what make the club what it is.
Yes.
And come and tell us about it. That's the thing. We've got loads of people getting in touch via the live chat. Once Ellis goes, I'm going to have a quick look through that. If there's any questions, I'll flag them. I'll write them down. Whoever's next in might get a few questions thrown at them. But yeah, I mean, later on, I want to have a chat with. I want to try and get Wearside Wanderers in and find out what they said to their rider after he ignored them for 25 minutes. Would be wonderful. But
where did it put them in the race standings? That would be that would be a justification for him staying out.
So they're 14th now, but they lost 6 places when they came into pit. Now that would be slightly affected by other teams coming in.
So there's a young lady up there just behind us, and she was just literally dancing around with their. That's Maria, Team 4. We'll get Maria in as well.
I'm not surprised she's dancing around. They're up into 4th place, and they've got a class lead for London Lambretta Club.
Well, she was celebrating, I think, because that'll be her other half. Oops, that's. Do you know what? You know this thing before we forget, and you forget the names of people. So Sam Round, I'm just trying to find London Lambretta Club to see who's actually out there at the minute. But
that's a name I recognise, but I don't think I recognise it from that bike. I think did he not race with Scooter Lab?
He did.
When they won here 2 years ago, I believe.
So Sluck have not raced for a couple of sessions. So his dad is Martin Sticky Round.
Yes.
So we'll get Sticky in to have a chat with you, and Iggy Granger as well. They were Sluck regulars. but they've not been able to race for the last couple of sessions. And do you know what? We'll get them in to talk about that. See why they're not racing. I've abused Sticky in the past, just saying he'd bottled it because he's getting old. But we'll see what he's got to say about that.
Did they win? Did they win and then immediately retire?
Well, I'd
effectively go look undefeated. That's us done. We're going on top.
David, I don't want to suggest that that's shallow, but perhaps you could.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I'm not. I cover these events because I enjoy them, but I certainly don't have an affiliation to any team. So I will similarly to any other event. If you've got a team that is near you and you would like to inflict the commentator's curse upon them, we all take bribes.
Indeed. Well,
apart from the man who's got a political affiliation, he's not allowed to take bribes.
Well, I think
commentators, we're all in for him.
I think now that the election's over, I think he could take any kind of bribe.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, fair enough.
But we also need to have a word with the Rushton Lambretta Club because they're normally the purveyors of fine cheeses. They would normally bring a decent cheese board, and we had some last night, but I'm sure they haven't exhausted their supplies. So hopefully the Rushton Lambretta Club have got some goodies for us. And anybody else that's out there that's got anything, I drink cider or Guinness. But I'm not riding today, so I think I'm allowed.
I do want to find out as well later the black flag, whether it's just to come in, you've been really naughty, don't do it again, or whether there's a specific time slot penalty. I think that might be one more for Keith.
Yeah, we'll check. We'll check that.
The man with all of the rules. So we'll find that out later. But absolute pleasure to share the first hour with you in the commentary box, Ellis. I'm sure that you'll be back at some point. It's been fantastic. Look forward to speaking to everybody. If it's okay, can I keep that sheet just in case I need it? Because I've got all the other stuff that I need also in the programme as well to run through all of the people that really behind the scenes make these sort of events possible, including the live stream as well. The sponsors for this event that sort of help keep everybody on track, from AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, who we've spoke about, have raced with us previously, the Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, the Vespa Club of Great Britain, bit of competition there between the two of them, Express Signs of Stockton, and Properly Protected. Now, I think I'm just going to ask everybody that comes in, and they may not well have a preference, but I will ask Vespa or Lambretta, just to start it off with a bit of friction.
Mate, honestly, you'll get some good debate.
Exactly, that's what we're all for. In fact, if I'm speaking to a Lambretta man and there's a Vespa man outside waiting to come in, they've got to pass on the way out the door. So, but that's the fun of it, as well. Everybody's going to think that what they ride is the best thing to ride. And
so just those people I've spoken to this morning who volunteered, or it looks like we've got Bigger arriving. Fantastic. So I'm gonna pop out. Grab a few.
Yeah. I have. I think every time you've tried to leave, I'll
leave you with a legend. Especially he's wearing one of my favourite T-shirts as well. That's
fine. I was about to say, every time you've tried to leave, I've reined you in with another question. So I've eked another 10 minutes out of you. So
you grab this bloke.
That's fine. I'm not even going to ask another question. That's you gone. Ellis, absolute pleasure. Just going to dip into the live chat whilst we have a change on the headset. Tommy Morris was in touch early on saying to come on to Team Vespa. We've got Alan Knights on as well saying come on to 200. Now, they went well early on but have been in the pit lane to serve a penalty. We've had somebody else in saying his dad's on chisel speed. Now, they've got some good speed but did struggle earlier on. And questions regarding live timing, which can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BSEC UK. Whereas if you just type the first bit in the live.alphatiming.co.uk, it will bring up a big list of championships that are covered, and then it's in alphabetical order, so you will be able to find us. We then have all the live timing in there. You can click on individual teams as well, see where they were in terms of positions and their lap times. You can follow them on the live circuit tracker with the numbers for each of the bikes as well. On the right hand side in the top corner, if you're on a laptop. Now, I'm not alone. We've had a change in the commentary box. You've been out on track, I believe.
Yes.
And I believe the last time we saw you wasn't on a scooter.
No, the last time you would have seen me, I stood for election in the Crewe and Nantwich by-election as Lord Psychobilly Tractor, bringing light where there was once darkness, you know. So we did that and had a really good event there. So yeah, we had spirit levels for levelling up. We're going to put schools in tower blocks to raise the levels of education, get rid of all this small change and introduce the 99p coin. So that was a good time.
All very valid ideas, I feel.
Oh, good, yeah. So I've just been out on track now. This guy that's on the TV now, number 84, we were having it neck and neck all the way around there. But he's got a little bit more of a powerful bike there than me. Number 81, ours is a Louis. So he was beating me on the straights, but I was getting him into the corners a little bit. We had about 5 or 6 laps going. We were bang on each other all the way around there. Really enjoying it and just having a really good time with it. And then I was just coming into this bottom corner here. There's a swarm of us all in there, and I pulled my front brake out. And it just locked up on me and spat me over the top. And I've broken my collarbone. So off to hospital to me.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
That one there that I can actually see poking through. Now, we've got a commentary box camera. I must insist now that we go back to the commentary box camera. Now, I won't touch it, but in this rough area here is quite a prominent collarbone. It's very sticky outy.
There. Not much pain with it. It's all right. It's okay.
But
so
visibly
looks
very aware of its recent arrival through the rest of you.
Yes. So it's not much pain. It's all right. Apparently, you just got to live with it. But I'm down to hospital in a few minutes and get an X-ray through it.
Yeah. Now, what I would say is James Cook, brilliant hospital.
Okay.
Yeah, they're fantastic because I've covered an event up here before where on the night before I thought it was a good idea to go out. Jumped off a stage in Pop World and broke my foot. Did my 5th metatarsal down the side of my foot. Went to James Cook in the morning and I was in and out inside an hour. So it's a good hospital, is James Cook.
Yeah, so there goes 135 just past us. That's our little. They're riding a very similar vehicle to us on there. I don't know where they're up to. I don't know how to read all this.
Was it a battle of the Louis when you?
There was all 3. I think there was all 3 Louis, and there was that 84 small frame there as well. So we were all sort of running very similar bikes. So it is all rider connected at that point, and coming through these little chicanes there.
We've asked how you are. How's the bike? Is it repairable?
Yes, it is repairable. We've just asked Keith if it can go back out again. He says, yeah, that'll be fine. So we've just got to put a new lever on it.
And what I assume by that is if you do have a big one.
Yeah,
and
have a big one.
Exactly. and you can't just sort of put a bit of tape. It has to be checked before we can go
get
again.
it back. Go and talk to Keith to make sure it's all right. Or what's it? Get Mr. Bonnet, car bonnet there. See if he's just make sure it's okay to go out. They'll give it a quick once over.
Yeah,
it's gone through scrutineering already, so it's just to make sure no bits are hanging off.
A few scooters being scrutineered this morning that hadn't been able to make it up yesterday. They were having the checks. So, everyone has to turn up with their helmet and their leathers and have them checked as well.
That's right.
So safety's the big thing.
Oh, yeah. Safety, it's your own personal security. Look, if I wouldn't have had them levers on, there's a few shoulder pads in the top there, I'd be scratched up to death, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
And the boots, they all help. They keep you all in place. I'm a bit bruised in the rib and a bit bruised on the ankle, but you've got
to remember as well, have fun on a Saturday and a Sunday, but you've got work on a Monday for a lot of people.
Well, that's the next question, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Right-handed?
Yeah.
Oh.
But no, we're all right.
Oh, that's fine. Oh.
But so we're not bad, but it's just going to take a bit of time to heal and see where we go. But I hope everybody has a great day out there. It is a good sport to get involved with. It's the cheapest form.
You'll be back for the checkered flag.
Could be.
I'll keep you around for a bit longer. But once you go, you'll be there and back. You'll be back to see the end of this. I'm sure you will. It might not be cheering quite so much.
No, that was good. That was good. The old getting dragged in with the little tractor and trailer. Everyone gave me a good clap in.
See, every time. Well, normally the trailer goes out. it collects the scooter,
Yeah.
and the rider walks back.
All right.
And I wasn't quite sure whether you'd got the memo. It collected you, and the bike got pushed back.
But all a bit of fun there. No, there's a good crowd. There's a few spectators here today.
We did, Ellis said that you were a bit of a showman.
Yeah, we have a little go.
So there was a little debate, mainly instigated by me, that you might have binned it on purpose to get some TV time. Particularly when you then got on back at quad to wave royally on the way back in to everybody along the pit wall.
No, that's complete lies. No, I didn't bin it on purpose. It does hurt going over the top. You feel yourself.
Oh, now I've seen the injury. I was thinking, well, if he's done it on purpose, although having said that, my cousin in the past, two of my cousins, one of them broke his arm, and his mum went, "Oh, why have you done that?" And he's gone, "Well, I did this," and then she didn't believe him, so his brother went, "Well, no, he did it like this," and he jumped off and he broke his arm as well, and they were both walking around with a broken right arm at the same time. They were only kids, but basically went, "Yeah, he's fine, he only did this," and broke his arm in exactly the same place doing exactly the same thing. So, yeah, I apologise for suggesting that you might have deliberately fallen off the
No
TV
problem.
time.
Just
Now
to get a
that
bit
I've
of
actually seen that you've hurt yourself. So.
Just to get a bit of airplay. But no, there's some good scoots out there today. They're pretty quick, they're pretty nippy.
So from a rider's perspective as well, there's going to be, we're seeing riders come in probably before the fuel tank is empty due to rider fatigue.
Yes, definitely.
We've seen some riders, they're coming through. Rider of the 74's just come in. He's fully transferring his weight by lifting off. You can literally see he lifts off the seat, doesn't just shift across, lifts and moves himself around. Mm-hmm. But then you see other riders as well. You look at the scooters as they come through. There is clear differences in levels of comfort for your seaty bit.
Yeah, I think it's just we aren't pro riders. There's some good, not pro riders exactly, are they out there? But they're used to going on fast scooters and they've been doing this for a long time. Like this would be about our 9th race, but we're not. We are in to win, but we're just out to, have a good time and get it out there. I don't shift about much on the seat, and ours is a very high vehicle with a high centre of gravity on it, and some of these are quite low. And they've been doing it for a long time. They get the knees down and things like that going on, but. Yeah, I don't shift about. I don't think much of our team shift about much. We just sit there and cruise. Not cruise, but, give it your all. But, we're not shifters like that. So, but there's some good stuff going out there.
I don't want to get too personal, but does it go numb?
What?
On your bum?
Oh, yeah.
Because, I went on a bike ride on a push bike a couple of weeks back, and after about 20 minutes, I couldn't feel a thing. It was agonising.
You're more holding on.
Yeah.
It's more of a fatigue in the top half of your body that I get. So there's more, in your wrists and your arms.
There'll be people that have stumbled across this on YouTube and gone, "Oh, that looks interesting." They'll be going, "Well, how are they even managing it? Because it's bumpy and the seats on some of them are very, very narrow."
Yeah, you're concentrating on what's in front of you.
That's for tomorrow.
Yeah, So it's you're concentrating so hard on what's in front of you and keeping your line right and things like that. The pains don't come in until you just got off the bike and you pit stopped. You think, "Flipping it, I'm a little bit fatigued now." But do a good 45 minutes. We try to get a good 45 minutes to an hour in.
Tank-wise, what?
Yeah, that's it.
Are you going to the tank? I was about to say,
yes, they both.
What could the tank do if you had unlimited energy?
Yeah, if one tank of fuel will probably do about 1 hour 15 minutes. So we're coming in at an hour.
Yeah,
and it's just, so we've still got a little bit of time left in the tank in case. But that's maximum tank.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you could do, let's say, an hour and a half, would you split it into 245s just for rider comfort, or is there anybody that can go that long?
I don't know. Well, we have to come in because of petrol. Can anyone go that long? If you've got a larger tank?
Well, you can't actually, because there's a ride time, isn't it? 65 minutes.
Yes,
it doesn't matter.
Yes, you can't do any more than that.
You can't go any more than that.
No.
So really, if you go for a bigger tank, we've got a yellow flag. I clocked the one up there and I was looking at it, but it's actually a rider off at South Bank. It's the 114 machine pushing back into pit lane round South Bank. It's a Spire TT and another rider halfway down the back straight as well. That's the 347 of IDK Endurance Racing, who have dropping down the order now, just dropped down into 14th place. Now, his problem is that he's got what we'll feel about 4 miles to walk back whilst pushing it on the grass. And he may well be better stopping there, turning round and coming across the track if he can, into the middle and not having to go all the way around the outside. But obviously he's just got to find enough space in the traffic to be able to do that safely. Not sure whether the marshal will tell him to do that. 114's got the good idea because he's put his bike on the tarmac rather than the grass, and it's a lot easier to push on tarmac.
Yeah, look at how long are we in now to the race? What have we got?
We're an hour and 15 in.
Right, so everyone's had a rider change at this point.
Yes.
So there's no fuel issues. So really, there's breakdowns going on.
Yeah, we thought that might be the case at around about the sort of 50-minute mark with a few. Valley Scooter came in, although they've dropped all the way down to 25th. So that clearly isn't just a running out of fuel issue.
Yeah.
But there was another one. The 54 came in as well, Odd Mob Squad, who dropped down, and they had an 18-minute stop. So again, that wasn't a fuel-related issue, but there is.
So what's the fastest time?
So far, Valley Scooter Club did a 1:10, which was
1:10.
Considerably quicker than qualifying as well. It was a 1:11.9 was the fastest time in qualifying this morning.
Right. So
to go nearly sub 1:10, another bike off at the top of the mountain section. Now, if he can't get that going, luckily he can by the look of it, although it is downhill, so he may well just be using the layout of the circuit to try and get that bike going again, but that's a long way, and that will certainly need collecting. We'll keep an eye out for, looked like it was the
orange
30, was it? Let's have a quick look. Definitely had a 3 on it. We'll try and pick it out when, as and when they come round, but we are single file down the back straight because we have a waved yellow flag, and it looks like the message of overtaking under yellow flags off the back of a few black flags earlier on might have got through to our runners that they are past the incident. Now, they'll still need to stay single file because that bike has now come this side of the barrier. So they'll then see the green flag on the digital board here on the start line, and they'll be able to overtake each other again. So it looks like everybody has been very, very respectful of that yellow flag section.
Bit of bunch up there now, didn't they? So they got moving, so they're all tidying in now. So they're all doing it. They're all another yellow flag out again. Yeah,
look, so that yellow will stay out, I think, until this bike is past the pit entrance at least, just because we've got a rider. Good to see as well the reflective bits on his orange high-vis work, because we just saw him flashing bright green as well. So they definitely work. He's making his way, and that bike did not get going on the back straight. That's going. I think that could require quad. The marshal's on the radio, so we might have the quad out to collect down the back straight, unless he can push it in now. Luckily here, most of the scooters go to the outside, so he should be able to bring it down the inside if he was to push it, but.
He's still got to get across the track, even if he pushed it.
Yeah, he still has got to. There's a few. We've got a lot of marshal coverage down there when he can come across in front of the ambulances. So, but I'm just keeping an eye out to see what's going to happen. See whether anybody is going out on track. Looks like David, you took his seat on the trailer when he went out. Looks like he could just be on the back of the. On the back, and we have gone to a full course yellow flag here. So the Battenberg flag being shown, 2 yellow squares, 2 black squares over the start-finish line will neutralise this race to effectively a safe walking type of pace for all of our riders. What this does is it gives us a great visual in about 5 minutes' time when we go green again, because all of the bikes are on that same back straight. We saw it last time when well, we did. You didn't.
Yeah,
you were
as
the
a
cause
ri-
of the full course.
As a rider point of view, when the yellow comes out, it does give you a little bit of relaxation time as well, so you can just, simmer down a bit, bunch up a bit. All the riders out there are pretty good. They don't move around. You're not allowed to overtake when this stuff's on. But sometimes you don't see what's going on. You don't see these yellow flags, and you look around you and see, oh, why is everyone slowing down? And then you acknowledge what's going on. But the riders do look after each other, and they do pay attention.
We saw it earlier off the back of the last full course yellow that we had. When we went green again, everybody sort of goes down that back straight together at race pace, and then some of the teams decide, well, I'm just going to go all the way around the outside of South Bank, like velodrome style.
Yes.
Just to stay out of the way of the traffic, because we're too early in the race to be taking risks.
Like I did. Yeah,
Yes.
I got my so I was going for it. I loved it. It was really good out there, and I should have calmed back a bit.
Definitely hasn't put you off then.
I'm not sure yet.
No.
No, I don't think it'll put me off. I think we'll keep going, but it's just to see how long the injury takes to repair, doesn't it? But that's it. This is the last race of the season, isn't it, for us?
Yeah.
So
I think strangely that's what sort of makes them special, is that they're not too regular. So when these events come up, everybody does them. It's not like, oh, well, there's another one next month or the month after. I'll do that one. It's like, well, there's two sometimes
one Easter
3
time,
years,
early season,
and
then one late season.
So when the races come, that's why we get a good entry.
Yeah, you got to 29, 30 competitors out there.
Yeah, 29.
Not now, 29 out there. So that's a good. I think there was about 35 at one point, weren't there? But there's another type of race on today, isn't there? I think. Cadwell Park.
Do we mention them or not?
No, they're too professional for us. We just do what we do. But it's good.
They see the checkered flag every 20 minutes.
That's right. And they only get out on the course for like 4 or 5 minutes, And we're out there all day doing. Well, all these lads are all scooter scenes from back in the 80s and 90s and stuff like that. They've ridden across.
We don't want to be too harsh on them, because when there's not a clash, some of their riders do come. So
they do come.
Yeah,
we're not being harsh.
We don't want to be too harsh.
No.
But endurance is way better, yeah?
Oh, way better.
Better.
The faces that you see from here that you've grown up with over the years, it's still a big club and everybody knows each other. But it's good to get out there. So, right, I think it's time for me to go and have a look at Hospital.
Yes.
Remember, it's annual Looney Party Conference on the 27th in Belper in Derbyshire. So I'll be going down to the Monster Racing.
I'm
Looney
a Sheffield lad. It's not too far.
No,
I might pop in.
Come down for that. Come and have a pint. And remember, vote Looney.
Vote Looney, absolutely.
Okay, take care, everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you
and
very
have a good
much.
time. Keep watching, snapping and out.
Brilliant. Richard Billy Biggin Vaughan.
Dick Bill Biggin.
In the combox.
Biggin as he goes.
Or your actual name that is in
there.
that is in the
Lord
programme.
Sarkerville Tractor. Right.
Yeah. PM candidate for Crewe and Nantwich.
Perfect. Yes. Right, so well
Wonderful.
done, Spoke. Well done, Timmy. There's my member. Team 81, United Colours of Pemberton. Look, hopefully we'll get out on track again in the next 20 minutes or so. So let's see what gives.
If they do get back out, tell them to send one of the guys down. They can tell us. They can go through the list of things that you broke.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
send them in.
I think they've just repaired it. So I'll catch you all later. Thanks.
Wonderful. Pleasure. Thank you very
much. Bye bye.
Wonderful. Right. Well, he's off to hospital, and I'm going to run through the order. Pleasure. I was about to shake his right hand then, but probably not for the best. Wonderful. Right. Order as it stands as we head towards the hour-and-a-half mark here at Teesside Autodrome for the British Scooter Endurance Club 8-hour race. Sees the pole sitters Team Vespa, the originals, currently leading by 2 laps. Now, if you are just joining us, there's a bit of a backstory to that. It's not quite as comfortable as initially thought for Team Vespa. They qualified on pole position but failed to get away with any sort of pace at the start of the race. Dropped all the way down the order and had to climb back through. They had a good battle with Valley Scooter Club Rosendale for around about 10 laps after the first full course yellow, which was for the recovery of that United Colours of Pemberton scooter earlier on in the race. Now, we're still waiting for them to get back out on track. They are currently 15 laps down at the tail end, but I'm fairly sure their day isn't done. If they can get that scooter fixed, they're going to get back out and just enjoy themselves. And who knows what will happen with other machines in their class, but at the moment, currently holders of the wooden spoon after the incident earlier on. Back to the standings, so it's Team Vespa leading. They're in the race class as well with the yellow background. Real Taft Speeder up into second place, benefiting somewhat earlier on from Valley Scooter Club Rosendale having to pit with a problem. Chisel Speed are in third place. They're second in that race class standings. Then you've got London Lambretta Club currently in fourth place. They've been there for around about half an hour or so now, have London Lambretta, but they dropped down a little bit. They've moved back up into fourth place of London Lambretta Club, and now they go up into third as Chisel Speed drop down the order into fourth place. A slow lap for them. Haven't seen them peel off into the pit lane. May well be wrong, but we'll try and pick up for them. They did a 1:38 on the previous lap where everybody else was doing 1:18s or so. So they're down into fourth place. Tuath Danana in fifth. Then it's your leaders in the club class. Team Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club, helped hugely by the fact that their rider doesn't like to come into the pit lane when asked to about 15 times by his team down here with the biggest pit board the world has ever seen. Then it's TD Vespa in seventh. New to Twigard are in eighth place. CKM and Dukes of Essex are your top 10. We've got a scooter from every class inside the top 10 at the moment, just showing that variety is the spice of life when it comes to the British Scooter Endurance Club. Pickering Gold Stars are in 11th place with Two Sheds Racing in P12. DC10 Cert, who started last in 29th, having only done 8 laps of qualifying and no practice yesterday, are in 13th place. The biggest movers of this race so far for DC10 Cert. Team Solid Air on the 13 bike are in 14th place. Then it's Team Escargot and GRR in front of Holt Tune in 17th. Design 63 Racing. I'm going to try and pick their scooter out shortly because it's my favourite colour in the world. Then we've got Independent Idiots Race Team in 19th. Spire TT, who've had some problems. They've had a trip to the pits with an issue, and they've also had a black flag as well for an overtaking under yellow flag for Spire TT. SRP Race Tech are in 21st. 22nd RFS Tune with Rushden Lambretta Club in 23rd. IDK Endurance Racing are in 24th. Odd Mob Squad are in 25th. Then it's Valley Scooter Club Rosendale, who were leaders earlier on, who had some problems but look like they could well be back out on track now in 26th place. London Lambretta B, who ran inside the top 5 until problems in the first hour. Valley Scooter Club PX are in 28th and still yet to rejoin after some issues earlier on. The 81 of the United Colours of Bemberton with their Lambretta. Louis, we are going to be joined, and I will read out what's been put. Mike Bonnet, race organiser, all-round nice bloke. Apparently, which he's scoffed at that, so we'll ask his opinions in a few moments' time. We'll turn them round so that the headset's facing forwards.
God, he's got a big head.
He did. Vaughan had it on Billy Biggin, so
he was on.
Yeah, he did have a big head. So joined in the commentary box by Mike Burnett. Mike, we are an hour and a half in. Your thoughts on the first hour and a half of the British Scooter Endurance Club 8 hour here at Teesside?
Yeah, good. Obviously, so far, first lap was interesting.
Well, you were down there at the start.
Yeah.
Now, teams will go all out to start on pole position,
Yeah.
And then when
Stall
the flag
it.
drops, it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Any idea what the issue was for Team Vespa, the originals?
Damon caught the gear change with his knee jumping on the bike, which basically
He
just
got his
stalled it.
knee up that high.
Well, he's actually quite tall, and the bike's quite small, so it's easily done. But so that was interesting. The leader then crashed, and the Chisel Speed crashed. Who else? The Real Taft Speed went from second to last. pretty much. So yeah, the top 5.
Did Chisel Speed almost forget to take, because when we start there was no chicane, then he's come through and he's gone and then he went off first lap through.
Well,
so he crossed the timing line, so at least they can say that they've led.
Yep.
That's good.
Well,
it's
he's
always,
actually,
always good.
He's
But
fairly
then
local.
did get excited, didn't he, that he'd led and
He did.
went off.
He is a local lad, and he's down here a lot practicing on his pit bike, so I'm told. So, yeah, he should know better, really. He should know the course better than anyone else.
Absolutely. Wearside Wanderers massive pitboard is out again. Let's see whether the latest... Any idea who was on that bike first stint?
No, I don't.
No, because he did not want to come in.
Be interesting to
They
see
held
if he went
they
over
held
his-
that board out from the first full course yellow for United Colours of Bemberton for around about the next 15 minutes, and he looked every time he came through. He was like, "No, I'm not paying any attention at all. I'm having too much fun."
We was watching practice yesterday, and even the amount of people in practice that do not look at their boards, it was phenomenal. So yeah, it's interesting. There's your bike.
It is. I'm going to try and pick the
63
up that's heading round Paddock Bend and down towards what we call Rib Bend, because there's a big bump. The reason that is my favourite bike of the day is solely down to its colour.
Colour, fair enough. It's like a teal green.
And that's just because I grew up with Formula One. I'm 40 this year, so I started watching it in sort of like 89, 90 when I was 5. That's a Leighton House colour for me, and that's why I love it. And yesterday I saw at Donington, they had the 89 Leighton House, the first car designed by Adrian Newey, was testing at Donington yesterday. Not that anybody watching this, because that's got 4 wheels and these only have 2. Nobody cares. Why is he talking? Why is he talking about cars? Why is he talking about Formula One? Tell him to shut up and put Mike back on.
No, it's fine.
It's not fine because you shook your head at me. Going, what? Tell him to shut up. Now, I don't know whether we've had a timing malfunction, because all of a sudden, SRP Race Tech have jumped to the top with a 16-lap lead. And now they've gone back to where they were before in 20 seconds. So that's fixed itself fairly quickly. So whatever was happening with SRP Race Tech has been rectified.
So that's Stuart Day on the real TAF speed. Was that when you was on? When we was talking about number 74? Stuart Day's on board
I was
at the
following
minute.
the 63
Okay,
previously, who designed 63 Racing, who I've not...
Oh, yeah.
Some
so
of these
these
team names I've come across before when covering these events, but can't remember that one as being a regular.
No, it is. Like they are.
Or have they had a name change? Or
I don't know about name change.
Or I just
yeah,
forgot?
sorry, it definitely is a name change.
Yeah.
And a colour change.
Yes.
But it's still the same people.
I think their previous bike, was it black? Because they presented one this morning for scrutineering and went, we'll only be using this if we break the other one.
It was either blue. So they've got basically the same bike, just a different colour. Still the same design.
And that is something else that's quite unique to the British Scooter Endurance Championship, that if the bike breaks, you can replace it.
You can. There is
but with a
penalties.
caveat to that.
Yeah. So you'll get laps taken off. So
10. Is it 10?
No, I think it's big. I think
30,
it's 30.
30.
Yeah, so we have upped it because it was 20.
We'll
but
have Keith in later. I've got lots of questions regarding the rules
12.
and the regulations to go through with Keith, as well as the history of the British Scooter Endurance Club.
Yeah. Keith keeps
later on
giving us pages about sponsors.
Yes, he does. When Ellis left earlier, I went through all the sponsors.
Wicked.
So we'll do a bit more in detail as well.
Yeah, because you asked us earlier about Team Catlin.
Yes, I did.
So the Team Catlin trophy.
Yes.
Which was...
I found out the answer to that.
Cool, okay.
It's the highest placed team in a class that finishes 4th.
Yes, yeah. So we'll have a look at all the people that have come 4th.
Yeah.
And then we'll see who's the highest on the list, basically, and they will get the Team Catlin.
There is a whole page
in
the programme. I'm not sure if there's any spares available.
There is loads of spares.
I stole this
donation
before 8
which
o'clock
goes to the
this morning,
charity.
So, to just add a little bit to my knowledge. So there's a full page in there as well And a thank you as well from Colin Stringer in there. They the 135 scooter of
135.
Rushton Lambretta, currently in 21st place in the club class.
I'm not too sure who's out on it
down.
at the
I
minute.
think they're 8th in class and 21st overall for
season
for Rushton Lambretta.
Season pros now. They've been with us from the beginning pretty much. There they are over the back.
They're green. They've all got green T-shirts on as well over the top. So, please don't think that there's people out there just in T-shirts. They've got their leathers on underneath. So the one thing as well, I don't know if we know who it is. There's a young lad who's been going around on his bike for most of the day. I can tell you now, he can't wait to be old enough to race one of these.
I believe it's little Tyler, which, to be fair, he's actually part of the Hulk Tune, which is a brand new team this meeting. So they're Essex-based, Colchester.
From what I'm led to believe as well, not entirely trouble-free weekend for them either.
No. So they smashed a headset yesterday, so we can welcome them to the racing club. Anyone that races
so what you're saying is that you're not
Lambrettas.
really a member until you smashed a headset.
But not really. It's just it is the biggest thing. Last year I snapped a headset. I fell off coming out the holding back Cadwell and I snapped a headset, so didn't even qualify. It is super common, and they're not a 2-minute change neither. They are a bit of a pain. But so anyway, Tyler, he's only young, and he's part of their team. So quite a cheeky little chap. Confidence is through the roof. I never met him until yesterday, and he was quite happy to come up and.
We'll get him in the.
We should do.
If they want to bring him in, if they want to bring him in the com box later on, we'll stick a headset on him. We'll chat to him. Let's say the main thing about these events is the stories.
He's coming.
The stories off track as well. And
that's the great thing with endurance.
Else.
It's I heard Biggin say about the BSSO, which it is a shame because I am obviously me and Keith are both BSSO members.
We keep forgetting at the start to let us know who we're talking to. Like I'm recognisable because I'm not going to shut up for 8 hours, and when I stand like a teapot, so it's fine. But this is Mike, who's joining us. Then I think we sometimes we might even get picture in picture, so we might even keep us little. Like I said, doors open. Just plough straight in, folks. Don't
Here's a tight door. Here he is.
Plough straight in.
So
there we go.
This is Tyler then.
Wonderful.
Come in.
Mike,
Tyler,
stick with us, but please, can we hand the headset? Yeah, let's have a little chat. John, come and have a chat. Good lad.
There you go.
I don't know if he's left his hoodie on his head. There we go. Right, I'm going to sit down so that we're at a similar level. That way, we've got a camera up there. Wave at the camera. Wave at the camera, because that way. There we go. You enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Now you've been out. The scooters are on track, but you've been on your bike most of the morning. I've seen you whipping up and down the front. How old are we?
8.
And how old do we need to be? 16. So you've got another 8 years. Do you fancy a go?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Well, that's because you got shy.
Is that your dad who's brought you in? No. Is that your dad on track?
Yeah.
Good. 18. Is he on? Yeah, 18. We'll try and find the 18 so that you can see your dad. Let's try. There it is. It's just coming over the start line now, and we'll head through the chicane. So that's your dad out on the. So he's going to be in for a bit of a surprise when he comes in. And he finds out that you've been in the commentary box, commentating on your dad. Now, how has he told you? How's he finding it?
Dunno.
You don't know. Yes. See, you're just here for yourself, aren't you? Just to have some fun. You're not too bothered about him. How do you think he's doing?
Good.
Doing all right. What's his pace like? I'm just going to stop you a minute. We've got a stationary bike, a scooter on the back straight at the moment. One of the yellow machines. Chances are could be the 70. Not 100% sure, but it could be Independent Idiots. They definitely. No, it's not. It's the 15. That's Team Vespa, the race leader. Has stopped halfway down the back straight, real tough speed, 2 laps away from leading this race as he pushes the scooter across the back straight and will push it round the unused national loop here. having a quick look out the window to see if anybody's going running, because if they are, they'll be from Team Vespa. Now, I don't know what the problem. A lot of the time as well, it's the problem isn't necessarily visual, because of the intricate workings and going on underneath. But so a bit of excitement there while you were in. The race leader might not be the race leader in 2 laps' time. But how do you think the team are doing? Where are they? They are 17th at the moment. For a new team, they are 6th in class, 17th overall, so running bang in the middle of the pack. Do you think your dad will be happy when he comes in with his performance?
Yeah.
Good. Is just you and your dad here, or is there anybody else from the family here with you?
Granddad.
Granddad's here, so is he riding as well? No.
Nah.
No, just dad.
Tell him,
Good.
he's probably the best man to ask about the headset. What happened yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Tell me what happened with the bike yesterday, with the scooter yesterday. What happened?
George crashed it.
Someone cracked. Was it your dad?
No.
No, that's fine. Was it the man? Was it this man?
No.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So at least I haven't got to get you on headset and go tell me what happened yesterday when you fell off. So that's fine. Did you offer some? Did you help fix it?
No.
No, come on. You're at the right age to be passing spanners. Someone says I need a 10mm spanner. You go, that one's got a number 10 on it. You pass it over. That's like mechanic in training. You need to learn your spanners. I stumped him there. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. I'm going to let you go back out and watch your dad.
Yeah.
And then when he's done, let him know that you've been on the live stream, because you can watch it all back. You'll be able to see yourself. Give yourself another wave. There we go. Thank you for joining us. You'll have to give Mike his headset back though, and then he can talk to me a bit more. Unless you've got any questions for me. I am pleased though that you've started to stand exactly like I've got my arms like that. You've just subconsciously gone, yep, there we go. Double hip hold. Happy days. You'll be a commentator in no time. Good. Pleasure. Right, there we go. Thank you very much for taking the time. As we say, the commentary box is open for absolutely everybody. Cheers, kiddo. Thank you very much. Oh, but it is warm in the commentary box, so we'll say that. He's had to take his hoodie off. That'll be back on in 10 minutes' time.
Thank you. So, yeah, that's little Tyler. So, yeah, maybe a little...
That's the
another
thing, though,
mascot.
with the club as a whole, is it's not a collection of... It's a club, isn't it?
And this is what we absolutely love, because families, everyone gets involved, so it is brilliant. As we were saying, even if you're counting laps, if you're putting the board out, if you're free filling, there's always jobs for everyone. So
it's amazing as well how much a headset and a camera in front of it intimidates everybody. He's done a great job. He's come in at 8 years old to come and chat to us, but you stick a headset on an adult and they go, it's tough,
really,
isn't it?
I thought I'm surprised he buckled, to be honest. He was really confident yesterday, so I've never met him. He come up to us. I think he had a burger from the team I support, obviously the Dukes of Essex. He was around us asking questions, and Sean from the Dukes of Essex has bought a spare bike just in case the worst happens. And he was chatting away like, "Oh, is this a spare bike? Good, we might need it." That was his words yesterday. So, it's brilliant.
When you say you might need it,
well,
you make it sound like on the Top Gear challenges where they have basically a penalty car.
Yeah.
Where if one of theirs breaks down, and then there's just somebody running round, and he's been down, and he's got like the bin numbers. He's going, right, well ours has broke, so 27, bang, stick it on, get yourself out. And you've got no idea what you're riding. Also, I did say I was going to start with controversy, but Lambretta or Vespa.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm a Lambretta man.
There we go. I'm going to ask everybody that comes in just so I can... I'm going to cause friction.
It's weird because I think the Vespa small frames, especially like the SS90s, and even the 50 Special, I think they're beautiful looking, and I'd have one tomorrow. But I race a Lambretta, got a few Lambrettas for the road. I am just I prefer... My reasoning is the working. I just prefer working on a Lambretta than a Vespa, especially when I used to be dyno in and setting the jettings up. And I was talking to Carl from Chisel Speed yesterday. I do not miss the days of working in a cramped space, getting all your arms cut, just trying to sort out the jetting on a small frame. But I think they're beautiful to look at. Even like the rally, that's another Vespa that's stunning. But it's Lambretta really.
That's fine.
So
I say I'm just making it a talking point every
No,
time.
it's-
So I know
yeah.
everybody's
It's a good question.
Everybody's going to be sat on the different side of a fence. So I'm
Yeah, they are.
and
They
I think it's interesting. It's the same with anything. Everyone's whatever they've got, people are going to think that.
yeah,
that's
and it's nice to see the reason behind why maybe Lambretta Vespa. Because that's always you see the t-shirts walking around the paddocks. Why I'd rather push a Lambretta than ride a Vespa, blah blah blah, vice versa. So it is a big talking point in the scooter scene.
a few questions coming in as well, and just as well, I like the fact as well that some people they're talking amongst themselves in the live chat, which is wonderful. Steve Bowen, who I believe has been in touch not just today but on previous streams when we've covered this on other platforms as well. If you do want to get in touch as well, it's just popped up in the bottom of the screen. That's something new as well. At the bottom there, just give the page a subscribe, and then about 5 minutes after, you can get in touch via the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting as well, because I know on the British Scooter Endurance Club Facebook page, which you can join. There was a lot of people asking, what's the live stream, because I'm here and I can't watch it. And someone said this morning, someone went, he's not here this weekend because he's in the Isle of Wight, which, FYI, my favourite place in the world. So, but also from what I'm led to believe, is a big scooter venue, because I think
yes, it is.
Everybody
it's a massive rally every year.
Everybody goes there every year.
They do. It is brilliant. We've been over. I will not go back again, because me and Kirsty went, my other half, and when we went, it absolutely chucked it down all the way back, and I've never been so cold in my life. But so I said I'm never going back, but never say never. I see there's a lead change, so Taft Speeds.
Taft Speed have now taken the lead because Team Vespa stopped on the back straight and are
shout out the Irish. They're doing well in third overall. Yeah,
we've got two of the road machines up inside the top three, London Lambretta and Tuat Didanan.
Yeah, well done.
I'm still not convinced it's right.
Yeah,
I'm still not convinced they know
it.
what the correct pronunciation is. What they've just done there in the first bit is
I've asked them so many times I can't remember.
I can 100% sure what they've done is someone's knocked over a tin of alphabetti spaghetti. That's what it's spelt, and that's what they've called themselves. I've no idea. I mullered it last time I commentated. I mullered it the first time I commentated, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise that I'm not doing it today either.
But no, that's
but again, another talking point.
Definitely. I think that's for the Irish. That's definitely
again,
the highest
like I did say earlier, they should be bracketed like the like Team Vespa brackets. The originals should be Tuat Didanan brackets Irish. Just so that we know who they are.
Essex. Obviously, I've got to shout them out.
Oh, of course,
definitely.
Podium as well at the minute, but
fingers crossed. That'd be nice.
Still a long way to go. What we have to bear in mind is we're not. Normally up here it's 6 hours.
Yeah.
So we're not even really technically at the start of the race yet.
No.
We've got 12 minutes until the race starts. For the 8-hour event.
We think it's just right. I think 6 goes too quick. Sounds stupid, but I think it does. And I think the 8 for us is just perfect. It gives people a bit of chance to relax a little as well and watch it also, let alone then get back on and ride.
So I know that generally the staples of the British Scooter Endurance Club are here, and you do Wilton as well.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Anywhere where in an ideal world, and let's not say, let's take away the tracks that probably wouldn't be a challenge. I'm not doing it, but if you went to Silverstone, you'd be flat out everywhere. There's not a massive challenge to that. But
see, for us, we always said, realistically, when we first or Keith first started this, 2 ideally, and then obviously Cat has opened up a massive world to us, which is awesome. So there is talks of other tracks, but there is other stuff also, which we are very... the endurance is brilliant, and this weekend it is a massive clash with the BSSO, and it is everyone needs to support both, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We don't want to tread on any toes, and we certainly won't be. So in an ideal world, we did do 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say, because this isn't my knowledge base mainly, but you guys do 2 events a year at the minute.
Yep.
It'd be kind of nice if they didn't do them on your 2 weekends.
To be fair,
not to cause friction, but again, it would boost both grids because it wouldn't fragment your rider base.
So we actually changed dates last year because of myself, because of my work. So
you changed the whole event just for you?
Just the dates, just to go early. Because the other thing is the BSSO race with the vintage motorcycle.
Sounds very big time, that though, Mike. You changed the whole event just for you.
It's not, but it's there was a few reasons behind it. One was obviously that if we kept the original date, then it would be the BSSO would be a week after.
Yeah.
So we wanted to try and get a nice gap, so gives the BSSO teams a bit of a rest. Also, so we actually changed our date, so there would be a good 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
In between, and then. No fault of their own, the club the BSSO race with also changed their date to exactly the same date as us. So then we went back to CAT and tried to go back to our original date, but obviously it is super popular, Teesside, so that had already been taken up, so we couldn't change back. So that's the whole reason of the clash, which is a shame because I'm missing my racing family, even though I love the endurance, and I have raced it. For me, it's... Yeah, I love the Cadwell. I love it, and it's totally different. So when I used to do the endurance, you'd go at 90% ish.
Yeah.
Where for me, I like the flat out for 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Do you get air over the hill?
I do, yeah. So I did, yeah. So our photographer, which is Lee Hollick, shout out to Lee because he does a fantastic job as well.
The guy, orange jacket, massive long leg.
Yes,
spoke to him earlier. I went, if you're taking any pictures down this end, come in.
Yeah.
Come in the com box because I want to know. People get into this for a multitude of different reasons, and he's decided, well, actually, I want to take pictures of it. And like we have lots of photographers, and it's like, oh, I like to specialise in drifting, or I specialise in bikes, or wildlife, or whatever it is that you fancy. You might have spotted a sparrow while he's out there. Who knows? But it's sort of knowing how people have got to where they are now. So
Lee is local to us, and funny enough, when I done my ACU licence, Lee was also there. So this is how committed Lee was to scooters. He wanted to do his ACU licence, which then would allow him to go trackside, to just purely snap at different angles and catch pictures of us racers inside the circuit, and he is phenomenal. And so he has got a website which is Lee Hollick Photography. He has quietened down these last couple of years, but he is massively dedicated to the sport and obviously us as well. He
just want to shout out, United Colours of Bemberton have moved up off the bottom of the pile.
Right, so they're back
in
out.
The last lap. They're back out.
Good.
Unfortunately, that does mean that now it's Valley Scooter Club PX propping us up at the bottom. But United Colours of Bemberton, who had that off and were the cause of the first neutralisation period, are up into 28th place now and are circulating once again.
Is 210 circulating?
I don't know.
It does say they're moving, but very slow.
I'm sure Bemberton were on 18 laps before, but for whatever reason, they have.
Well, let's have a little eye out for them.
They have just moved the place up, I think. Either that or I've just completely missed them, but I'm adamant that they were down there.
So Stuart Day, shout out to Stuart because Stuart is an old school racer who's been doing it many, many years. I think it's something stupid, like 40 years. And he is actually leading.
They are back out, Valley Scooter Club PX. They've just tripped the timing line with a 1:24. So we could be back to.
It seems like they're.
I think we could be at full capacity again. I think we could have all 29.
Good.
scooters back out on circuit, which is fantastic. Oh, lovely. We have had some bike changes. We were speaking earlier on.
So who is it?
38 have had a bike change.
Oh, that's the other Taft Speed, which is another twin. So the Taft Speed brought two Targa twins along with them, which is Stuart is out on at the minute.
Yeah, the 19 have had a scooter change as well. Is this why we've seen teams drop all the way down the order? And that 210 is why they dropped to the end, Valley Scooter Club PX. So they've had 30 laps
so I'm
removed. Sure. So I don't think Bemberton are actually back out. The reason that Valley Scooter Club dropped below them is because they are back out on another machine.
Right.
Because I was sure that they'd only done 18 laps before and they're still working
is
away.
Is that 19? That's 19. It's Picker and Gold Stars.
Yes.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's a shame. Because they qualified really well.
We had 3 bikes all stop at the same time, pretty much at the same time that Valley did, that Team Vespa Originals did.
Where are Team Vespa?
They've dropped down to 16th now and are still falling. I don't think they're back out. Their last lap was 16 minutes.
Oh.
And when they go back out, it'll trip to a quick time again. So
I reckon that might be... Oh, no, they are out. 15's back out.
Oh, there we go. So now they've just tripped now with a 1:23 that puts them in 16th place. So
hopefully,
it's IDK Endurance are still in the pits. It's showing that they've done a time of 36 minutes or so.
They've been out a while, so that was the chap
so
that
I think they could
probably broke down in the worst place ever.
Yeah, he needed an Uber to get him back, didn't he? The thing there is that if they can get across the track, there is a gap in the tyre wall there that does save them a trip round South Bank if they can cross safely. That is one of the sort of good things here, is that there is ways of getting back without having to go too far, and the track is wide enough that you can push it back safely if required. Back to my original question that I asked. In an ideal world where, I know you said you liked Cadwell, but circuits that suit endurance racing, which
we would love
a
North.
What I'm saying, Cadwell is for endurance racing would just be so fragmented that it just wouldn't. You need here you've got 2 scooters together in the same shot. So where would you go ideally?
For us, we would love a south track, south circuit, just because obviously for us Wilton Mill is nice to travel to for us. Here is a pain, and I wish I lived closer because I would be here all the time on my race bike practicing, to be fair. But it took us about 6 hours, 5.5, 6 hours to get here. So for us it would be nice to have like a north Midlands sort of area, and then like a south track as well, so we get best of both worlds. But to be fair, I think we're quite happy with the Wilton Mill and Teesside. They're both totally different tracks.
I was about to say that Wilton Mill is probably a little bit more technical, particularly that infield sort of section. I can't remember last time I watched it, but I can't remember whether you used the full layout or whether you went Zulu, which is the one with the wiggly cut through in the middle, or whether you go...
No, we go full.
Full, so we go down the hill towards what we know as Ashby's, which is a right-hand hairpin.
Which is sharp, isn't it? Right,
yeah.
And then a little straight,
sharp
left.
Probably a little bit off camber on entry, which makes it difficult.
Yeah, on these 2 wheels,
Nice big curb to run out of on the outside.
Yes,
You're
there is
need
actually,
that as well.
So no, we're not allowed to use it. So that is one thing that we do try and stipulate. And the other thing with them ruts are big on 10-inch wheels.
Yes.
So that's the other thing we do advise riders to stay away, because they are big on these.
Yeah, they are effectively their drainage channels.
Yes.
Pushed together to make a rumble strip for a cartwheel.
Right.
Which obviously they don't have to worry about sliding too much. They're made to slide, and there's 4 wheels, whereas they'd be okay to an extent. I've seen riders taking the curb on the entry to the D chicane here.
Yep.
Which is dogtooth. Which is fine if you hit it in a straight line.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
But if that was the exit curb, and they ran it on an exit curb, you'd very quickly realise that your front wheel was underneath you as you're
exactly
sliding
You'll be
across
sliding.
the.
We'll be sliding.
You see it here, particularly the main cause of an incident through the D chicane is when somebody clips the curb on the inside with effectively the foot plate.
Yep.
You know, they hit that curb and
really
and they've got, you know, so I've seen one bike went through there, like literally their exhaust is the most left part of the, you know, some of the exhaust are
like
coming
that.
out of the back. Some of them, the exhaust, the 84 running through
like
there
the
is on the left-hand side. You have to remember that that's...
And it depends on exhaust as well.
The left-hand side, the right-hand side are not the same when you're going
not.
through corners.
So depending on what exhaust you use, So, it depends on ground clearance. That's the big thing. Because there's a big dip here as well, which a lot of people... That's one thing I remember always grinding the...
Just in that corner where we'll catch it here, where the orange jacket there, as they go through, there's a drop. We're just about to catch it, but you go in and
you grind out the exhaust there. I've just seen 347 there back out.
Yeah, they are.
So that's good to see. IDK.
So we are just...
The Odd Mod squads. Shout out to the Odd Mod squads as well. They're my other half's favourite. Kirsty's... She shouldn't have favourites, but she has. We worked it out that their average age is something ridiculous, like 71, I think, is the average age when they're free riders, which is brilliant. So it is for all. Well,
if you
all
don't
ages.
mind me saying, and at risk of offending the rest of the club, but you do appear to be on the younger side for this.
I think that's just typically the scooter scene. That's one thing that not just with the racing we suffer with just in general getting young blood. It is extremely hard not hard to get them in, but it's extremely costly.
I'm familiar with what you're saying because my race career in cars was in a Citroen 2CV, and they similar have that sort of they have the difficulty because it's an aging vehicle of getting the interest of younger people to sort of take it up.
People like Tyler is really our future. There's a few young lads that are here as well, which is once again hopefully our future. That they do support the racing. They're into. People think you don't just have to be into scooters to enjoy the scooters. I mean,
you've just got to be but as well sometimes. Competitive people are competitive people.
Exactly
no matter, give them a pool cue, they want to win. Stick them on a scooter, they want to win. It's that, and it's the environment.
Yep. What got me into it, which is that chap there, he got me into it, was the noise of them. I done my apprenticeship in a motorbike shop, and then when I heard a proper race scooter, I fell in love. And that for me. I love the tuning side.
Was it RFS tune that you?
No, it wasn't. It's JB.
No, was it? I thought it was the 112.
So he is basically my second dad. So his name is John Balcombe. He's racing for Dukes of Essex. So I've achieved a lot with John.
Up to second now since you've been in. So if you stick around,
that's it. Well, John is out on the bike. That's why I pointed him out. Yeah. I've just clocked it's John on the bike. He is he is my father figure. So I've known him more than half my life, and I was his apprentice when I was 15. So everything I owe John a lot. And he got me into the scooter. So my first ever race scooter, John, we won't go into the history, but when John left, I stayed on to do my apprenticeship. He turned up at the shop with an old frame, Lambretta frame. So I've got something for you. So I went out and he opened it, and it was this rusty old Series 3 frame. I was like, what's that? He was like, this is your race scooter. So that's it. And he see I was hooked from when I stayed late one day to help him, basically. He broke his shoulder, I stayed late, helped him bump up a bike, and as soon as I heard it, I was hooked. And I have been ever since. I absolutely love. That's how funny enough, that's how I met Keith. So I worked in Keith's racing. Kegra is Keith and Graham.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. And Keith is the key in Kegra. And obviously I worked for Kegra. So even though Keith didn't work at Kegra, he always used to come in. So I had a really good relationship with Keith. He used to take me racing. We used to do wheelie competitions together. I had a really good relationship with Keith. And then Basically, I won the group that Keith never won in racing, the championship-wise, and he come up there and supported me, and that's how I met my other half, because it's Keith's daughter. So yeah, it's yeah. But anyway, that's what got me into Lambrettas or scooters, because I do love them. I love trying to make something go fast that's not supposed to.
Yeah.
If it's in a weird, strange way, I absolutely love it. So
On
right.
the
Free,
other
free,
side
free.
of going fast appears to be a scooter going down the back straight who was just peeled off to the left-hand side. We'll
It's
pick
free,
it up
free,
on
free.
the
Utah.
camera, but we've got a slow-moving...
Yes, free.
And now stationary
Oh, they stopped, have they? Ah,
machine. Again, in the...
new to twig tart.
Yeah, New to
Twigard.
Twigard are stationary out of 11th place. They were 5th in class in the
He's got
road
it going.
class.
Good lad. Good
He's-
kickstart. He's got it going. So they actually had their best qualifying.
Oh, he's
So-
off. No, he's climbing off, and he's going to do what I suggested is the best way back to the pits when you break down over that side of the track, and that is wait for a big enough gap, which I think he's going to get after the 32 goes through,
Yep, go.
and then he's going
He's
to cross into the centre green. This may well then mean if he comes across and can come up, we may not have to go
Full course
for
yellows.
full course for recovery.
They seem to have all slowed down, so maybe.
They are doing very well. They were told earlier on that during the briefing, you don't overtake on
No.
the yellow until you see the next green
Well,
board.
There has been, and and Kat has been. She's been on it. So.
We do a lot of
so, yeah.
endurance races either here or we cover them over in Europe as well. When it comes to marshal spotting and everybody else spotting infringements, and what you'll generally find is that you have less infringements the more you go into the race. If you start it off in the right manner by
Yeah.
just penalise, but again, it's
We've
not.
got our rules.
We're
We've
not.
got our rules
We're not doing it for giggles. We're doing it for safety.
Yes, we are.
You
Yeah.
know, and that's
And
why
rules are
we.
rules.
You know, in the end, we've got riders that are pushing scooters back in. We've got marshals working on track. We've had the quad going out to recover to
Yep.
keep the race going. You know, so it is for everybody's safety. We're not just doing it to. This isn't NASCAR. We're not doing it to spice things
No,
up and just
no.
give leaders penalties for. You know, it is there for
They are
for a reason.
They are in our rules, and there is penalties for it. So that we do try as much as we can to drum it into people. But I don't totally get it when the adrenaline's pumping. All you think about is getting back.
Your initial thought was, oh, he's going slow in front of me.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm going to go
Or-
through.
or
I'm going to
the-
go
yeah.
through now. Luckily, I think the yellow sort of sections are moving because the 333 of New to Twigard. So we should be sort of green now, I think, until around about hairpin 3, and then the yellow flag sections move with the moving bike as it heads towards the pit. So you can see at the top of the screen there that one being pushed in.
So London Lambrette, I've just noticed they're second. I think they've been second for a while. They're doing really well.
They've taken
Again.
really advantage of everybody else in front having a problem.
Yeah.
And they've just
Yep.
been consistently chipping away, been right at the front. They run second overall, class leading as well with a 1 or 2 lap advantage in front of Tuatha De Nan
Yep.
in 4th place. Chisel Speed, who have been very quick but then had that incident at the end of lap number 1, are now starting to come back into things and are class leading the race class at the moment. So we've got 3 different classes in the top 3
Yep.
positions. The second Tuatha De Nan, shortened to TDD Vespa, are running in 5th place there. Your leading club class runners, so both of the De Nan teams are in the top 5. A good showing for them so far.
That's Vespa, isn't it? TDD Vespa. That's
Is the other one not a Vespa?
No, it's
oh,
not.
so there's
No.
a bit of rivalry between them as well.
Sorry, no, it is. Sorry, the 32 is a little white Vespa small frame, which has just gone past.
It is, yes.
And then number 12 He's a green Lambretta. So I should know because I checked it over yesterday. Yeah, I'm sure it's a green Lambretta.
You've scrutineered most
there
of
it is.
these.
Yeah, it's just gone past the start finish. So yeah. So Paddy, I don't know who's on number 32 at the minute, but Paddy, we done a little go-kart event last night. Paddy was brilliant to watch.
When you say brilliant to watch, do you mean
he was
the
just
first time
spinning it.
he sat down and go, "What is this steering wheel?"
Yeah, basically, yeah. I think it threw him 4 wheels and a steering wheel. But no, yeah, it's a brilliant result.
Who was the standout performer with 4 wheels yesterday?
Probably the Harry on number 70. Because he won it at Wilton Mill.
Independent Idiots.
Yes,
16th
he is. Yeah,
at the
so
moment.
it's the Independent Idiots, as they call it, their star rider, which is a fairly young lad called Harry. And yeah, he was absolutely flying yesterday on the go-karts. But anyway, that's that.
One thing I noted earlier is that we have got the potential for a little bit of precipitation later. We'll keep an eye on it and track it as we go.
The R word.
It did say it's a while off yet, and plenty changes, but we'll see what happens.
That will spice things up, wouldn't it?
In the live chat, Steve Bone in touch again. Julie Tracy as well. I think they're having a house move.
Good luck.
Don't know where they're moving to, but
I feel your pain.
Yeah, it's a great idea buying one, and then when you realise you've got to move everything out of one into the other, then yes, that's a little bit more difficult.
I never used to get it. When we moved into the flat, it was lovely. I thought, what's all this? There's no stress. Then we moved out the flat to the house, mid-COVID as well. So literally, COVID hit 14 days. We got delayed, and then we had to move during COVID. And yeah, that was. I pulled the rest of my hair out. Yeah, so it was. I do feel his pain.
Other people just asking about live timing.
Right, so there is the.
You can get that.
Yeah, I'll post that now on the page. It is live.alphatiming.co.uk, and then obviously scroll down and find the BSEC. But I will post the link right now.
So, that sounded a lot like the rider went down a gear when he was trying to go up, because there was a massive over rev over the start finish line for somebody. Hopefully we don't see them have a problem in a lapse time where.
So everything, we have got obviously the live feed link as well.
The good thing
also
is
on our page.
Loads of people are going, I've just sent you the live link in a WhatsApp and things like that. It's great. It's Team 333 was just saying their first rider was Jamie Newbold.
Yes.
Great. Just for them to just get in touch and let us know who's on it.
Yeah, so I spoke to...
rider off, sorry, Mike, down the middle of the back straight. He's skittled some of the barrier as well. And is currently, at the moment, I think, just trying to scrabble out from under his moped. I saw that because I saw the dust cloud go up and thought, well, that's strange in that area. So we've got a rider off, middle of the back straight, number unclear at the moment, but as you can see, the barriers have been removed slightly, and we are going to neutralise under a Battenberg flag. We'll go full course yellow just while we, to start with, just put the barriers back in place and ensure that the rider is okay. Looks like he's getting up.
Go on, stand up.
I was told by somebody that will remain unnamed that the best, when it comes to riders, what you have to give them 10 seconds normally. The first 10 seconds, the first 5 seconds is for them to realise they've stopped moving. And the next 5 seconds is to realise that everything still moves.
Yeah.
After that, you can have a proper assessment as to whether they're okay or not.
It is horrible. It depends on...
I know you had a red flag last time. I think we didn't stream it, but there was a red flag incident last time here.
Yeah, it's always horrible seeing riders.
So, rider is up and in a seated position.
He looks frustrated with himself because he's just thrown his gloves, isn't he? But understandable.
Medical team will enter the circuit just, I think, as a precaution. and it's great to see. Big shout out to Wearside Wanderers. I think that's the 11 scooter that have really slowed the field up. And what that will do, it bunches it up. We mentioned it earlier. It bunches everybody together, which gives a longer period of time. As particularly when the train finishes, you can see them all training down this back straight here. It'll then give us a bigger period of time in which we are able to work on ensuring that the riders are okay and that the circuit can be put back into a safe manner. And the race has been stopped at the moment. So Mikey's just going to go. He's got stuff to do just surrounding this, particularly regarding the restart procedures. So he's going to go. Teams are still trying to get their teams to come into the pits. They will not be allowed, I don't believe, to pit. They'll not be allowed to fuel or change rider. So they will stop on the start line in single file. Then we'll go to the club's recognised restart procedure. I will be honest, that is not something that I'm fully familiar with, but that's not the priority at the moment. The priority is just ensuring that the rider on the back straight is okay. Just trying to figure out number-wise potentially who that could be. Just so that we can update. But the rider has got to his feet somewhat gingerly, but is making his way into the ambulance. Didn't look like it was... Looked like he got there fairly unassisted as well, which is good. Scooter's just being returned back into pit lane. Still... Pardon? Thank you. So it looks like it is the 16, that's CKM, who were running in third place in the road class. So podium for them at the time for the 16 of CKM in that road class entry. On their Lambretta GP, the team name made up of the first initials of their three riders, Craig Winfield, Keith Hudson and Martin Barclay. But that bike, scooter's being returned into the pit lane. It's the team from British Scooter Endurance Club make their way down. All of our runners lined up at the moment. So we await the restart with 5 hours and 42 still on the clock. Got a man with a very nice physique has just joined us. In the commentary box. There we go. Don't be surprised in a moment. You may see yourself on the screen. We've got a camera in the corner.
Right, it's a 151 shirt.
Yeah, there we go. And this is what I was saying about a man with a lovely physique.
Yeah, look at that. Saves losing weight.
Absolutely. I could do with one of them as well. Introduce yourself, sir.
I'm Keith. I'm from RFS 112.
Lovely. How's it gone so far?
I've just done an hour. It's really good, actually. There's not a lot of traffic on the track.
So you can just find your way through.
Yeah, people are riding well. The bikes are getting faster every meeting. But yeah, it's good. That's Phil's on it now. There's only 3 of us out today. It's the 112 over there. Look.
Yeah, red bike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about it.
It's not. It looks like a Series 1, but it isn't. It's an Indian Series 2 frame with API frame with a Repro headset. Horncast and headset, Indian leg shield, Italian engine, and all the other panels fiberglass, and it's got an RB20 in it.
And are you the fastest on it?
I don't know. You like to think you are, don't you?
There's always competition.
You like to think you are. There's only 3. There's me, Phil, and my lad this year. Lee's here. He's our 4th rider, but he's had an operation, so he's not fit to ride at the minute. So he's running about.
Is he hoping to get back on it?
Oh
at some
yeah,
point?
he wanted a ride, but he had quite a major op about 6 weeks ago, and he's still not 100%. And I think he's all right to ride it, but if he falls off,
Yeah. Scooter-wise, and you were saying that it's getting quicker and quicker, and
they are. The riders are getting
evolving.
better and better.
Talk to me about rear tyres, though.
I was the one. Did you see the wobbly tyre?
I did not see
Yeah,
the
that was
wobbly
us.
tyre.
My
But
lad come in and says, it's wobbling at the back, it's vibrating. So we filled it up with fuel, and I backed it up, and I just looked at the back tyre, and it got like a bleb in it. And I said, it's that. And with that, Keith come running over. He said, someone said, your hub's coming off or something. Anyway, we pushed it down the pitch, changed tyre. And I bought the tyre off another rider here. I bought a few off him, and I just said to him, I said, hey, look at that. He said, I'll give you your money back. I think they've took it off a rim with a machine and damaged the bead on it. So we put a new wheel on it.
It just ballooned out at the side?
It was about to blow off the rim. So, very lucky, really, because it happened right on the hour.
The riders come in, so the riders come in and
it was my son. Yeah,
one more lap maybe.
He said, "Oh, it's vibrating," and I thought it'd be all right. And I was just about, and I see it as I backed it up. I thought, "Oh, heck!" So, yeah.
Restart procedure as we are currently neutralised under a red flag.
Yeah, what's actually happened? Someone come off?
Yeah, the 16 CKM had an issue down the back straight.
Yeah.
So the red and white barriers that you can see at the far side, they've connected with them, which was what drew my attention to it, because I saw a cloud of dust. They then slid up to where the basically where the floodlight is. So they've gone some distance. Looked to be okay, but was very ginger when he got up. So generally, we'll always.
He's on his feet though.
Yeah, we'll always err on the side of caution. And as always, we'll take as much time as we need to get this. Time will keep going down. It's an 8-hour race, so we can't. If we had chunks on, we'll be particularly with some people that have got to travel a decent trek home as well. So
I came to the very first one here in 2019, and I've only missed one since. That was here last year because we went to Goodwood, but I've done every one since, Wilton and here.
So I was speaking to Mike about it before he's been out to sort of help with this restart. Is that in terms of your tracks, they are two very different tracks.
Yeah, I prefer this one.
Teesside and Wilton.
I prefer this.
You're always going to get, this is more speed orientated. Wilton is very technical, particularly that infield section with
I'm getting a bit old,
changes.
and it's a tiring track, Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
It is. It kills me.
So we are going again under a Battenberg in the order that they were stopped. So Wearside Wanderers are the first ones over the line. That's a smart call, but for me personally, by the 84, because as soon as we go Battenberg, for me, the pit lane opens. So I think that's a really smart call to come in, because next time they come round, it will go green. You're not then going to... So the 84 are currently position-wise. Let's see if we can have a quick look. Tried to find them. Are they hiding from me on the timing?
Where are we, by the way? 16th. Is that us? Yeah.
Yeah, you will gain a place shortly as well. CKM are the team that were off, and they are in front. So that will promote up into fourth place in class.
Green. Yeah.
So London Lambretta and Tuati Danana for second and third in that class. DC10 Cert up to 14th, having started 29th. And then yourselves for RFS Tune in 16th place, but only a lap, I believe, down on DC10 Cert. So depending on how this all plays out afterwards, it could be quite close. But yeah, I'm trying to pick out that 84 might not be 84. It's just 'cause it's got it on the side.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean
melting in here.
That's what they've got on the front, particularly if it could be one of the teams that's already had a bike change. Wearside Wanderers, who were adverse to a pit stop earlier, are now peeling off and coming in. I'll try and keep an eye out on that 84 and see whether it is 84. But we are green now, which means we are back to race pace. Some of our riders, I'm not 100% convinced, have seen the rather large digital flag. You've been out on track. What's it like to spot when you're coming through?
What, the flags?
Yeah, because we've had...
I got a bit confused. It was only when they put up on the plaques full yellow.
Yes.
Because some of the marshals never had the flags out.
Yes.
And we started just, passing, and then all of a sudden the boards come up, and that was it. We knew then.
We saw it earlier. I think the 200 picked up a black flag earlier on, and it took them 4 or 5 laps to notice. And it took the marshal down here with the pit board and the flag. So that obviously being higher up, particularly when you're going right and your focus is
to be honest, you look at the clock as well for your time, because you're only we stay at an hour.
Yeah, and you're only allowed 65, aren't you? So you're pushing it tight.
When you get to the end of your hour, you're ready to get off it. So, hi, look at me, I'm sweating like a pig, even with a physique like this.
Is it one of them where, like, you do the first 10 minutes and you think, an hour seems a lot, but then you get into a rhythm.
Your mouth dries out, more or less straight away. And then once you get going, you seem to settle in, your mouth moistens up again, and off you go.
Yeah, I've been like that before in endurance events where you do the first 10 or 15 minutes and you start going, I don't think I could do a full stint here. And then all of a sudden, someone comes over the radio or on a board and they've got like 15 minutes left, and you're like, oh, that actually flew by.
Yeah.
Once I'd got in the rhythm and the adrenaline had sort of got to the right level.
Because there's only 3 of us.
Yeah.
We've got to go out 3 times each. So it's an hour, two 1 hours, and then we'll divide whatever's left, which will be 2 hours between the 3 of us. So,
does that change towards the end? Let's say, for example, you've won.
We'll look
10
at where we
seconds
are
behind DC 10, sir.
Yeah.
Is that a case where then somebody has to go, right? Well, you've been the
done
quickest out you go, or if you've had a Bemberton issue where you've dropped a number of laps, you just go, oh, it don't matter, get yourself out. We'll enjoy the.
John, our pit man, he works it all out, and he'll tell you who's going to do the last bit.
That's the interesting thing as well. The different people will see this and think, yes, it's fun.
Yeah.
But again, as soon as your helmet goes on, it's a different.
If we're in with
idea,
a chance, John's got a strategy.
Yeah.
If we're not, we carry on, I mean, we were second over the line here last year, first in class. I wasn't riding, I was at Goodwood, but Phil, who's on it now, he was on it. Alex and Lee, the lad who's had the operation, they got a real good result. But it's good again this year because there's no BSSO teams here.
Yeah.
Not really. There's a few BSSO riders, but it's nice because it gives the lesser riders a chance to get an achievement on the podium.
Well, we saw earlier on the top 3 there was a scooter from there was 3 different scooters from 3 different classes in the top 3, and even now the top 5's got a scooter from every class.
Yeah, it's good.
So we have got, I think, the teams that have been off track for a long period of time, I think, have moved off the timing now for. So
timings will change when everyone.
Yeah, so I think United Colours of Bemberton have just moved off or down there, so we'll keep an eye out. But Real Task Speed have hit the 100 lap mark. The riders are going to get a shock because we know that there's 5 hours and 32 left, but the timer over the start line has gone back to 8 minutes. So they're now going to be told that they've got 7 hours and 57 left, and some of these riders are going to be shocked when they see that.
Look for our best lap. I ain't got my glasses on. At 1:15.570.
Let's have a quick. Best lap so far for you guys is a 1:15.
Yeah.
Current riders out there will not worry about that 12-minute lap. That was the red flag. But doing 1:7.
That's an average for Phil.
1:19, sort of 1:17, 1:16 early doors there. Looks like he's had a good time. Lap 54. You were on the bike for that, weren't you?
Don't know. My son did the first hour.
How far were we in there?
It was bang. 7 hours I got on it, and then we had like a 10-minute interval for the tyre. So,
Just I think I'm adamant you were on there. 54 minutes and averaging 1:15. I think that's first stint would have done about 40 laps at that. So I think that's currently yourself as the fastest on there.
I'm a bit damp, Keith. I'm a bit sweaty.
So yeah, if there is anybody when they come in and they go, why have I got 8 hours to do? We've had a little bit of a timing blip on the timing. So some of our riders might be a bit put off by the fact that we've completely ruined their first 2.5 hours. The timing is correct. We are at 5 hours and 30 minutes remaining, 2.5 hours in to the British Scooter Endurance Club 8-hour race here from Teesside Autodrome. Rail Taft Speed lead the way. The pro team have ascended themselves to the top and lead from London Lambretta Club and Tuar Didanan. That's your top 3. TDD Vespa and Chisel Speed complete your top 5. We've got a scooter from every class in the top 5 so far in this race. Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club are in 6th place. Team Vespa Originals showing in 7th. GRR and then Team Solid Air, 2 Shed Racing and Team Escargo. Timing has sorted itself out again now. All the teams that haven't been out for a while, it looks like had been removed, but they're back on. So Team Vespa in 8th, Team Escargo and GRR are your top 10. 2 Shed Racing are in 11th. Independent Idiots are in 12th with DC Tensor and RFS Tune. In a good battle going on so far for 13th place. Dukes of Essex are 15th. They were running inside the top 10 earlier, but fallen away. CKM will likely fall down the order a little bit further after the incident that they had on the back straight. But at the moment, they're currently showing as 16th in front of Holt Tune and Design 63 Racing, Rushden Lambretta Club and New to Twigard. Complete your top 20 in front of the Odd Mod Squad, IDK Endurance Racing and Pickering Gold Stars, one of the teams that have had a scooter change and have incurred a penalty because of that. SRP Race Tech, Spire TT, Rushden Lambretta B, who ran inside the top 5 early on but then had a black flag and looked like they've had other issues since as well. Are in front of the 2 Valley Scooter Club entries. Rosendale in front of PX 27th and 28th. And United Colours of Bemberton still yet to re-emerge after their early race issues on lap number 18. As always, we'd like to thank our sponsors, most of whom you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, but we've got AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, and Scooter Lab UK, along with Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, the Vespa Club of Britain, Express Signs of Stockton, and Properly Protected as well. We'll have a quick chat later on regarding Team Caitlin. Hopefully one of their members will join us in the commentary box when they're not out there giving their scooter a good thrashing. Keith, are we good to chat now? We are good to chat. I don't know. There we go. That headset had been on a very sweaty rider before it went on your head. So I've got no idea how that feels. I was about to say this is my own personal headset, but I don't think it is going to be, because I think Ellis might be bringing people in later, and if he wants to interview people, he's more than welcome to do that. I'm going to start because we've had a few scooter changes and the like, and that does incur a penalty in terms of a number of laps deducted. In terms of the sort of rules, that side of things, the 65-minute ride time in any one stint for our riders, you know, the club hasn't come out of nothing. These rules haven't just been thrown together. They're there to create, you know, a fair racing environment.
Yeah.
You know, what's the thought process when it comes to creating a set of rules and regulations, particularly as well, we've got 4 classes, to, you know, basically make this for everybody?
Well, I mean, initially, I was endurance racing in Europe, and obviously going out there, they had rules, so I looked at what rules they had. And then, obviously, once I realised that this was doable in this country. I got told all the red tape, you can't do these things, you've got to have this and you've got to have that. Well, that's just untrue. I don't believe everything everybody ever tells me. It's like I don't believe everything on Facebook, on Twitter and everything else. And if I want to know something, I'll try and fact check it. And I looked at the rules abroad and used some of those as an idea. I think they also have like the rider limit times and things like that. And then just work from there. And I mean, with regards to classes, abroad they have all different engine things, and you could have this, have that. If you've got too much of this, you can't. But we decided just to let our teams, our classes are based on the riders and not the scooter.
Yeah.
So with our pro class, anybody can go in pro class, but if they've got more than 2 proper races, ACU races, providing if they had the license, I think Mikey explained about them, if they've started after they've done this with us, we don't count it. But if they turned up with all ACU, they've got to go in pro class because they'd be classed as professional. But all the way down to club class where no one's done anything before. So it's our classes are based on riding ability. I must admit, some of them, well, you've only got to look at what's going on out there. The ability has come up a lot. People have improved. But yeah, no, it was more on the riders than anything else. And but then, so you got all the riders. Then we say, well, you choose the scooter. Look at what's going on out there. And I mean, you can a standard P200, which will do this perfectly okay, is probably 12, 13 brake horsepower. I'm not exactly certain, somewhere in that area. And you can go and buy a big CC engine that's got 45 brake horsepower.
Yeah.
And you could run both of those in the same class, but for my money, the big brake horsepower is not the engine to have. Something sensible is the way forwards. And a few people have already worked that out. There's something around the early 20s brake horsepower is plenty for this sort of track. And it's drivable. It won't scare the living out of you.
Well, no, I've seen this when I've covered these events before, that the fastest bike rarely wins.
Yeah.
Because in order to go fast, you have to push the limit of reliability.
Yes, 100%.
And, that's a big part of this. At the moment, we've had 3 or 4 different leaders, all of which have had problems through one thing or another. You've got Real Taft Speed, who we haven't really seen on track, which is a good thing for them because, they are just plugging away and just putting the laps on the board. We've got London Lambretta, Tuathy Danan, and then their second team, TDD Vespa, all in the top 4 or 5.
That's impressive.
Chisel Speed are up there as well. So we've got at least one from every class, 4 classes, in the top 5. So it doesn't mean that, just because you're in club, doesn't mean because effectively when you look at that is effectively the 4th tier. Yeah. But you've got 2 of them inside. Well, in fact, 4 of them inside the top 10. Yeah. You've not got a bigger class representation than your club class runners inside the top 10. TD Vespa are 4th. Wearside Wanderers are in 6th. Then GRR and Team Escargot are 9th and 10th. So you've got 4 club runners inside the top 10. It's a brilliant variety.
Yeah, no, that's because it is. I mean, there's some they just go out there and just plod away. And I mean, not being rude, the ones that have picked up trophies in the past. Again,
I'm just going to pick up on that. Real Taft Speed have just gone incredibly slowly through the D chicane. Yeah. Because there was another bike going round them. They didn't rush through. They didn't take the risk because we're 5 hours and 22 minutes away. They're about 5 hours away from needing to take that risk. Yeah. So they're obviously playing a long game, which for me is a very smart game.
But even at our drivers' meetings, we try to emphasise that it isn't about one corner. I mean, if you've got an orange bib, someone inexperienced in front of him, you don't have to dive up his inside. You've got hours. Normally, you've got hours, and it's. Yeah. We've had the end results. We've had results with bikes on the same lap, but we've not had it where it's been like a short race, where it literally is who gets to the line within a few yards first. We've not had that close, but we've had positions change on the last few laps here. one year, they had a bit of a hub issue. They were a lap down and it was only a quick do-up or something, and it cost them a place. So, yeah, no, I think it's great. And I like the way that what you just said about somebody, he takes his time. The sensible thing is to take your time, because most people are very good. So
it's interesting as well that the lap times have dropped a lot from the first stint out. The first stint out, we saw a best lap so far from Valley Scooter Club Rosendale of a 1:10, which was almost 1.5 seconds quicker than their qualifying time. But now we're looking at 1:22s because there's traffic, because there's other things. Now the tyres have done 2.5 hours, and they're probably designed normally to do loads more than that.
Yeah,
but they're not being thrashed around every single corner.
No,
but they are today.
Yeah.
So tyres are being used up. We were speaking previously about one that had a problem where it had ballooned out.
Oh yes, that was.
He'd had a problem there, and probably another lap or two later, it might not have been.
Yeah, I think it come up. I think it was Keith, wasn't it, that you were chatting to? Yeah, no, that was. But other people had said there's that's a nice thing. Other people came up to me and said there's something wrong with the rear end of that scooter. So we were trying to, but when we were just checking it out, he came in anyway. So
and there's no malice in that. They're not going, get him off the track so I can make him a place. They're doing it because they've gone past and they've seen that there's a problem.
Or they said they didn't like following because you're looking at it and think something might go wrong with that.
Yeah.
So in that way, that's the camaraderie here is brilliant. The people help each other. I mean, somebody in practice yesterday broke his handlebars. Somebody else just gave him their spare handlebars and he's fitted those. So if they need them, they're going to have to go on the scrounge or... But
can you pick your rider, please? we could really do with our handlebars back.
But that's what I like about it. It's good. It's still in comparison to many other things, it's cheap. I'll be honest, this meeting we're struggling a little bit to make ends meet. But I will try and address that after this and chat to the people that help us and see if they can help us. Because I don't want to go and put the price up to scare people away.
But numbers-wise, 29. I think Mikey was saying that we've had probably 35 before. But the numbers are consistently in that sort of 30-ish region, which is good in terms of. Yeah,
it makes it interesting for people to watch because you don't want to watch 15 scooters. So it's good in that way, but obviously we need the numbers to make the ends financially join together.
Yeah. I think the one thing that I always pick out as well is that it's never the same teams at the front.
Yeah.
And that is all, you'll come to these events and, unfortunately for United Colours of Pemberton, they've had problems early doors, but it could be anybody.
Oh, yeah.
All of these teams, at the you speak to them, before the race, what do you think your chances are? They wouldn't think they'd be running second or third at this stage in the race, but they are. And that makes it really interesting for them because sometimes they'll be in positions that they're not used to, and it just keeps things really, really interesting. In terms of the club, we know where we are now, and you said that obviously it sort of came out of you being over in Europe, but from going from an idea that you've had, I was joking with Mikey about someone, generally an idea that you had maybe in the pub one night or whilst riding down the open road to, getting it going. What's the sort of story to get it going?
It comes about from, I raced in France and in Austria, and when you do those, you spend quite a lot of time sitting in some sort of van or like a one with sitting there just chatting with somebody, and I just said, why are we not doing this? And they said, again, the thing of the red tape.
Sorry, Keith, slow moving machine could be the 135, I believe it is, coming into back into the pits with a problem and might not even. Oh no, it started it again. on the grass now.
Is something dangling?
There
off
is something dangling.
Oh, his stand's broken.
yeah.
The stand spring's broken. So, yeah.
So, well, luckily, he's probably been made aware of that by an uncomfortable noise as he was going down the long back straight.
I mean, all the stands on these scooters fall towards the front, so if that happens, it will literally just bounce on the ground.
Yeah, there's not that risk of it launching up and over.
A couple have got side stands, but it's very rare on most. Nearly all of them have got the proper. If they've got a stand, a lot just rely on boxes and the other systems.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now going back to, they're just sitting chatting in a van, which I mean we had ours in the van. So and they said, "Why do you do this?" And I said, "Well, look into it." And they said, "Oh, you've got to have an ACU license, and But I just because there's other people. There's Plops, Free Tech, and I just emailed people and asked them questions, and like some people were very helpful. And one thing led to another. We someone mentioned here in Cat, and speak to Teesside. So I spoke to Teesside, and in 2019 we came here. I mean, it's a bit of a, I don't know, hot-headed decision, really. We organised a race meeting without, I mean, I had to form, obviously do it properly, I had to form a club bank account. We had to have a meet, so Kirsty, Mikey, Bev and myself, Bev's my wife, she puts up with all of this.
She loves it, really.
Yeah, and we had a meeting, formed a club, had, what do they call it, a constitution, put a constitution together, then went to the bank, presented all of that so we could open a proper bank account. And then once we'd done that, we came into this meeting knowing that I was going to have to pay to hire it, but a total risk of what I'd done first was I actually asked people, would you be interested? And I got to a point that I can't remember the exact figure. Maybe I needed 20 to be happy first time. I can't remember and we got enough people, but there was a lot of the local clubs here also put their hands in their pockets and helped. And we had our first meeting in September 2019. It was 19. Yeah, because it was COVID was 20, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, it came together and it worked. And people loved it. And obviously after that, I realised that we weren't going to get away with doing it once. So I think we're about 9 meetings in now.
I was just going to see if we can pick up the 30 of Chisel Speed, just because someone in the live chat says that they really want to see them. Interesting as well that someone has made their way, Keith, all the way round South Bank for some to wave their rider in with a board. Now we've got a camera up there. I don't know if you can, if they'll spin it round so that it pick up the off track, but it's a long walk round there to wave around. I can only imagine that they've missed a lot of signals down here, and they've had to take the action. Take action.
Yeah, it's a long walk, isn't it?
It is. If they've got to do that every time they want somebody in the pits, they're going to know about it.
What a few of them are doing is they're putting stopwatches or something, or even kitchen timers.
Yeah.
And using a system like that, so when you go out, you just wind it. What you can do, your 45 or your 50, 55.
Egg timer on a swivel in front of them. Yeah.
It's because we do have a penalty if you do over 65 minutes, and if there's question, Cat can go. They because you can see the consistency. 1 minute 20, 1 minute. If they don't have a 2 minute something, you know that they haven't been in. So it's a very easy check if you need to.
So I've asked everybody else, and I know that you might have to be impartial. Lambretta or Vespa?
Oh, Lambretta. I'm not impartial at all. Mike, I think Mikey would have said the same thing. I've been a Lambretta man from when I first had my first scooter. I've got nothing against Vespas at all, but I'm a Lambretta man. Yeah.
I made a conscious decision earlier on when I saw that both clubs were next to each other on your sponsors list. That everybody that came in, that if I remembered, I would ask which side of the fence they sat, because I'm just trying to have a bit of fun with it, but obviously everybody's going to have a preference.
Yeah. I mean, because of my scooter shop racing past, I come from what was a famous, my name's in a famous scooter shop from the 80s, along with a few other shops that were the sort of the racing shops, if you want. I've raced Vespers, and I've raced Lambrettas. I've raced like the large frame and the small frames. I've never raced on a Louis, which is like the small Lambrettas that's a few out. But I'm obviously the large frames, and I would still, on a track like this, to be honest, the small frame Vespa probably has an advantage because it's got more agility. But I'd still go for the Lambretta. It's for a big frame person like me. There's more space to move around.
Well, we have been following Chisel Speed for a little while. They are on a Lambretta, only because we were getting a lot of traction for them in the live chat.
Yeah.
Someone's like, "Find Chisel Speed. We want to see them." So we have managed to pick them up on the screen. I was sort of joking a little bit with Mikey that when he came in, we hadn't even got to the 2-hour mark, which meant normally that's when the race starts. We normally do 6 hours. We've extended to 8 hours for this one. He thinks it's about the right length.
Yeah.
He says 6 hours goes too quickly. He thinks 8 hours is perfect. Going forwards as a club, what's the sort of hope, particularly in terms of not only race length, but I was also saying as well that not having too many events is kind of what makes them special because everybody comes then. It's not like you go, I'll do the next one because it's only in 7 weeks' time.
Yeah, no, I go the hours first. I agree. I think bottom line that there's the word endurance is in there. So I think 8 hours is more of an endurance than 6. So therefore, that is the right. There's team 30 going past. So I think 8 hours is a nice balance. I know there's some people, they dream of the 24, but I think if you look at the average age of these people, we wouldn't make it past 12.
No.
And there's a massive...
I'm just laughing at Team Vespa. Sorry to cut. I've no idea what he was holding, but it's got a pair of underpants on it.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
It wobbles, so I've no idea what it is that he's holding, but then it's got a pair of yellow and green striped boxer shorts attached to it to wave his team in. Now, whether that's the rider's boxer shorts that are on it and he's telling him he's forgot them.
They don't see. Yeah, I mean, even probably a pair of underpants you don't see.
No, it's difficult. I saw the 27 earlier on training for almost 20 minutes, the GRR entry of just trying to wave his rider in. Every time I walked past him, he was waving. Apparently, he did insist that they had a rider change, but it took him about 20 minutes or so.
But sorry,
we were on 8 hours being the sort of
I think I'm quite happy with 8 hours. It's a nice level of test for man and scooter, because even though there are some youngsters out here, the average age here is they're not spring chickens. So when you watch them get off, and it's great, and they're walking away like staggering like this. But that's great.
I did notice that earlier on in practice. It does take a while to go from. We've got a camera, so it's fine. From that position to slowly up into a fully upright position. Because to an extent, like you are bracing yourself against the machine. Your legs, you're using it to grip. So when you're doing stuff like that, and I would ask people, if you're at home and stuff like that, and you get a drink or something, put it between your knees, and then your muscles aren't moving, but they're contracting inside you, and you're basically just holding.
Yeah.
But that fatigues you in such a way that when you then have to move that muscle that has been in contraction for so long, it's a tough move.
No, I mean, I do the short rate. I would, if we weren't clashing dates, I'd be at BSSO at Cadwell Park this weekend, and they are short, very short sprint races, but all-out sprint races. At the end of the weekend, I mean, people think you're not sitting there, you're working. And you come like all this up here, up and down here, these bits, they're all aches, but that's part and parcel of it.
I think we were joking about earlier. I was like, that ache is for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Rather than today.
No. Generally, things like that, it's the second or third day, isn't it? You think, God, what have I done?
Yeah.
But it goes away. It's I try to keep myself reasonably fit. I have to at my age.
I always found 2 days after was the problem. The first day you go, I'm not too bad, and then the next day you're like, oh, why am I still aching?
Yeah.
And it's a tough one.
Yeah.
We are
On the faster tracks. What gets me is the back of the neck, because you're down behind the headset,
Yeah.
and you're
and
craning,
you're looking up.
you're
You're
craning
effectively
upwards.
looking up,
Yeah,
aren't you? Because you've put your head down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I always find my neck aches, but
It is interesting as well to see the different scooters and the different riding positions.
Oh, yeah.
You can also tell, for me, a lot of the time, you can pick out the riders that have got your licenses
yeah,
because of their movement on the seat, and they sometimes they're moving their body as if they're doing 150 miles an hour.
yeah. But if people went back and found our first televised one, which was in, I think 2020, when we came, it was during COVID when we couldn't. That was when we thought, let's go live. The only way we can watch people, and if you watch that and watch the body language of all the riders there and the speed, and then watch today's, there is a massive difference.
For me, this is my third time I've covered this, but over a long period of time, I think the riding standard's gone up a lot. Over that period of time to where you are now. We're seeing less incidents, even the littler incidents where someone had just leaned too far and they'd go. Everyone now seems to have found where their limit is, and then is pushing that limit within their confines. It's really, really good, but that's personal progression as well as anything else, isn't it?
Yeah, and without a doubt. And I mean, even silly that you were talking about the pit bull with the pants on. That's something that's when the very first meeting, people hadn't considered the fact that they might need to communicate with the rider, and that they were going. You could see them almost thinking they were looking. Literally, they were bottoms of cardboard boxes and things like that.
Yeah. With
something written on or just waving things. Whereas now, as you see down here, a lot of people have got proper big pit bulls. Drivers still don't see them.
No, I mean Wearside Wanderers with theirs, they could get their sponsors on the back of that. It's big enough. It's massive. I mean, as you rightly say, rider doesn't see it, but he's got no excuse. It's massive.
Yeah.
It is interesting to sort of see how different teams approach things. We saw people earlier. This is why I had to ask at the start with Ellis is that it's a definite no on radios, but there is people with headsets on because you can't see whether the pit is as clear as you want it to be, or so there's people communicating. Again, if you've got somebody watching down here and their scooter breaks down, you tell somebody what bits he needs, and it's all This is sort of refining the technique as you go, and every round there's
100%. It's improve. I mean, even just the actual pit stops. The people have realised what we're doing. 1 minute 20 laps.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a slow pit stop and it's costing you 20 seconds, over the course of the day, that's going to put you 2 laps down.
Yeah.
On somebody you might be competing with, which you don't want to be doing that. You've got that. They've sharpened every area. The riding, pit stops. Yeah, no, I'm impressed.
Well, even now we're 3 hours in and we've got 5 seconds between Wearside Wanderers, who've just taken over the lead in club, from TDD Vespa. 5 seconds after 3 hours.
Yeah.
And we're talking about potentially losing 2 laps in the pits about about sort of gaining that sort of time.
That's just one sloppy rider change, isn't it?
Or
I mean, there was a scooter earlier that packed up, and the team were totally unaware of it. He was pushing back in. I saw one. Your bikes, they don't, because not everybody has a watcher.
No, there was a time I think where 3 scooters broke at the same time, and we do try
that's
the best we can to, if somebody breaks, we'll be like, oh, it's this team, and we'll try and hopefully, because we're over the PA, that we can let them know that they need some.
This is London Lambretta up here trying to signal to their scooter.
That is that is a different technique as well. Not just holding the pit board, but also doing a dance with the pit
Yeah.
board in order to.
But they've been doing it since they come
Yeah.
like over there.
In
So.
order to see that they've got a good idea there because you're looking straight at it when you come
Yeah,
through
he's,
this dog
he's
leg.
now he's now waving
But-
and he's not seen anything.
No, well, I say technically it's a good idea because they're looking in a
Yeah.
straight line at it. Now, I believe they're only 3 laps away from climbing over the barrier and whacking him with that to let him see it.
perhaps I should allow paintball guns for the pit
That-
crews to
That would be,
to
that would be
paintball,
good.
paintball
What you should do,
riders.
I've seen that in charity events before where people can buy penalties for other teams. And what I think you should do is that it should be like your teams that are to the bottom end of the order here should get more paintballs than the ones at the front. We'll really condense it. Like, Valley Scooter have had some problems. We'll give them 400 paintballs and they can just fire it at whoever they want. I think we'd probably get removed from the circuit fairly quickly, but it's a very good idea. And it's like me, I always find that track limits would be easily, nobody would be cutting corners if we put a big ditch on the inside.
That one's acknowledged.
Where is
That's
it's
T2.
it's the 4, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
Rushden Lambretta. Is it number 4? Where London Lambretta?
London
sorry,
Lam-
don't-
not easy.
Oh, he's in. He's in.
Yeah,
He's in.
that works.
Well done. It's worked. There we go. I don't know. Sure. I'll see if whether we can get an idea. How many minutes were they up there? How many minutes? How long? Yeah, how long were you waiting for that? 3 yards. Not as long as I thought. I thought it'd be up there. I thought it was about 10 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's good. It's
Good. I think Ellis might want you for something.
I was going to jump in, just bring you up to date.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
yeah. All right, I'm
There
going.
we go.
It's nice to
It's
chat
fine.
to you.
No, the door is definitely not closed. We'll have you back whenever you fancy it.
You'll be back.
Wonderful.
I've dried up the sweaty years.
Yes. Great.
It's my sweaty ears. I just thought I'd dive in. We've got Alison Bowen with us waiting in the wings as well. We're going to grab Alison in a second. But just a couple of things I picked up from the pits. So 70, do you remember they were the last of the grid?
Yes,
Spooner
yes,
was
they were.
literally sitting on the bike as the race started. They'd snapped a clutch cable on the way in to the start.
Oh, okay.
So they were adjusting their gear cables, and while they were on the floor, they noticed that their clutch cable had only got a couple of strands left. Spoon touched it with a pair of pliers, and it pinged, and that was literally on the way in. And then 15 stalled it on the line. So we were talking about Team Vespa when they didn't get off it that quick. 63 came in while I was down there. They had no back brake. It had unwound itself. So again, we were talking earlier about the challenges around having decent brakes. Wearside, I've heard you mention Wearside. Gary Foster was riding at the time, and he claims he was racing Taft speed. That's why he didn't see the board. I said, mate, you can see the board from space.
Oh yeah. If they have not got sponsors on the back of that, they're missing a trick
Yeah,
because
exactly.
it's massive.
It was up there for long enough. Team 200, so the little Louis, that disappeared for a while.
Yeah, Lambretta B.
That's the exhaust snapped. It actually it kind of de-seamed, not on a seam where it was, but it just looked like a seam, and the whole exhaust unwound itself basically. So that came away. Team 347 IDK, they had an engine swap. Took them 46 minutes, but they're still doing well. Considering they lost 46 minutes, they're doing incredibly well.
20th, so back inside the top 20 now
Back
for
inside the top
IDK
20.
Endurance.
And then 112, you've had Keith in, the gaffer.
Yeah.
Did he talk about his tyre?
He did.
Yeah, good stuff. It popped off the bead. 210, they've had Nicholson lining peeling off a barrel, so they've had to do a swap as well. 207 of C's, they're in the pits. I don't know if they've got back out yet because that was about.
No, they've done 41 laps, and I don't think we've seen them for a while.
Yeah. So it's kind of, these are examples of, there's lots of little things. No back brake, exhaust braking, no front brake that the other guys had suffered with on the Louis. The engine change that IDK had to do. Apparently, they thought they were just going to change the flywheel. I think Stator was it, but one of the studs was wound in or stripped. So they had to do an engine swap. One nut and bolt means you have to do an entire engine swap.
Yeah.
So it's individual little things that go wrong, and all of the different bikes affect all the teams in different ways. So it's absolutely it's mental. Do you want to have a chat with Alison now? Alison will tell you all about one of the greatest things that, in my opinion, that's happened in charity terms, in terms of what scooterists have done. Alternatively, mate, if you want to grab a break for 10 minutes,
I'll handle it. It's been 3 hours, so I could do with a what we like to
comfort
refer
break.
as a comfort break.
Comfort
yeah.
break.
No,
Well, I'll grab Alison then. If you
no
want to,
secrets as to where I'm heading. So
depends how long you've been. We'll judge what
that's
you've been
fine.
doing.
We'll leave everything on. There we go. One headset for Alison. Job done.
And there's it.
There we go.
Thank you.
Right. So, Alison Bowen, are you good?
Always.
Now, just so everybody knows, you are a team manager in effect,
I am.
and you've got 2 bikes out.
One.
You just got the 1 bike out. But you were saying about rider changes earlier.
So, yes, so I manage one team, IDK Endurance Racing, but there are 2
347.
teams from our town. And I tend to try and keep track of both. But
Yep.
I am just managing the one. And rider changes, we're doing about 50 minutes per
Okay.
rider. So within now and then, next 5 hours, 4 hours and 54 minutes, we're going to have at least 4 rider changes, possibly 5.
Oh, right, okay. Good stuff. We're just getting the technology sorted, so don't
That's
worry.
fine.
You carry on chatting. So, any issues with the bike so far? Oh, we've talked about the engine change, obviously. Anything
Yeah.
else? I mean, that's a major one.
It's pretty good. I mean, the thing is, Mungo and Henry work really well together and have known each other for a really long time. And one takes one side of the bike, the other takes the other side, and they pass tools backwards and forwards. It's almost like they've done it before. The actual engine swap takes no longer than, 15 minutes,
Yeah.
12, 15 minutes we've timed it at.
Yeah.
But the initial, the reason why we were off the track for 41 minutes, I think it was, or 46.
46.
I think the reason for that is because you have to diagnose the problem before you make a decision
Yeah.
whether or not to swap the engine.
But would it not be prudent, if you've got a spare engine, to swap the engine, get them back out, and then do the diagnostics on the damaged engine?
It's always prudent to do that, especially when it takes such a short time. But if it is something simple, like a spark plug or
You could get straight back
condenser,
out.
then that's much quicker than 12 minutes, and you just go out. So that was the diagnosis issue, and then it was the decision to.
What engine is it?
That's a really good question. It's based on a BSSO Proddy bike engine.
Okay.
So for anybody who knows what that is.
So hopefully somebody out there can. If somebody wants to come and tell us what motor's in that 347, that's fantastic. Now, tell me what you've been up to over the last 2 or 3 weeks and leading up to the Isle of Wight.
Wow, there's a question. So 2024 is the 40th anniversary of Henry, who's my other half, buying his first Lambretta. And it's also 2 years since his mum passed away. And in the last 10 years of her life, she struggled with Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So we decided that to commemorate both of those occasions, we would raise some money for the Alzheimer's Society. We both started doing rallies in the 80s, because we are that age. And
You don't look a day over 21.
oh, you're so kind.
I know.
And maybe your prescription for your glasses needs updating, but thank you very much. So we decided that we would revisit every single one of the 28 towns that hosted national scooter rallies
Yeah.
in the 80s.
Yeah.
And we picked a route that seemed logical to us. We started in Brighton, which is 20 miles from our home. And we went anti-clockwise around the country and ended up on the biggest scooter rally of the world, which is the Isle of Wight.
So what you're not sharing there is just the journey that you went on. So how many miles?
2,236.8.
Approximately.
Approximately.
Does that include the one where someone forgot to turn the tracker off where you're going round and around the town centre?
Well, it was kind of an average between the backup van mileage and the scooter mileage.
Right.
So hopefully we did correct that
And
little.
If anybody wanted to imagine what that looks like, if you took a map of the UK, started in the south of England, anywhere in the south of England, then drew a blue line to circulate basically
Yeah.
the whole of the country up into and including Scotland, that's what you did. That
Yes,
was the journey you did.
absolutely what we did. So, I mean, just to give people some context, well, there's two ways I can give you context. I can describe it, or you can just go to www.beforeweforget.uk, and you will see that map under the tour tab or the tour page of our website. And as I said, I mean, the whole idea was just to raise money for the Alzheimer's Society, and you know, we did it riding Lambrettas. So there were 4 of us in the team, Henry, myself, and then 2 guys from Weymouth who've both been personally affected in their families, also by Alzheimer's. And yeah, between the 4 of us, we went off and rode Lambrettas around the country.
Can we describe that as the ultimate endurance event?
It certainly felt like it.
What were you aiming to raise? How much were you aiming to raise?
We originally thought 10,000 was achievable, but the Alzheimer's Society advised us that if we set the target too high, we'd be really disappointed if we didn't make it. So we compromised and said we'd set it lower, and they said, oh, set it at 5,000.
So you set it at 5,000 with an ambition of 10.
Yeah.
Where are we currently?
20,009.
Absolutely superb. Over 20 grand.
Yeah.
For a bunch of people of a certain age, should we say, getting on 50-year-old vintage scooters and buzzing around the country. I honestly, I think it's remarkable. I think you're doing a fantastic job.
It has been epic. I mean, the people were fabulous.
Good. And you had lots of events on the way around as well, and people supported you. Are people still able to donate?
They are. So on the website, which I've just gave the address to, which is www.beforeweforget.uk, there is actually a couple of buttons with just giving links. So we're taking that, and we've got a bucket here at Teesside, and we're taking a bucket in our fundraising stall to Woolacombe Scooter Rally next weekend, and then we're finishing on the 30th of September.
So people have got till the 30th of December to make a donation. They can do that either on Just Giving or in the bucket.
Yeah.
And so anybody from 347 IDK will basically take your cash off you.
Quite happily.
Brilliant. So should we turn our attention to the racing for a second?
We will.
So what I've paid no attention to what's been going on. So it looks like we've got everybody still circulating, which is a good thing, as in the people that were already out there. I don't know if 207 got back out. Doesn't look like they're circulating at the minute.
No.
But we've got Real Tough Speed that are still up there at the front. They're up 4 positions from where they started on the grid.
Yep.
Tuatha De Danann.
Yeah, so the Tuatha De Danann, I mean, the boys are doing absolutely amazingly. So for anybody who doesn't know these guys, they come from Galway in Southern Ireland. And Henry and I met them back in 2019 when Keith started the BSEC events here at Teesside. And to the point where we're now really good friends. We generally pit together. They share parts, we share parts. They're absolutely fantastic bunch of guys. We even went over to Galway in January and spent a weekend with them, and that was a bit messy, I have to say. But they're doing amazingly well today.
And they've put 2 teams out, and their second team is currently, so TDD Vespa is currently in 5th. That's team 32. I think it's a little PK.
Yes, little PK, yep.
PK 135 cast iron barrel, I believe.
Yeah,
it's not even
sounds about right.
Yeah, and that's that. They're riding that flat out.
So Paddy, who's on that 32 Vespa, he was in their Lambretta team for a few years, but his first love is Vespas. So he's kind of, as they've expanded their team, he's gone on to work on that Vespa team. And unfortunately, I did meet the guys who are with him on the Vespa team last night, but I had a drink or 2 and I can't remember any of them.
well, that's the thing tonight. For anybody who's staying with us on site tonight, there'll be a few beers.
There will be
consumed. There'll be a few teams knocking about. I think the independent idiots are planning to have a rave or a disco of some sort. They seem to have set up a full nightclub with them. So yeah, hang about and have a beer with us. There's that 32 just going past us, which is absolutely fantastic. So your involvement with 347. So how did you get sucked into it?
It's kind of my fault everybody else got sucked into it.
Oh, okay.
So I heard from Keith that he was thinking about introducing endurance racing, and I think he'd been across to Europe and he'd seen how they run events over there, and then he was trying to work out how he could introduce it here and what regs he would need to do. So he'd kind of put some posts out. And I've known Keith a long time. Anyway, I volunteered us and then had to break it to the boys that we needed to put a team together and that we were racing. at some point. And that's kind of how IDK started. So I spoke to Henry and Mungo and said, we need to go to the pub. And they said, okay. And we went to the pub, and I said, oh, by the way, I've volunteered us to join a racing team. I hope you don't mind. And they were like, no, it's fine. So we got the other two guys involved straight away, and they were as quick to join in, Joe and a guy called Russell Brown. And that was the team, and it was formed there and then.
So can you remember how many teams were racing when it all started?
I think there was quite a flurry. I would certainly say over 30.
Yeah.
I think the most we've had on the grid is probably closer to 40.
Yeah.
So it's slightly disappointing there's only 29 here.
We're clashing with the BSSO weekend.
But it is,
this week,
yeah, I mean, we're subject to calendars just like everybody else. And
Indeed.
if Keith only gets this date, then that's the date that we have it.
I mean, they do a fantastic job of hosting us here. They've got
Oh, this is awesome.
brilliant facilities, absolutely superb facilities. I can recommend the food from the CAF as well. You know,
Can you?
Yeah,
Oh, I'll go and try that out.
It's very good. What's your ambition for the day, do you think? What class are you in, by the way?
We are in road.
Okay.
So there's about 8 teams in road, and they're green. If anybody's watching the live timing, then anybody that's in green is really in our class. And we're currently sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 5, 6 out of the 8. All 8 are on the track as far as I can see.
Yep.
We were at one point 4th, but 46 minutes off the track is what costs you places in endurance racing.
You've just moved up a spot as we're talking.
Well done, Mungo.
So
when we came back on, we were 22nd. So they've made 3 places up, which is awesome.
It is
but
awesome.
We've still got 4 hours and 45 minutes to go.
People forget that, don't they? You stand there thinking, oh, you're down in 18th, 19th place. What are you in 19th at the minute? And you think, oh, yeah, but yeah. We're not even...
I think the banter between teams, regardless of what class they're in, I think the banter is in the pits and stuff. It doesn't matter if they're in the same class. We're going to offer to help them. Yep. And they're going to offer to help us if we have problems.
And we talked about that this morning. One of the teams that smashed the headset up yesterday, the guys from Pickering gave them their spare headset, so they were crossing their fingers. They didn't need it.
Yes.
But that's to get people out racing. That's what we need to do. And even to be honest, even the circuit staff as well. They've got a full workshop facilities on here. So when
I think somebody had some welding done, did they, or something? Yeah, so I heard that.
I think someone from the team used their welding, their welder, because they got a portable one with them.
Absolutely brilliant.
But it just didn't have the gumption to do what they needed to do. So again, the guys at the circuit said, jump into our workshop and use our welder.
Absolutely amazing.
And that's got them back out on the circuit. That was Team 200 actually. So I don't know where. So they're down in 26. So that reflects again the fact because they're quite quick. They I think their best is one. What's that now? I can never line these blooming things.
No, they're 26 Team 200. So their quickest is 1. So that's faster than us.
That's a good lap time. So they are circulating thanks to the circuit offering them the use of their facilities. Yeah. Which is absolutely brilliant. It's fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, you can't beat the camaraderie. You just can't.
It's
awesome.
Grassroots at its best, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think we were talking about this actually, not you and I, but me and somebody else out there before we walked back in. And I think the thing for me is when we started, Keith wanted to do something that was fun, that was open to everybody. And that's what he's done. And he may well find that the event is a victim of its own success, because as teams get more professional and more competitive, then you're going to lose. There is a risk you're going to lose that grassroots feel.
Yeah. I don't think there's any evidence of that yet. There are some teams that are not here today because of the BSSO. Mm-hmm. They are that one step up from some of the amateur teams that we've got. I would say amateur, everybody's amateur, but
yes.
The newer, more inexperienced teams. The grassroots feel to it, though, is fantastic. Anybody can. And let's remind everybody that it's free to enter. Mm-hmm. People can come along and watch, and if you're in the region, you should absolutely be here. We've still got plenty of time for you to drive here or ride here, and it's free to get in and free to experience. Despite the level of quality of racing that we've got, it's absolutely spectacular to watch.
Well, one of the reasons why the BSSO teams love it so much, and I'm not going to say anything controversial because I'm not a BSSO racer, but I think the reason why they love it so much, and where if they this was a normal weekend and not clashing with Cadwell, they would come here mainly because they get so much track time at a reasonable cost. Whereas if you compare that with the cost that they pay for BSSO racing, for example, they'd rather come here.
And just to jump back to Keith, Keith's investment in time and effort is unparalleled with anybody else getting involved in this. But I do know, and I know he mentioned it earlier, that he's not necessarily going to break even on today. So we need to be getting the number of teams up, because Keith really doesn't want to put the cost up for anybody. So we need to get the number of people involved and the number of teams. I know on the grid well above 30 really. So so if you do see Keith, buy him a beer, because he's investing himself and his own money in this.
And he didn't even get to go out yesterday, did he? Because normally he does go out in the practice, and I don't think he did.
He does like to have a play. I don't know if I know Mikey likes to take a pit bike out when he gets the chance as well. I don't know if he got a chance to do that. Well, he's got perforated eardrums. He
does. So we noticed him wearing ear defenders yesterday, which is most unusual.
Well, listen, it's been absolutely brilliant having you in here. Any observations on what's going out on the track at the minute?
I'm loving the view. I might come and watch the rest of the race from in here.
It's nice and warm as well.
It is warm. I think the thing for me is the complexity of the track from a layperson's perspective. It just offers lots and lots of challenges, and it really pushes the bikes and the riders. So, for anybody listening out there that's part of a team, just make sure your riders are hydrated, make sure that, when they come in, they are looked after a little bit and ready to go back out on track. Because I think, everybody in a 4-man team, they're going to do 2 stints of at least an hour each. So you just have to respect how much hard work that really is.
So certainly on when it's warm, and bear in mind it's lovely and sunny today, but it's a lovely cool breeze. We usually recommend that somebody is in the refueling area with a bottle of water waiting for when they arrive. You put it straight in their hand so they naturally start drinking, because you don't want them to get dehydrated or any more than when they've just come off the track. And you just mentioned the complexity of the track. From where we're standing, we get to see most of it, just a bit down behind the mountain we can't see. But from a spectator perspective, you can literally get round most of the track. Probably 80% of the track is accessible to you, so you can see the bikes and the effort that everybody puts in. David and I were talking this morning about the different riding styles and how you can kind of identify riders with some race experience versus those with little race experience. And they're climbing all over the bikes, they're chucking the bikes into the corners, some of them are just about getting the knee down. You get the other extreme where it looks like someone's just popping down the shops for some
That would
sugar.
be me. I have to say that would be me.
I think it would probably be me as well. In my head, I'll be getting my knee down and I'll be Valentino Rossi, but on the track, I'm probably more like my grandma. But it is great to watch. So if you're in the area, get yourselves up here. As we say, we've got a cafe and stuff on site, so you've got no excuse.
Anybody that's got any interest in scooters, I would encourage, because, at the end of the day, as has just been said, it's free to spectate, and everybody's great. They'll let you walk around the pits. There's no bars. There's no areas where you can't go. You can talk to people who may well be people like me, famous in my own lunchtime, and they might be people that are really famous in, scooter racing terms. The lovely Bob West is here.
Oh, yes.
He's raced since the 70s. His bike's out on the track. He's not racing. He's spannering this weekend for SLP Race Tech. But you can be talking to people who are real luminaries. let's talk about, Bob West's bike, number 74. But Norrie Kerr's bike's out here as well. Sadly, Norrie, as everybody knows, is retired. But he raced here 3 years ago, I think. He came and raced number 15, and then he sort of has handed the mantle over. But I'm pretty sure he came here and raced 3 years ago.
I can't remember seeing him racing, but he was definitely here.
Oh, he did.
I don't think I saw him. I'm disappointed at that, because I've not seen him race since probably the mid-80s, early 90s kind of thing. But Bob West, you're right. We've got Bob down on the list to come up and have a chat with us at some point, so hopefully Bob's listening.
Yeah.
and he'll make himself available.
We've actually got, I've got photographs and maybe even video footage taken, because I do my Facebook Lives, because IDK's got a Facebook page, and of course. And I've actually got video footage of Joe Greening, who's in our team, overtaking Norrie.
Really?
And I'm really sorry, but he was so proud of that moment. I mean, no disrespect, and we love Norrie, and he gave a great deal to Scooter Sport. But at the end of the day, you know, for us to be able to overtake the great Norrie Kerr on a racetrack, just phenomenal.
Listen, I'd be dining out on that for the next 10 years.
I think Joe has.
So I'm with you on that one. Just talking about Real Tough Speed and Bob West, they're still ahead at the moment. So by 4 laps. And then we've got Chisel Speed a lap behind, and the lads from Tuatherton and Ann a lap behind that as well. So it's really close at the top. There's 7 laps between the top 4, which is pretty close. In fact, there's 11 laps between the top 5. That's all. That's very tight for an 8-hour endurance race.
It is, and we've still got over 4.5 hours to go. So it really is all to play for. And I think that one of the things that you can't touch on enough is really the potential during an 8-hour race. Because you may have, the worst mechanical problems on the planet. As long as you are out there on the track or back out on the track, you have the potential, because you don't know what's going to happen to everybody else.
And talking about the different classes as well, the first 4 spots are taken up by a bike from each class.
Yeah.
So again, you don't have to be the fastest racer. You don't have to have 25 years of experience of racing scooters. You can be relatively new to it with a scooter that you can ride down the shops on or go to commute to work on, and you can be in that top 4.
See, we have, from an IDK perspective, and I'm pretty sure if you walk around the pits, it's quite common. The average age of our team members is, let's just be kind and say, in the mid-50s. There are teams with younger people. But in our team, it's definitely in the 50s. And so we've always said we're never going to be the fastest on the track, but we want to be smart.
Yep.
We want to do rider changes. We want to do fueling in a way that we don't lose out because we're faffing about or not fueling properly. So we calculate how often we're going to fuel up. We try to tie it in with a rider change. We keep a close eye on the riders. We've got nice little trick bits going on underneath the panels. We run 2 condensers next to each other, so we can change. We run 2 HT leads, so we can change easily. It's all smart stuff.
No, they're all trade secrets. You don't want to be telling the other teams how to do these things quickly.
They just come to all the pits and take the mick out of us when we're swapping engines, so they can see what we're doing.
Yeah, it's just brilliant, and the more people that get involved, and I'm convinced that if there's 4 or 5 50-year-old blokes who are out there who know that they've got a P200E sitting at the back of the garage that's just sat there and they don't know what to do with, get it on the road, start endurance racing.
Yeah, and I think when GRR, which is Team 27, started, they're running a standard P range with the fuel injector. Still, it's still auto lube. There's nothing special about it whatsoever. In the 3 years, I think, since they've started, they've made some changes and some modifications, but essentially they're running now 10th overall, but 4th in class, and that's club class. And there's 2 club class teams in the top 5. This is unparalleled, really.
It is. And I think, because I think they've got a very similar setup to the Independent Idiots, which is their team name, by the way. We're not just being abusive. They chose the name. But, a Molossi 210, standard carb, auto lube, box pipe exhaust.
Box pipes,
These are not huge, thousands of pounds of investment. This is kind of a standard road tune.
Yeah.
This is what people do commute on a daily basis on.
And the very nature of club class is the bikes have to be MOTable anyway. So they could really ride here, ride round the track and ride home again.
And it's
if you have the energy after 8 hours.
It's been done, definitely.
Yeah. Well, that's Mark Bennett's speciality, right?
Yes. Well, Mark, we're hoping to... Oh, no, I was thinking about Mark Webster for a second then.
No.
But no, Mark Bennett, yes. People turning up on a bike and then riding, doing an 8-hour race and then riding home on it. I'm incredulous.
Audio's awesome, man.
It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. I know I wouldn't do it. So we'll get David back on board so he can bring you up to speed with positions and where everybody is. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you.
I'm guessing you've got to get back to rider changes and refueling.
I have. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your involvement.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, are you feeling refreshed?
I am, but I also enjoyed standing in the corner and listening to that, which was really, really good. It was interesting. Just to sort of just hear that, just everything about what's happening is quite interesting.
Well, Alison's one of these people that's been involved with the scootering scene for many years. You know, I know she only looks about 21, 22 years old, but I promise you she's been around a bit longer. We're just checking the technology for a second. So, and it's people like Alison that keep these things going. People like Alison, she talks, about the fact that she established the team, in essence. These are the people that get the teams going. They motivate the teams, for want of a better term. They organise the teams because, Christ, some of these people need some organisation.
Yeah.
And without people like Alison, the teams don't function. And that's not just on the day, because on the day there's a lot of logistics and organisation, but it's getting here in the first place. It's getting the teams prepping the bike, getting the bike ready, getting everything from the eggs and bacon and the milk and the tea and the coffee ready and getting that up here, and then getting them to the circuit, racing all day, and then getting them home again, because that's a logistical nightmare in its own right. So
there's a lot more than just chucking a rider on a bike and sending them out at the start.
Indeed. So we need more Alisons. So any volunteers as well to get teams organised. You don't have to actually be out on the track.
No, we don't need more Alison. Alison needs to be involved with more teams. She's already helping out with, 2? So 3, 4 now, 5.
I think Alison
looks like, I think she managed 6 or 7 teams, including strategy as well. Yeah.
All she wants is decent payment, decent wages.
She's bought the radio with her as well, so I just wonder what happened if there was a problem halfway through, whether the headset had gone and just...
she would have gone, mate. She would have absolutely left us in the lurch. So, do you want to bring us up to speed with where we're at?
Perfectly timed as well. We are at the bottom of the hour, which is the traditional time that we run through standings. Real Taff Speed lead with a gap of 4 laps so far from Chisel Speed, who've worked their way back up into second place. Tuatha De Nan are in 12th. The number 12 scooter is in 3rd place, and completing the set of 1 scooter from each class inside the top 4, Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club are in 4th place in front of TDD Vespa, completing the top 5. London Lambretta, who led the class earlier on in road, have dropped down into 2nd in that class. 6th overall, though, in front of the recovering Team Vespa Originals, who had a failure earlier on, but are now starting to work their way back through. They've got some good pace and are only 24 seconds behind London Lambretta, although London Lambretta put a personal best in of a 1:13 dead on the previous lap. Team Solid Air, who've been in the pits in the last 15 minutes or so for a increase in fuel and a change in rider, are up into 8th place. Team Escargot and GRR complete your top 10. Two Sheds Racing are in 11th with DC10 Cert in 12th. Independent Idiots are in 13th place. RFS Tune and Holt Tune are 14th and 15th respectively, with New to Guard in 16th. And it's Design 63 Racing and Rushton Lambretta Club in front of IDK Endurance Racing and Pickering Gold Stars completing the top 20. Odd Mod Squad are in 21st. SRP Race Tech are 22nd. The Dukes of Essex, who were inside the top 10 about an hour ago, have fallen away with problems. They're down into 23rd. CKM, not sure if they're back out. They did have quite a big one down the back straight that caused a red flag around about an hour or so ago. With Rushton Lambretta B, Spire TT, the 2 Valley Scooter entries. The 110 is definitely back out on circuit. We saw that earlier on in front of the Valley Scooter Rosendale and United Colours of Bemberton, who I'm guessing now after 3 hours off track, we might not see them again, unfortunately. But
well, we had Biggin in earlier from United Colours of Edmonton, I think.
he did. He confirmed that he did not deliberately fall off to get TV time.
But he seemed to enjoy his little parade.
Oh, he definitely enjoyed his parade
on the
yes.
trailer.
And is now parading himself in front of an X-ray machine at James Cook Hospital.
Has he gone off to get checked?
Collarbone. 100% broken.
Really?
Yeah, he showed it to the camera as well. It was clear. It was
poking out.
It
where
was like
it shouldn't have been. Yeah. I've been watching motorbike racing for many years since I was a kid, as well as scooter racing, and I've played rugby for 30 years as well. And collarbones being broken are very obvious. They're usually very obvious when you take your top off and have a look at the direction it's pointing in, and it's no longer the same direction.
Very noticeable protrusion on his T-shirt. So did say it's not hurting too much actually, but he says I'm very aware of it being broken in terms of visual. So I think he's gone. Just have that checked out. They're normally quite quick at James Cook Hospital, so I was confident that he would be back before the end of the race. So still got 4 and 25 for him to get back. So I think
he's built a tough stuff. Yes,
and he did seem to still be in good spirits, which was good. Particularly when he had an off. He was confident that they'd have the bike back out though. So.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's normally quite obvious to see as well because A, it's a Louis, and B, it's
every colour. It's every colour of the rainbow.
But I can't see it out there at the minute, so I think you're probably right. All indications are that it's withdrawn. But we'll what I'll do is I'll have another wander back down into the pits shortly, and pick up what the stories and the trials and tribulations of the various teams. We'll also be dragging a few people up. We are expecting Mark Webster to come up a bit later. Mark's written a book called Taken in the View, and he again.
There's a very large board regarding that just outside the cafe.
Takes every opportunity to promote it, and so he should, because it's a story of many people, me included. That when you read his story of how he started with scooters, seeing the big boys riding scooters about, and then getting involved in the mod revival, and then going to gigs and live music, you start riding a scooter to emulate what you see in front of you, and then you start to go to scooter rallies, and you see actually there's not just one way of being a scooterist. There's many ways of being a scooterist. And so you end up with all sorts making up this community, particularly in the mid-80s to early 90s. All sorts of people from all different subcultures with a common theme running through everybody's hobbies, and that is scooters. So nobody's excluded. It's very inclusive. But you do have some quite entertaining debates.
Absolutely. Well, I've been trying to start them every time with
the Vespa Lambretta argument.
How's
that going?
Did I ask you?
Me?
No, I don't know if I did. I think I just said I was going to ask everyone that came in, but I'm not sure. I put you under pressure.
So it's interesting you ask. So I'd go down the Vespa Rally 200 route as my favourite standard scooter. So I'd probably be a Vespa rider in that respect. I also like T5s. I also love Lambrettas, just about as much, I think. But I do have an RD 350 engined Lambretta. So a Yambretta, as they're sort of commonly known, or Yamaha, depending on who you ask.
So you really are straddling the fence. I didn't think I'd find somebody that was.
I'm a straddler, but when you've got something like a Yambretta, once you've ridden that, you can't really go back to anything else. It's absolutely mental in terms of power and performance compared to any tuned Lambretta I've ever or Vespa for that matter I've ever ridden. So the Yambretta is the way I'd have to go, not Lambretta or Vespa, and it's a hybrid of a Lambretta and a Yamaha. So yeah, that's the side of the fence I'd drop down on.
That's fine by me. I have noticed as well the number 30 Chisel Speed, their pit board is quite interesting to me as well. Their pit board for there, because they've definitely put work into their pit board, because it's got a handle and everything for them. Which is helpful, because whoever is on their pit board has progressively been leaning further and further out to try and ensure their rider can see it.
I think that's part of the challenge, isn't it? Is because on this particular part of the circuit where everybody's standing to put the pit boards out, they are focusing on coming out of the bend. You'll have to tell me what that bend's called.
The dog leg through
So
here. Yeah, it just
they're coming out through the dog leg, prepping themselves for the chicane, and then they need to look to their left whilst they're turning right to see where the pit boards are likely to be. So some of the teams, as I think you were noticing earlier, have gone up on the top bank.
yeah, the same person that I was speaking about earlier is currently walking back
I
from.
can see, yep.
So in the grey, when they come down, I'm gonna try and see which team they're with, just because every time they want to call somebody in the pits, they're having to do
It's a 10-minute walk.
A 10-minute walk up there, a 10-minute walk back. By the time they've done that, they're only half an hour from needing to go again. Again, there's 2 spectators as well who've decided that the best visual point is as far round as they can go round South Bank to watch.
But this is what I was saying
race.
earlier. You've got so many places you can watch the race from. If you want to see the tight, twisty stuff, you can go and sit on one bank. If you want to see them coming down the long back straight, you can sit where those 2 people are sitting and just watch them come flat out down that.
I wonder if anybody yet has realised that if you go into the overflow car park, which to be fair was closed when I arrived this morning, you can go all the way round the bank to the back of the mountain section.
Can you really? I didn't know that.
Because there's a motocross track round there, so you can watch the other twisty bit with the hill from the top of the hill.
Which is the only part of the track you can't see from this side,
Yes.
isn't it? So that must be it'd be good to watch from down there.
So, and as you walk up as well, you walk up effectively round the bottom of what we call Rib Bend, which is the next one after this camera. This one here, you walk basically up round the back of this corner, so you can see them coming down and round, but that's only if the gate's open. It wasn't this morning, but I'm fairly sure it's a Saturday, and I'm sure the motocross track will be open,
Well,
so you can go round and watch effectively this big bank round the right-hand side here. It goes all the way round, and you'll see it if we follow the number 2 there, that bank on the outside. You can climb up on that and watch that.
And that's a good part of the circuit, because you've got the elevation coming down, so they're dropping down into that, and then they turn right and come back up the hill.
Yeah.
And then they go over sort of the brow of a hill, and there's a left right before they start down the back straight. And that's a really good part of the circuit to actually ride. And I imagine therefore as well, watching that, you're going to see the bike flip from side to side, and the rider's going to be all over it, trying to maintain control and get the best drive back up the start. Sorry, not the back straight rather than the start finish straight. I didn't realise you could get round there. That's I might pop down and have a look.
I was just having a quick look there, and I'm fairly sure it was 2 sheds I think who we were following at the time, the number 2 machine. But one thing I want to say, if a team has changed a scooter, do they have to have something on the scooter that denotes that they've changed it?
Indeed, they do. So there are penalties for changing the scooter, because obviously if you would have broken down. But you'll see a big A. It should be a big A. Some of them have got little tiny A's. But the team themselves will have to come and let the circuit organisers know that they've changed their scooter. They often don't always remember to, and so I'll just remind everybody that you must inform the team here that you've done a bike swap, and that's then there is a penalty for that. It's a number of laps you basically get added on, taken away.
Yeah.
As a result of that. So yeah, anybody that's riding a bike with an A alongside their number, and I'm just trying to spot one. Hopefully one will come past shortly, because I think there's 210 on a
210. I think Valley Scooter, they've had a change. Rosendale is it, or PX are on the number 210.
Yeah.
I think Pickering Gold Stars have had a.
I'm not sure. I haven't
had a change of scooter as well, and I can't remember the third off the top of my head, but I think we've had 3, haven't we?
So that would have been 19 who've had a swap as well. I do know that the 210 bike, basically the Nickersill lining peeled off the inside of the barrel, so that's not something you can just fix in the pits.
Yeah.
So they amongst other problems, these are the kind of things that stop a bike circulating, basically. But in a sense, it's still good that you get the opportunity to continue in the race with a spare bike, because you don't want your whole day to be over because you can only use one bike. So although you can turn up and do the whole race if you've got a reliable bike, using one, and a lot of teams have only got one bike. They don't all have alternatives.
I just clocked the number 4 and I went to have a quick look. London Lambretta. The way he came through was so quick, and indeed he set the team's personal best on that lap. So I'm not sure whether we've seen that rider before.
I'll have a look, see
but
if
he
I
certainly
recognise
looks
who it
very,
is.
very quick, the London Lambretta. I know they've been in the pits recently because their team pit stop attendant was doing a dance with the board around about 20 minutes ago. So, but yeah, ride-wise, they were 7 seconds quicker than TD Vespa in front. Now, yes, they've got 3 laps to close in, but 7 seconds, that's what 12, 13 laps is effectively they'll get a lap back at that sort of pace change for London Lambretta.
So what's the best lap time we've had so far today?
Valley Scooter Rosendale went early with a 1:10, but the pace has dropped now considerably for some of our teams.
Yep.
But there's obviously a different things that come into that. But yeah, 1:10 for Valley Scooter Club Rosendale, which was quicker than qualifying time.
Okay.
But qualifying this morning was in colder conditions with no sunshine at all and a fairly greasy track, so there was a bit of a we'll caveat that, whereas normally you're used to seeing qualifying on, they might put less fuel in, they might definitely put the fastest rider they've got on the bike. So but yeah, early doors Valley Scooter Club on Rosendale on lap 37 with the fastest lap of the race. I don't think that's going to get beat with a 1:10.027.
Well, let's see if somebody can get into the 109s, and perhaps we ought to buy we ought to buy the person who gets the fastest lap of beer. I'll happily buy if they can. Once we know who that is, I'll buy them a beer later if they're still staying on the circuit. We're just being invaded. Just hang on before.
Invaded.
We're being invaded by the Team 70. Oh dear. So it looks like we've had Martin's had a bit of an off. Right. Okay. So we'll
not even on track.
David, I'll let you talk to him. But what I will tell you is, I did say earlier, aptly named Team 70, independent idiots, and it sounds like we've got someone who's committed to
the cause.
And committed himself by injuring himself. Right, so I'll let you have a chat with him while I nip out. We've got a couple of people that we're expecting in shortly as well to have another chat with you. From the guys who are Team Caitlin. I know that's been mentioned today,
yeah.
So what we're doing with the charity on Team Caitlin, and we are going to get Mark Webster in later. So a reminder to the pits and the paddock area, if you want to come and have a chat with David on the live feed, please grab me, let me know, and I'll drag you up, or alternatively just come up to the commentary box.
Exactly. Or even if you don't want to talk to me, still come in.
We'll drag you in.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoulder charge the door open, it's not locked. And have a chat. So I'm going to let you have a quick chat with Martin from the Independent Idiots.
Lovely, thank you very much. Right,
hello,
Martin. Let's start with the off-track problems that you seem to have. Mainly the inability to use a Stanley knife properly.
Yeah, someone put a sharp blade in it, which I thought was a bit rude. Being a plumber.
Whatever could you want that for?
Being a plumber, you never have a sharp blade in any tool.
No.
Yeah, but a carpenter.
No. And as
put a sharp blade in your stand.
And you only ever use that sharp blade for sharpening pencil.
Well, that's right. Yeah. But anyway, it's only a flesh wound.
Oh, so you did come in with a massive plaster on.
Yeah,
though,
which is now on Ellis's shoulder.
I'm not 100% sure he knows that it's there yet.
Just gave him a pat on the back.
We are on the PA, so he's about to find out. Race so far, we are currently in P12, 5th in class. Race as a whole, how's it gone as we head towards that half distance mark?
It's going 100% to plan. We stay on, keep going. That's always our plan. Plod round. But we've got Harry, who's on now, on our bike, is our fastest rider. who's he's fearless, so he's always a little bit of a worry that he might crash because he's good at crashing. He's good at riding.
Well,
and he's good
everyone's
at
got to be good at something.
Yeah, but as long as he stays on it, as long as we all stay on it, and we feel like we've got the reliability, then we can finish well in our class.
Well, we spoke about reliability being the big thing, really, and I've covered a few of these events before, and I'll say it again. Rarely the fastest team wins. We've seen already a time down in the 1:10 mark that are currently out of the race completely. It's not all about going as fast as you can. It's about managing the race to get to the checkered flag, get to the end. Or, I'll say to get to the last pit stop to give yourself a chance.
Yeah. You know the saying, don't you? To finish first, you first have to finish. That's me. I've got 10 minutes. I'm going on in 10 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll keep you for 8, and then we'll see.
Maybe
we'll see what happens.
Maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah, why not? Right? They never see the board at the first time, or the second, or the third time of asking.
We've actually been good at that. With our discipline, it's like we're not idiots this time. It's a bit strange. Yeah. Sure, but it's still.
Well, what would you change? But what would you change your team name to then? If you're not idiots anymore.
Yeah.
Under pressure now, I'll ask you another pressure question in a minute, but if you can't be an independent idiot, what are we changing the team name to?
Maybe the not so idiotic. The independent, not so idiotic race. I don't know. That hasn't really got a ring to it, has it?
Good. Do you think that's going to hurt at all while you're out?
No, it hasn't hurt. No, I did it yesterday.
I mean, just come in. You've come in like you're going. I've just chopped my thumb off.
Just so I can put the sticker on Ellis's back.
School cake. It's called school cake. We had it. It's got. I've just chucked it, but we've got. There we go. Whee. Sprinkle cake in the commentary box and some nice water. That'll keep the things going. So you're off out next.
Yep.
Stint-wise, you are limited in terms of overall time to 65 minutes. What's the sort of plan? To push that, or do you sort of do...
No, we've only got 3 in our team. One of our riders pulled out yesterday. He's here helping us, but he decided he didn't want to ride. So we're doing 40-minute stints, and we've just done that all the way through. So that works out. That works out
ideally to that 8-hour mark, doesn't it? All being well.
Yeah.
So I'm as much as I'd love to keep you here and then see you have to run down and immediately jump straight on a bike. I think
I better go now.
It's probably best that we go before we start feeling the wrath of your team.
Yeah, I might come in later when it's heated up a little bit.
As you go that way, another team member will come and kick the door in and tell me off.
Mate.
But
doing a great job.
That's fine.
Thank
you. Come back in. That'll be fantastic.
Thanks for all the support, everyone. Keep messaging in. Keep supporting the idiots. Idiots forever.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. There's going to be no respite. It looks like Rushden Lambretta Club have come for a chat. Yes. Have we? Yes, we have. Good. We can chat to you both, gents. We're all good. There we go. Are we Rushden Lambretta Club or are we Rushden Lambretta Club B?
Both. A bit of both. Sorry.
I'm only asking because one of your teams got in a bit of trouble early on. Because you got a black flag in the B.
Oh yeah.
They're overtaken under yellows. I was just going to find out which team it was I was talking to.
Well, yeah.
Oh, we've got a guilty party. Oh, guilty party.
Well, no, it wasn't Charlie.
No, was it not? I think
no,
it was me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Charlie is innocent. We're not going to mention that it was Baggy, all right, live on telly, because that'd be grassing him up, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
What was his name again?
Steve Garrett, known as Baggy, the overweight one. Yeah. But we're not going to say that either.
So, team-wise so far, we've got Rushden Lambretta in 17th. We've got Lambretta B. They had some really good pace early on. I'm not sure who started that. But
that was Fat Man Baggy.
Yeah. Very, very quick. Have they had some problems other than that black flag?
Yeah, they were up to 3rd place at one stage, which is remarkable for club class. And basically, the exhaust fractured. From what I gather, almost the full circumference. But
sorry, gents, I'm just going to interject because it looks like the 13, which is Team Solid Air, who were in a class podium in 8th place overall, 3rd in the race class, are pushing their machine back in. It will be under yellow, so he's going to push that across on the exit of South Bank onto the grass, and then he will come up the grass on the outside. He's just got to wait for sufficient space to get across safely, and does so under a yellow flag. So teams will then be met by that yellow flag, so there will be no overtaking in that area of the track. So Team Solid Air, the 13, he's also got the right idea by putting the button. He's riding it back now, but what I can almost certainly guarantee is that he's come off that bike because there's grass stuck to it, and to the side, all down one side. So it looks like, and it's left side as well. So just trying to figure out exactly where he could have had an off to add the foliage to his scooter. But there we saw them in the pitch, just clearing everything up. How's the? We said that race has gone okay with the exceptions. The issue with Lambretta B. How is the 135 going?
We started off badly within 5 minutes. I think the pivot bolt for the gear change had come loose, so we lost all gears. So we're back in the pits, and 5 minutes out, we thought, but it gave everyone. No, it was more than that then. It must have been. We gave everyone a 10-lap head start. So, never mind.
Was that early on?
Oh, very early on, yeah. But
can have a
solve the problem and back out and having some fun.
It sometimes lets us scroll all the way down, but I think it's going to cut us off at 100 laps. I was going to see what the sort of time lost was, but in the end, you can't always plan for that. You know, you could have that 5 minutes in. You could have it 5 minutes before the end. It's still a.
We've got 8 hours of play time, so 5-10 minutes is immaterial in the grand scale of things.
Yeah.
You can catch up, you can get it back out there, and it's just been steady. If you keep the laps ticking away, then come 8 hours later, hopefully you take the checkered flag.
That's what I was speaking to previously. You're keeping yourself in with a chance to get to that last pit stop, to give yourself a chance of being there at the end. We are almost at half race distance. You're running pretty much the middle team at the moment. There's 29 runners. You're currently 16, the 16th with the 135. But talk to me about your two scooters. Have we?
Although they're both green, and both originated from the Milan factory as 48cc Lambretta Lewis, then they're worlds apart. Team 135 have got a Casa Performance 135 kit on, which is good, but it's got limited horsepower. In the case of Team 200, they've got an RB20 and a Super Louis engine block, so completely remanufactured billet alley engine casing. So on top of that, they can actually graft as big a Lambretta cylinder as they want. They've got a 200cc, but it is awesome. Charlie's sitting on it and holding on for dear life. So, he's only just returned back to that colour. It was a pasty white for a long while.
Well, let's have a chat to him.
Yeah.
Let's have a chat. He can tell us about what colour he should be and what colour he was when he got off it. Scooter-wise, you're on the.
Yeah, I've jumped ship for today because Brian's team was short of a rider. So day before, panic stations on the phone. Would I ride for them? So I rang Colin. Would he be offended if I rode the rocket ship? And everybody's happy about it because it means both bikes are out on the track. But yeah, what a phenomenal bike.
What I'm hearing there is that you're a bit of a mercenary.
I am, yeah, absolutely. But no team tactics or anything, but it gets both bikes out on the track.
Yeah.
And beautiful things to see. but that Louis, all credit to Brian who put it together. It is an absolute rocket ship.
There's a lot of work goes into.
Yeah.
To get.
If anybody gets a chance, they should go and have a good look at it because it is an amazing bit of engineering.
That's the thing with it. You know, I've mentioned it loads. There's people helping out. You know, on the pit wall. There's people, you know, doing food. There's so much that goes into it, other than just sitting somebody on it and letting them, you know, have some fun. There's people in the background and.
Absolutely,
you know,
we've got
really unsung to an extent. You know, of getting them out. You know, you were saying 5 minutes in, and whoever's on your spanners has had to jump into action to get you back out on track.
Well, 2 hours in, the Super Louis exhaust fell apart, and Brian's had to go on hands and knees to the cart people and borrow a welder and weld it back together, and it's back out on there as fast as ever. But obviously, it was off track for, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour.
So, big thanks to Teesside.
Yeah, they're normally really good.
They're lovely guys,
The people in that sort of top garage at getting stuff fixed and, you know, welding stuff when it needs welding and finding an R-clip or whatever needs.
Absolutely, no, very helpful guys, and it's just good to get them all back out.
Yeah, I'm just going to draw attention once again to Wearside Wanderers, who are feverishly trying to get their man into the pits. Now, you've just kindly pointed out that I am I don't know whether it was open on that page when I came in, but you've kindly opened up for a line of chat regarding Team Caitlin. So we're going to put Colin back on the headset. Colin, I noticed the first thing I noticed this morning wasn't necessarily that. I jumped to the final page, and I was like, "There's a Caitlin Cup," and I can sort out the best presented Lambretta, and I can sort out the best presented Vespa because they're clear. But I didn't know what a Caitlin Cup was, so I had to go on. First of all, I had to go on the hunt to find out what it was. So that'll be for the highest placed team,
highest
in
fourth
place team.
Yeah. So basically. Myself and Keith had a chat, and it was just a way of somebody who's near that podium actually walking away with a bit of silverware. Yeah. So realistically, it still can be from any group, any of the classes, whoever is the highest placed at the end of the day.
Yeah, which it's really I've not sort of had a thought of a trophy for that before. But I think it's really nice within a multi-class format.
Yeah, it's quirky, but it's just giving somebody, because potentially there could be somebody, a team out there who are forever coming fourth. So it's brilliant consistency, brilliant riding and reliability, but never just getting that little accolade and a little bit of silverware.
Wonderful. Now we've got a page in the programme regarding it.
Yeah.
And it would be amiss of me for me to try and explain it. When
Okay. Right, Team Caitlin is a charity run by my daughter in honour of my granddaughter. Bless her, she was born 3 months premature, and there were medical mishaps and negligence. So, unfortunately, in the first week of her life, which has caused sepsis, and that in itself has brought on cerebral palsy. So she's the most happy little girl. She'll be 2 near Christmas. 3 coming up to Christmas. So her life quality, it's more than likely she will never walk. Whether the brain damage, whether she'll ever speak, who knows. But the charity, although it's in her name, doesn't benefit her whatsoever. It's purely to help out other parents who are rushed into hospital with their ill children, just giving them support, be it just giving them a toiletry bag because they hadn't packed a thing. There was originally when the charity was set up, they covered car parking fees because they must be left without a purse. Yeah. Their priority was getting that child to hospital. So there are lots of things that the money raised from the charity actually does, none of which, I'll just point out, none of it actually benefits Caitlin. It's just a project to keep my daughter sane and help others who've gone through the traumas that she's had to.
Yeah, so we can. I've just noticed down the bottom as well. So if you do have a program, you can scan the QR code. That will take you to the website. You can also find out about it at Instagram at team.caitlin by searching Team Caitlin on Facebook, and it's at team_Caitlin on Twitter as well. So if you're on any of them social media platforms, which I'm fairly sure everybody watching will be on at least one of those platforms. Again, that's at team.caitlin on Instagram. It's just search Team Caitlin on Facebook and at team_Caitlin on Twitter. Caitlin is Caitlin. So please do check that out. Website as well. If you've got the program, just scan the QR code that's in the bottom left-hand corner.
And we're also old school. Boring old cash. We do that. We've got two buckets out here today. One sitting on in Russian Lambretta 135 gazebo. There's our off-road. We're doing a 6-hour off-road endurance race in Germany next week. So we're in our spare time while we're coming off track. We're actually building that ready for next week. So there's a bucket on there. There's also a bucket with Bev, where the riders sign on. So if people want to donate cash, then...
So for clarity as well, off-road scooter.
Yeah, so we're racing another Louis.
I was about to say, how does the prep for that and compare to one that you're going to race on track? What's the...
Absolutely worlds apart.
I was going to go with, I'm assuming suspension, because you're probably going to want a bit...
in theory, yes, but this event is being run by the Lambretta Club of Germany. So what they've done is actually say no non-original either dampers or rear suspension. So you've got to use factory stuff. You're not allowed aluminium ported kits, so it's got to be original iron barrels.
Well, that doesn't sound very fun, and that goes against the stereotype of the Germans not having a sense of humour.
Well, is what you've got to think. It is typical Germanic logic that they actually want engineering to take place.
Yes.
So you've actually got to reshape, repurpose old original Lambretta bits to suddenly make it, one, reliable and hopefully quite fast.
Yes.
So there's also another rule: you're not allowed expansion pipes. So you've got to use that. So it really is what it's doing is make it low budget, and there are, as far as I know, 13 teams from different European Lambretta clubs entered. There are 3 from the UK. One of them out here today, 114 Tarmac Terriers. They're entering a team, as far as I know. And also there's another one from Yorkshire, the Norton Commandos. So hopefully we've got 3 English teams out there. I know some good friends from Ireland are over there. I think 3 German teams, 1 which is all ladies. So it's going to be fun. Austria, France, Belgium. I don't know what other nationalities. So yeah, it's a long way to go to Bavaria for a beer, but I'm sure we'll enjoy ourselves.
Oh yeah, you'll have some fun. I was gonna, yeah.
Yeah, that's talking about beer, and Scooter Boys traditionally enjoying beer. For Team Caitlin, the hardest thing any one of us can do, I've taken a pledge to give up alcohol for a year. 8 months in now, raised 2 or 3, yeah, stop shaking, raised £200 or £300 to put in the tin, and I'm hoping to double that before the end of the year. But yeah, I can't think of anything else harder to do, really.
No, I was about to say, are you looking forward to one?
I'm having Bailey's on me cornflakes New Year's Eve.
Soon as the clock strikes midnight, you'll
absolutely,
be like, that's one down. So yeah, I don't know if it'll ever taste the same now for you. I have been asking the Lambretta versus Vespa argument as to which you prefer, but I think I know which way this one's going. that was the direction I thought it was going. Because you told me, you were like, oh, we've done this with the Lambretta, we've done that with the Lambretta. I was thinking, well, it's probably hardly worth me asking the question, but I'm still going to anyway.
It kind of goes with the name of the club as well. We are
It does,
Rushden
doesn't it?
Lambretta Club,
Yeah.
yes.
No, we have got one member who has got a vest,
But we don't talk to him.
you always have to have somebody to take the mick out of, don't you?
Oh, so you've basically you've allowed him in you've allowed him in to ridicule, basically.
Partly, but realistically, if he didn't ride with us, he wouldn't speak to anyone. So, yeah. But actually, fair play to him. He has got indicators on his scooter, and he's got decent headlights. So, if you go out for a ride to a country pub,
Let him go first.
yeah, we can see where we're going on the way back.
Oh, yes, he does have his uses.
Well, well, one use. Yeah, that's all. We're not going to give him any more credit.
Oh, fantastic. Gents, pleasure to have you in. Thank you for the Rushden Lambretta Club, and thank you for coming and telling us about your wonderful cause for Team Caitlin.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Cheers.
Hope you can make it through the next couple of months. But you're past the halfway point, so you're heading in the right direction.
Well, you can't have temptation for at least another 4 hours, can you?
No.
And then he can watch the rest of us drink.
Have a beer, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sure he can. Gents, absolute pleasure to have you both in the commentary box. Thank you very much, greatly appreciate it. Thank you. We are past the halfway mark, 3 hours and 50 minutes to go here at Teesside Autodrome for the British Scooter Endurance Championship 8-hour race. Just going to dip into the live chat, which has been neglected slightly by the fact that we've had a very, very busy commentary box, which is great. So we can just have a quick look in there. Darren Brunskill has been in touch earlier on, saying good luck to Team Design in the on the 63 scooter. At the time, it was Chris Flood riding. He would be followed then on the machine by Guy, Chris Clegg, and then Rob. And then they're off to Magny-Cours in 2 weeks for another endurance race as well. So, yeah, great to have everybody getting in touch via the live chat as well. Chisel Speed getting a lot of love from Skeleton Guy. We did follow them around for a few laps earlier on. And then Paul Atkinson getting in touch saying, come on, Pickering Gold Stars. Well, they did have a problem earlier on with their scooter, which meant they had to change, and that did incur a penalty of 30 laps, unfortunately for them. But they are back out, which is great to see. We have had one or two retirees with issues. Hopefully they'll just get it fixed 5 minutes before the end, so they can come round and take the checkered flag, which would be brilliant for a few of our teams, particularly United Colours of Bemberton, who were the first ones off. The revolving door is open once again. There we go. We'll pop that on. Just bend that round. There we go. I must ask first, since you've come in and said that you are Halt Tune.
Yes, I'm Halt.
Are you the guilty party?
I am the guilty party that smashed the bike up yesterday.
Yeah, we had to find out. I sort of had an idea, because they're going, yeah, he's a young lad. He's quite quick, but it was his first time on a scooter. So
yeah, first lap as well.
Yeah,
smashed the whole thing apart, but we're still going around now.
Where are we position-wise? We were doing all right earlier, actually. We were 14th. So
14th.
We're in the top half.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Fantastic, and that puts you 6th in class. So going well. What brings you to scooters?
My mum met John Holt at a camping event, and one night got a phone call from John asking me to race scooters. I ride enduro, but that's about it. But yeah, so I thought it'd help out.
I was about to say, how did you first find it? But we answered that question straight out the gate,
yeah, pretty quickly. Vibrates a lot, bit different, but it's good fun.
So what do we normally ride then?
I've got a Yamaha on the road, and I ride off road. I was in Italy last weekend for 3 days riding enduro. but nothing like this.
No, something a bit different,
Yeah.
but fun.
Yeah, great fun. Really, everyone's very nice. So everyone helping out, especially last night with the rebuild of the bike. That was a big job, but they got it sorted. Finishing touches this morning, and here we are.
Yeah, and like I say, things seem to go reasonably well. When you're racing enduro, how long is the normal enduro?
Oh, normal like 3-hour races, flat out. So
just you for 3
Yeah,
hours. Yeah.
keep going.
Yeah.
So it's nice to poodle around for an hour.
Well, yeah. How in comparison, how much does it take out of you? Obviously you're used to the.
You're exhausted. Oh, this isn't too bad,
Yeah.
but after enduro, you're exhausted. But this is nice. It's still tiring, concentrating, but.
I was saying, you see people get off the bike after 50 minutes or so.
Yeah.
It does take a while to
Sweating so much.
Yeah, I was saying it takes. They're in that position where they're in the same position for so long that it takes a while then to straighten
back
up
up
and get everything sorted. But so you've had your first taste.
Yep, been out for an hour, about to go out for another hour. So see how we get on.
But there'll be more of these in the future, is it?
Yeah,
does
hopefully.
It whet the appetite.
Yeah, it does. It's good. Yeah, definitely. There's only a couple of years, isn't there? So
yeah, I think they
definitely try and
do at least 2.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of what makes them quite special is that that they come together. It's a bit unfortunate that there's a clash with the BSSO meeting.
Yes.
At Cadwell this weekend, which has probably taken 4 or 5 scooters away in terms of teams, but nonetheless, it's all good fun.
Yeah. All here for fun. Yeah.
And that's the thing. At the moment, you are a lap off to Arti Danan, who were up in the top 3 earlier on. But sort of pace-wise, there's a big difference in speed.
Yes, massively.
Whereas you're going to be used to racing bikes of a similar speed to yourself, even over 3 hours. It's not going to be
exactly.
as much
just
differential.
Try
here.
and be
We've got,
consistent.
Last lap, the leader did a 1:17. We've got 1:27s further down. So there's 10,
big
15
difference.
seconds. So you sort of have to plan.
Yes.
A lot more. You rather than sort of planning the next corner. I imagine you're almost planning half a lap in advance when you're coming off the mountain. You can see scooters all the way down the back straight.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
That you're sort of then planning. Well, actually, I think I might catch that one there.
Looking
I might
all the way
catch
up the
that
straight.
one there. You're looking at areas and planning. There's a lot of thinking going on, I imagine, while you're out there.
Yeah, there is a lot. It's non-stop.
You have a bit of time to think,
especially down the back straight. Yeah.
But there's a lot going on. I'm looking now at the 2 that are going up towards the South Bank hairpin. That the rider in green came down there so much quicker, but then had to brake earlier.
Yes.
And then, now he's having to plan his way through. And just because he's quick in a straight line doesn't mean that he can corner as quick as the scooter that he's caught up to. So there's plenty of thought process going on. Yours, is it designed for corners or is it designed for speed?
Both. It's perfect, yeah. So we out practicing yesterday, got cut short, obviously. So I changed all the gearing last night and it's running perfectly. Vibrating quite a lot, but it's what we expect. So it's good.
When you say change the gearing, I imagine that you can take bits out.
Yeah,
bits
took the whole
in.
gearbox apart, sprockets out, new chain, everything.
Whereas, until this first time I've really thought about it today, but it's like, generally you'd be like, well, first is first, second is second.
Yeah.
But you can change the size of what third is and what's, and change the sort of ratio of each one as you go through. So
so John was the mastermind behind that, sorting all that out last night.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he was already taking it apart anyway, wasn't he?
He was, So might as well sort everything else out.
You sorted it all out. So, you've really done him a favour there. You've made the bike quicker.
Effectively. Keeping the team going.
Exactly. So, you're really the development guy.
We'll take that.
That's, I'm not even clutching at positives. I'm writing them for you here. So, race so far, we're just over half racing. You're due back out next, I believe.
Yeah, back out next.
Yeah. So we'll try and keep an eye out for you in the 18. Hopefully it goes trouble-free. No, what I'll do is I'll just get the camera ops to follow you for the
whole time.
Stint.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't get away from it. Will that be your last one?
Yeah, I believe that's it, because then we'll have Kurt back out, then Ben back out, so they'll finish up for us, which will be great. So
doing about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do an hour stint, and they'll go out for another 2 hours each.
It sort of works nice. I know we were speaking to Independent Idiots earlier on. He was like, look, we just do 40 minutes because it fits the 8 hours at the end.
Yeah.
For us, he says, and we, they're just happy with
yeah,
that.
getting tired and that. Yeah.
It's different for each one. Like I'm just watching the 2 down the back. He's proper getting down behind it.
Yeah.
It's like, but everybody's working. You can see the riders that do different races as well because of the way they're transferring their
100%.
weight.
It's the main thing
round the
about
bike
it.
as
Yeah.
well, particularly here in this D chicane, which for me is one of the harder corners, even though it just doesn't look.
It looks so simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that you rise up and then just as you're wanting to transfer your weight, it drops away into effectively a little bomb hole as you go right, and then you actually then need to turn left fairly quickly after that. There is obviously quite a big bump, what we call rib bend, down the hill just at the end of the pit exit. There's a very big bump there. How we've not seen anybody off there today.
No, it's not too bad, really.
Normally, it's like that's where you sort of have a bit of an issue because if you brake before it sometimes, it goes very light.
Yeah.
Then there's that the chance that the front will just snap underneath and down you go.
Yeah.
What's that part of the track like? 'Cause we see this all the time here, and particularly from the commentary box, we can visually see everything that's going on.
Yeah.
We're relying on cameras down there, and it's the more technical part of the track with the hill.
It's not too bad. It's just going up the hill and then swinging back round, trying to get your gearing correct and everything.
Yeah.
But
so
it's nice.
We're seeing a very wide line on exit there.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's just
get the power on
just
early.
trying to keep widen the arc up on the exit. So they're taking a. Well, normally we'll see carts and cars around here, and they'll come out of there and hug the inside, and then open up.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the scooters; they're basically just trying to clip the top of the hill and then go as wide as they possibly can. And I'm assuming that's mainly to just maximise how quick you are at this end of the straight.
Yeah.
4 mile an hour there is 10 mile an hour up there, and that's a big part of racing. We can see it here. They'll come out, and then the next camera we sort of see, they'll probably reappear shortly there, and they're taking a reasonably wide line.
Yeah.
Certainly the rider at the back. Now,
trying to straighten up as
we
quick
don't
as
see
possible.
anybody out there on other
Or
events.
karting.
Yeah, karting and cars, and in a couple of weeks here, I think we've got Neutralization buggies on. They go a different way anyway, but they definitely won't go that wide because they've got an immediate burst of power that they don't have to consider what they're going to be down here because they're already going to be flat out anyway.
Yeah.
So, it's a big part. The endurance side of things, though, from yourself, how did we get into that?
Oh, I've been riding bikes since I was like 7 years old. Again, a friend bought my first bike, then just been into that. So, but yeah.
Just been a natural progression. But it's the same with everything. From this or anything else that anyone's in, it's always that sort of start story.
Exactly. You've got to get started somewhere.
It's the weird sports for me that I find strange. I look at it, I'm like bobsleigh or luge.
Yeah.
Like, at what point did somebody go, well,
that sounds like a good idea.
That's a good idea. I'll give it a whirl. Or how do you even get into stuff like that?
Yeah.
And it's very similar. Like, how did you get into this? And different things. You obviously say you just took a phone call and just went, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, might as well help someone out. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? So I'm assuming that you knew some of the team before this weekend.
I only knew John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I only knew John. Met Ben and Kurt last month or something. Been busy since, so come up here. Yeah.
That's great. So you're not a complete mercenary.
No, exactly. I've met a few of them. Yeah. All nice people.
Get on well. Not got you in as a complete ringer.
No, exactly.
But wonderful. Right,
yeah.
I have no idea how long until you need to
I don't know.
Out.
I better go get ready.
Yeah, I'll let you go because
nice.
Independent Idiots ran earlier, and I think I did about 6 minutes before he was needed.
Oh, my God.
He's like, I'm going to have to go now.
Yes, a bit quickly.
Off you go. There
Perfect.
we go. But pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll spend 50 minutes
circling me on the cameras.
Absolutely. Brilliant.
You very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. As mentioned, and we are on the P8, the door is open for anybody that wants to come in and chat, and that's not just for riders, that's for everybody everybody in the paddock. We had Tyler in earlier, who his dad was on track at the time, which was great. 333 looks like they had a rider swap. Now we've got Darryl Ward out there, who has a nickname as Tarmac Tickler. That's the thing that I've noticed really from scooters as a whole is generally everybody's got themselves a nickname. And I get the feeling with some of them, they haven't particularly chose that nickname themselves either, which I think is very, very entertaining. So Skeleton Guy in touch once again. He is a big fan of Chisel Speed, and they are doing well. They're up into second place, have been there for a while, although the gap to Real Taft Speed, who are our current leaders, is 6 laps. And credit to Real Taft Speed. We haven't really had a lot of focus on them, but that's because they've kept themselves out of trouble throughout the entirety of this race thus far. 3.5 hours to go, and we saw them earlier and complimented them, in fact, going through the D chicane, in that they weren't rushing to get past other teams and taking a disproportionate level of risk for the time of the race. So they've done incredibly well to sort of eke the gap up. It says it's out to 7 laps on the timing. It'll roughly be about 6.5. It'll yo-yo between the 6 and the 7 as the Chisel Speed will cross the timing line in due course to take it back down to 6. So again, and we've mentioned it throughout this race, the top 4 in this race are from different classes, which is a very, very interesting dynamic. We've mentioned it a few times, how you don't have to be on the fastest bike or be the most experienced riders to do well here in the British Scooter Endurance Championship. It is the emphasis being on the word endurance. You've just got to keep going, and you've got to keep circulating and stay out of trouble. Famous FM in touch saying, "Come on, Team Vespa," and as Scooter Dave as well saying, "Come on to the number 70." So that is the Independent Idiots, I believe. Still running in P15 for Independent Idiots. A few position changes on the last lap. Team Solid Air, who had an issue earlier on. I believe their rider was off that bike because he was had some grass all the way down the left-hand side of it, and now up inside the top 10, having gained a place from TD Vespa. Pickering Gold Stars also make up a place. Now, they're 38 laps down, but have had a scooter change. Now, that would have put them ballpark on the podium overall. It could have put them in 3rd place, I think, for Pickering Gold Stars. Now, their best lap was a 1:14. Previous lap was a 1:19, but they are anywhere between 6 to 10 seconds a lap quicker than some of the scooters in front of them for Pickering Gold Stars. So they've got some strong pace. Let's not rule out a podium overall for them, but things will need to fall into place for Pickering Gold Stars. Let's go back to the live chat as well. Paul Baker of SRP to work his magic on the 38. They were in the pits. Let's see where they are currently. Again, another team that have had some problems, having ran well earlier on. They're in 22nd place. Best lap of a 1:17. Currently lapping in roughly the 1:25s, but gaining time on those in front. Now, they're having a quick look at where we've got some other runners. Tuatha Danan have had some problems. They've dropped down into 13th place, but are less than a second behind Holt Tune. I would expect them on the next lap or so to move back up inside the top 12 with Tuatha Danan, and they do indeed cross the timing line to move up into 12th place for Tuatha Danan. Keith's back. Hello. Good. I don't know whether you were expecting to chat to me, but I've gone all in with it. Quickly, have we had an update on the rider that had a bit of a moment earlier on that
sore ankle? That's as far as I know. Yeah,
that's fine. So generally okay.
Yeah.
The
bike's worse than he is.
Yeah, that's fine.
But they are currently working to fix it, which is involved quite a lot of spannering forks out and bits and pieces. So.
But they've got 3 hours and 30 minutes to get back out just to see the checkered flag. It'd be lovely if we did get to see KM again. 3 riders on that, I believe, one of which he's got a sore ankle. So are they down to 2 riders now if they go
I don't think he'll be going out again. Last time I saw he was sitting with the old cool pack on his ankle, but it's not grossly overswollen or anything like that, so it's hopefully not too bad.
It's fine. So we are past the halfway mark, 4 hours and 30 minutes in. What's your take on the race so far?
It's interesting. It's a lot of the teams at the front, to be honest, you probably wouldn't have expected them to be up there. This is the thing of endurance racing, isn't it? As we were discussing earlier, it's not always the fastest bikes that are there. Well, we're halfway through. And I know we've got another 4 hours to go, but no, it's just interesting. So,
just having
and even the sun's come out for us as well.
Well, that's a surprise because earlier on when I looked at it, we were due a little bit of rain earlier on, but that seems to have gone off in a different direction, which is great. We don't want that.
I cancelled that. It came up and I went, no, we don't.
I don't think anybody wants that.
Yeah.
Particularly Mike, because he was saying that he's never going to the Isle of Wight again because he got wet on the way home.
Actually, I think wet would be a mild way of putting it. It just brings it puts a bit of a. I know it's wet, but it puts a dampener on it. The event because it's. I mean, all these people, they're all riding their scooters effectively, probably at, I don't know what percentage, but they're riding it. Whereas you put a damp track down and it changes the whole mind concept of everything of how you approach it, and it sort of steady brings it home more. So whereas this, it's the same idea but a higher speed, and it's definitely safer.
It makes it harder as well when if it's wet for a period of time because you have to get on a bike or on a scooter when other people are used to the conditions and you're not, and then there's that sort of changing dynamic of getting used to it and finding where you can find the grip and where you feel that you can push. And we know historically at this track that the last part to dry is into what we call hairpin 3, where we've got bikes going around now, because the start-finish straight here is actually angled slightly back. South Bank banks in and it stays wet, so it looks dry, but it's not.
Yeah.
And that makes it difficult when everywhere else is thin. Then all of a sudden you get somewhere and you've not got the grip you were hoping for.
No. Of all my riding experience, I think pouring with rain, okay. Dry, okay. The bit in the middle is the worst.
Yeah.
Because the other people you're pushing and you're thinking, I'm not confident. I mean, I'm quite an okay rider and I can get away with but I just sometimes just that slightly damp thing, that's when some people throw more caution to the wind, and sometimes the bike goes to the wind as well. I mean, but saying about it being hot and getting wet, one of the races I'd done, I competed in was an endurance in the middle of France, probably about 5 years ago now. Actually, it'd be before 2019 because I haven't been since. And the weather forecast before we went, there was a big red 40 right in the middle of France, and we were going right under the 40 degrees. So, I mean, I'm not happy with 30s. 40s is utterly ridiculous. But we went anyway because we're mad dogs and Englishmen going out in the midday sun and everything else. Yeah. So we goes down there. The team manager had the idea, which was great, to buy blow-up paddling pools.
That is a wise choice.
So we had a water source, so he filled up the paddling pools with water. And what I would do, because it was 40 degrees plus, we got photographs of about 42, I think. Was I've got an under riding suit, and I laid in the water before I put my leathers on, and then I put that helped. But when you got off after we were doing hour stints, when you got off after the hour, that was hard. But it makes memories. You remember things like that for a long forever, didn't you? I think we got trophies that weekend as well. So
wonderful. Now, I was told normally you practice on a Friday, don't you? Personally, you're normally out for a few laps.
If I didn't yesterday,
but I was about to say, but you didn't get to this weekend.
But if there's something available, Mikey's got a little pit bike, and the other year I rode that round here, which it's good fun. Yeah, because I still race myself, even though I'm ages old. That didn't come out when I said put my age. Then nothing came out my mouth. Yeah, and I still get a buzz. I mean, I went sprinting last weekend down in Kent, and I joined a fairly exclusive club of taking a full-bodied Lambretta to over 100 mile an hour on a standing start quarter, which is there's only about 3 or 4 scooters in total that have ever done that. So that's quite good.
Oh, GRR are going slowly back in now. They've been trying to wave him in for the last 5 laps or so, and I think there could be a chance. Could that be dry, Keith?
It could well be.
Because he was trying to decide. We'll see whether he comes back out in the next 5 minutes or so, because we were fairly sure earlier on that I was sure that sort of time-wise that some of our mopeds were pushing it a little bit fine.
You can't say that word.
No, I can't, can I? It's almost like I've done it on purpose, knowing that you told me earlier. So I arrived, I went, hi, I'm David. You went, oh, you've done the season before. Don't say moped.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's a swear word.
So I thought at some point when I'm speaking to him later on, I'm going to drop it in and see whether he picks up on it. Not that I was ever doubting that you were going to pick up on it.
No, I stood there with another team a little while. In fact, Wearside Wanderers, if you remarked on the size of their...
I do want to speak to one of them later on, because they have the biggest board, but then the rider has the smallest eyes.
No, he was jumping. He says, it's going to go out. No, you're going to have to do it from here. Trouble is, because your eyesight, but after a certain time, your brain should tell you to just have a look.
Yeah.
But I know you can get I don't know, not target fixation, but you can sort of concentrate sometimes on the right things, but the wrong things as well.
Yeah, and it was having a timer on the on the bars and just seeing whether that can count down.
Because I mean, that not failing to see, if you're unlucky, could cost them a penalty.
Yeah,
it's
particularly if you exceed that ride time. Yes.
Yeah, I off the top of I think it's a 3-lap penalty, which is it's not harsh because it's there to make sure, because we also have a percentage riding thing.
Yes.
The reason we had that is one team came along and used the rules quite sensibly. We had a team that said you must have 3 riders, so they had 2 very fast riders and one that wasn't so fast. So the one that wasn't so fast literally only done about 8 laps during the course of the meeting,
and the other 2 did
all the rest. So we said, well, if we have
that's Wearside Wanderers going gingerly down the back straight towards South Bank. And I don't know whether they have a problem that could again be fuel induced. We shall see. Let's see whether he takes the... I thought he was going to take the scenic route of squeezing between the barrier and the tyre wall to shorten where he was going, but that...
They still laying quite well, aren't they?
They were up in 3rd place for Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club, class leading as well. But let's see whether... I mean, again, we'll see whether they get back out fairly quickly. Who were the other team that were in earlier on that were? Cause it was GRR, wasn't it? Who pitted, and then they don't appear to have gone back out because they've not had a long stop. Which, if they were pitting, you'd be expecting 2.5 minutes or so. So they came in, and it looks like that is a problem that they've had. That is still being worked on. There they go now. They've just clocked the timing at a lap time of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. So
maybe just fuel.
But so if you run one of these dry, do you have do you have to blow the fuel through?
No,
does it just start? Is there a pulse pump on it that just pulls it through?
Literally. Most of these are gravity fed.
Yeah.
There might be an odd one where on some of the Vespers, because the carburettor sits very high on the large frame engines, they might put a pump on it, but most people just seem to rely on good old gravity.
Yeah.
It's quite a good invention.
I wasn't sure if it had a detrimental effect
No.
by running it dry.
No.
Obviously, you don't want to because it'll have a detrimental effect on your race, but I didn't know whether it was going to be two-pronged in that you then have to spend a few minutes getting the fuel back into the system.
Yeah, you might have to kick it a few times, but most of them, once it's through to the carb, and away it will go.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whereabouts the sun has gone now. Because this part of the track now is very much in the shade, particularly on that camera shot. So
I only ordered 50% sun. I
well,
didn't realise they were going to do it like that. I thought it would have been just sunny all over, then go in for a while. But
no, at the minute they're going down the back straight in a lot of sun, and then they're going to have to adjust their eyes very quickly when they get to South Bank, when it gets very, very dark down there. So yes, we've had GRR pitted. So I do think that was fuel induced because they had three laps or so. Wearside Wanderers, who have got a reasonable gap back to Team Escargot in terms of their class position. I think they've got around about 6 laps or so between them, but they have dropped outside the overall top 3 now as London Lambretta Club re-emerge inside the top 3. Real Taft Speed still with that gap of 7 laps or so, just adding a nice cushion here to again, at the moment, they just need to keep going round because that 7 laps will become 8, will become 9, which means that they can have a small problem.
Yeah.
And it not affect them. They can fix it. They've over 7 laps there. That's a 10-lap window.
Yeah.
That's a 10-minute window that they can now take a little bit more time, as they do indeed peel off into pit lane for what appears to be a scheduled stop for Real Taft Speed. But now they can take that extra 10 seconds to make sure that the scooter is fine. They can can spend a bit of time giving it a little once over every time it comes in to make sure they've earned the right to build that gap up.
Oh yeah, no, that's a healthy gap they've got, isn't it?
So they're going very well so far. Are Real Taft Speed.
Because that's, I believe, that is one of the Targa twins. There's somebody, Tino Sarci in Italy, makes a twin, and I believe that is one of them. They're not massively powerful, but they sound sweet because of the twin thing, which is rather nice.
Well, that's the strange thing, because I've just looked at it and gone, well, that's 275cc. That should, no wonder it's leading.
Yeah.
And then you've just gone, yeah, it's not very powerful though.
But it's not. It could, if you mucked around with it, it could be a lot more powerful. Yeah. But it's a sensible tune, I would class it as. But I believe a reasonably drivable power source, which is what you want, isn't it? It's all these things you got to be there now, and you got to be there in another 3 and whatever it is hours.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, we've got a bike. That's the 112, isn't it?
Yeah.
On entry to the pit lane, but doesn't look like they were coming into the pits. They were just. Oh no, they are now. They've come. That's through the exit gate, where the marshal stands.
Bit of an issue.
Yeah, it looks like there's a problem for our RFS tune. They are currently 2nd in class, 9th overall in the road class for RFS tune. Their 112 machine, only bested so far by London Lambretta Club in 3rd place overall, class leading. We've still got.
I don't know what happened to number 12, because number 12 were right up there.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get one of them in earlier on because they've gone well. We've got the 8 off at hairpin 3, and he will double back and I think try and shorten the run back into pit lane. That's DC10 Cert, who started 29th and last and worked their way up as high as 12th. Are currently in 16th place, but the number 8 of DC10 Cert are pushing the machine back in. And as we mentioned, you can, again, road class, in club class, because you've got the number plate on the back.
Yeah.
This is, you can see some of them that they go, that you can tell that they're definitely pro class because they are made. I saw one earlier and it was clear as day because whatever it was held on with, one side of it had come off and it was waving around slightly. But this is what they're made for taking on the road Monday to Friday and having even more fun with on a Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, our rules in road and club class is that it must conform. It must be up to an MOT standard. She doesn't even actually have to have an MOT, but there are quite a few of them have got number plates. But it's not. We did ask them that they should have a legal traceability about them. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Why? That was it's dead.
It's dead. It's broken. So that will be that's being wheeled back in. They do insist on pushing it down the grass, which is still twice as hard as tarmac.
Yeah.
And
if they've been on there for half an hour, you already walk.
Yeah.
That's about the last thing you want to do is push it back. And they always seem heavier in those situations as well.
Yeah.
Like someone's added a few stone to the whole weight of the thing.
Yeah,
or a few kilos, I should say.
The good thing with that as well is that as he's walking up that way, Ellis is walking back the other way, and he stopped to tell him what's wrong with it, which is the best bit of it. It's like I could rush back, but I need to stop for 5 seconds and let Ellis know what happened to the scooter. So Ellis was out earlier. He came back with a list of things that were a bit different. We've got another visitor.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to Ellis or Bob? That's Bob West, famous scooter racer.
Maybe we both hand over here. I think what we'll do is, I think we'll get Bob on first, and then Ellis has got. I'm assuming a bit of a list of one or two things that have gone on, maybe including the. Even though it was very brief and the gentleman still had his helmet on, but DC10 Cert on the way past did seem to slow down. Bob, you've even got your name on the suit, which is Bob West Customer Training Centre.
That was my previous job when I worked at Western Helicopters. I retired now, 4 years ago nearly.
Which team are we with, Bob? I'd guess from the colours, but I don't want to get in trouble. But
it's Team Task Speed, real Task Speed, SRP Task Speed.
See, you've got Valley Scooter colours on, so I kind of thought you've got yellow T-shirt and blue, so they're blue and yellow. So I was going to go with that, but SRP
and Task Speed on there somewhere. Task Speed on the back of it, I think.
How's the I was about to say how's the race going? But reasonably well.
Fairly well so far. It was a strange first lap, wasn't it?
It was a very strange first lap or so, yes.
Our opening rider decided to pull off on the first lap. They were just cold tyres, and so the back end just got away from him.
Yeah, I wasn't the only one. Chisel Speed led over the line, got so excited and then fell off. So.
And Team Vesta managed to stall it on the line. And so they went off dead last. Our guy went into the complex over there, I think second or third in place. And said he wasn't pushing that hard, and suddenly the back end broke away from him. That's Jeremy Crew. And suddenly he didn't appear into view down the long straight. And I thought, and then he did. Big gap, and he was well last. And fortunately, no damage to the bike. Gradually worked his way back up through the places. And touchwood, everything's going reasonably well. But the pit stops and fueling stops have gone fairly well so far.
So you've been last, now you're first, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going well. Your role is, I'm assuming, to make sure it doesn't break down.
Pit crew this one. I have ridden before in the past, and I've got my leathers and riding gear with me, just in case they wanted me. But we've got plenty of riders, but it was short of people for the pit crew for the refuelling, and so I'm refuelling today.
Brilliant. Well, we've got a camera down there as well in the pit. I don't know whether we can see if we can get the refuelling camera on, because we've got a camera that basically just shows the refuelling bay, and this is where all the activity goes on now. hopefully people can make them out, but there is little stands that the scooter has to be on a stand to be refueled, I believe. So you can't just bring them in and throw the fuel in and get them out. There's a bit to this, particularly down there, and if you save 20 seconds a pit stop, that's 2 laps. There's you've built up a healthy advantage at the moment, which we're saying is now it gives you the luxury to take a little bit more time.
Not panic.
Yeah, take a little bit more time. Make sure everything's okay. If something minor does go wrong, you've built up that cushion. That but you've done that through the right way, because I saw one of your riders earlier on wasn't rushing and taking unnecessary risks when it came to passing other scooters, particularly through this D chicane in front of the commentary box where it's single file. They were riding really, really smart.
Yeah, using a bit of discretion as you're going past people.
Yeah,
if you get decent, get through clean.
Yeah,
but there's still an awful long way to go. We're only just past halfway, and anything can happen.
Well, yeah, we're saying that normally these are 6-hour races. 8 hours is probably going to be the preferred length now, but this would be half race distance normally, and it's we're well beyond that now. How is your riders go out, they come back 45 minutes to an hour later. What's the sort of feedback on how it's handling, how it's performing?
Well, we're getting good reports back from the riders. After the first lap when Jay fell off, he managed to go and twist the handlebars around. So he did all of his first 40-minute stint with the handlebars at about 20-30 degrees off true.
Yeah.
But rode through it. And also the handlebar top was 5-glass top, and he'd broken the little tie wrap holders on that. Was hanging out at the back of the handlebars, but wasn't causing any problems.
He's obviously made a decision then that he's going to save more time riding round that problem than he would be coming, straighten it, go back out. So, we were speaking previously with Holt Tune when they came in about the decision-making process and the thoughts about stuff when you're out on track. Is there's a lot of planning goes on, particularly when you're catching, you've said you've raced before, when you're catching at different speeds and you can see that you're catching somebody and you think, well, I might catch them there or I might catch them there. And, you're planning half a lap in advance, but it seems like.
But one of the big things, don't do unplanned stops.
Yeah.
And even just if you've got a little niggle on the bike, if you can ride through it, ride through it. If you just pop into the pits, just have a small thing fixed, you're going to lose at least 30 seconds, probably a minute plus. And that's a lap.
Yeah.
And it takes an awful lot of hard work to get that lap back.
Yeah, I mean, if you can ride round it until the first stop, like you say, was it Jeremy did at the start?
Yeah.
That, you probably you're in there anyway. You're fueling it anyway, so it's not going to add much more to straighten that up. Whereas if you've got to do a ride through, particularly as well when you can't just ride through, you have to stop, turn it off, get off it, push it through. You're going to add a decent amount of time.
Because our first stop on that bike, because it's got a big fuel tank, it'll run 2 hours. But the riders are doing 40 minutes, and so Jervis came in after 40 minutes. We came in at that point, quickly tweaked the handlebars straight. Roll of tape sort of wrapped out, stuck the handlebar top back on the right place, and off he went. The next rider went. And so we lost an extra sort of 10, 15 seconds on top of the normal stop.
Yeah. But in comparison to him doing another stop,
if it
would have been at least a minute or so.
Yeah.
So
and then you still got to do your planned stops as well.
So in terms of your scooter, I've been asking everybody Lambretta or Vespa.
Lambretta.
I know that you're on a Lambretta, but what's the preference?
Oh, Lambretta, definitely.
Everyone seems to be leaning more that way, actually.
I've always been a Lambretta person. I know Vespas. There's great huge Vespa followers who like them, and you can get a huge amount of tuning stuff for both bikes nowadays and this sort of thing. And Team Vespa show you just how quick they can be with their little one. And the other ones, there's number 207. They're very rapid.
They've set the fastest lap before.
But they've blown it up.
Yeah, and then it didn't quite go to plan.
Was that Team Vespa?
Right on cue.
Team
Vespa are he's
pushing.
He is technically he's by rights scootering that one back.
Where is he?
He's coming round South Bank. He's on the outside up there. So,
wonder what he's done.
Yeah,
but they've had various little faults. So I think they broke a carb rubber and had to bodge the carb back on. Then they had a puncture. which has dropped them quite a lot of laps down.
Yeah, he's going to, hopefully he gets that back on the tarmac just to push it. It's easier if he just keeps the wheels slightly on the tarmac, and then that's it. He's got the right idea. You use a lot less energy pushing it with the wheels just on the side of the tarmac as you do, but he will be doing that under the under a yellow flag as well, which is helpful, which means there'll be no overtaking when they get to this yellow. So that's the thing as well for your riders as well. We saw early doors, and that's great there from Tuati Danan, who've just acknowledged the yellow, slowed and waited till they're past the incident. That you also don't want to pick up unnecessary penalties. You know, a black flag is, you're going to come in, you're going to have to be told what you've done wrong. Yeah. A bit of help there from
a penalty pause in the pit. Sort of thing.
I don't know who that is from Team Vespa that's just ran down, but I'm fairly sure he's not one of ours at the circuit to
take the bike off him,
to get that back in. But Team Vespa, who'd worked their way back up inside the top 5 in 4th place, second in class, trying to chase down Chisel Speed. They've done a best of a 110 as well, so they have got some.
Yeah, that was quite early in the race, I think. They did a 110,
there was. In terms of that as well, we've seen that the teams at the start were doing sort of like 110s, 111s, and now doing, like 113s. So in terms of like the evolution of the sort of bike, the scooter, the tyres and that sort of thing, they've obviously gone out. They've gone out the gates at a fair rate of knots.
And a lot of teams won't have sort of 4 quick riders.
Yeah.
You might only have 1 really quick rider. It's like the time with Justin Price in it. Because he put in a 110 early on, and the other 2 riders in the team, I don't think they were capable of getting to 110. I'm not sure what they did, but it's quite a long way clear. And like Team Vespa, they've got good riders in the team, but they had 1 rider did a 110. The rest of them were going around at about 113s and 14s.
Yes.
The best we've had in our team, I think we've had a 113.
113.335.
Which is steady, but we've got 4 good riders on it. We've got 3 very good riders and 1 good rider, who he admits he's not going to be quite as quick as the others. But
I was about to ask you then to name drop him, but we've got 3 really good ones and then 1 who's almost there. I was like, go on,
but
name
he'll admit. Because we've got there's Jeremy Crew, who's out there. We've got Stuart Day, he's been ex-British champion, all sorts of things, very, very experienced. And we've got Steve Keneally riding with us for the first time, and he's going really well. And then we've got Sean on as the 3rd rider, Sean Nichols, who's basically been he started basically riding a production class bike in the BSEC series, but hasn't been doing that for a couple of years now, and he goes sprinting instead. And he's a steady rider. He's capable of putting some good times in, but not the ultra competitive times. He won't do a 110 like I couldn't do a 110. I might have done 30 years ago. But we've got, all the riders are good. We haven't got one that's really going to go and lose a huge amount of time on us, which is what you need. And they're also capable of riding through little problems.
Well, we've mentioned that a few times, haven't we? About they just have to be mechanically sympathetic. As we've got, looks like we've had the 12 of Tuati Danan being pushed back into pit lane with a problem. They did signal last time round with a bit of a helmet tap that they may well be coming into the pit lane. So they're a team that have showed really, really well at the start, but have fallen away. I'm going to ask the question: would you, if you have a problem, would you rather have it early and charge back through, or would you rather be up there and then have a problem towards the end?
Oh, early.
Early and charge back through.
You got a chance to sort of recover.
Yeah.
But if you get one in the last sort of half hour or something, and you lose too much, you might never recover. And if you got something, you might never get it fixed, because you've got to be running when the checkered flag goes out.
Yes.
It's no good being running for 9% of the race and then it's broken.
Yeah, that's something that I think I picked up last time, is that even though you have got a big lead or something, you have to take the checkered flag. It doesn't matter, you can have that gap, but if you're not going when the checker drops, then you don't win. And I think that's really interesting. I like that, because
it's like if you broke your bike in the first half hour and it took the next 7 hours to fix it.
Yeah.
You then go back for the last half hour and still be on the results sheet.
That's obviously we've had a few teams at the start who've had
problems,
real problems through. Obviously CKM had the big one on the back straight.
They changed the forks and did all sorts of things.
Yeah, so
fortunately the rider's basically okay. He's hobbling a bit.
Yeah, I got when Keith came in last. I was like, first thing I asked was, can you update me on the rider that had the big one down the back straight? He went, his foot's hurting a bit, but he seems to be okay, which is great.
He got nudged out into the grass, didn't he, going down the back straight?
Yeah, I mean that's all we want really, isn't it? We will want to go home nicely at the end. So so CKM in the 16. I'm trying to keep an eye out and see whether they are back out. We'll clock them.
Because our second machine we're running, number 38, because that's also a Targa twin, and that runs in the road class.
So that's a team. If you're looking on timing with the green background, on timing.
But that one had a problem. Basically, we've got a new rider into that team. He hasn't ridden scooters before this weekend. Basically, he does track days with a R1.
Yeah,
and he's got one of those crazy Kawasaki H2 supercharged 250-mile-an-hour things, And he's come into riders and learnt to ride scooters today. Basically, he's doing really, really well. But he got nudged off at the top, just going on the back straight. I think the rider there just went past him and just fell off in front of him. And he hit him and he fell off. But where he caught him, it all damaged the caliper bracket that holds the brake caliper on. And all twisted it up, and the anti-drive bit is all twisted and mangled. It locked up the front wheel totally.
Yeah.
And that came back in on the little trailer.
They were doing well to start with, and that explains why they've dropped down.
And once we got it back to the fellas to look at it, we just didn't have the spares or couldn't fix it, and so we had to do a bike change. And so that's why they're on the green number 38, which is out there circulating quite happily, and that's a production class bike. But we had to take the 30-lap penalty on that.
Yeah.
And so it's going to take a lot of work in clawing back up. And they're slowly working their way up.
Yeah, currently 22nd at the moment. They've got...
Next one's going to be 4 laps, so they might nibble up into this lot here.
They're closer to the team in front than the team behind them is to them. So they've got a bit of a comfortable one at the minute.
Because they were when we got out again, we did the bike change, and with the penalty, I think we're third from last, 27th or something. But they gradually worked their way up a bit, and they're still out there and running, and there's a long way to go.
Plenty of time. We are dropping. We're just under the 3-hour mark now as we head towards the checkered flag, which will be at 6 o'clock. We started at 10 o'clock, so we've got 3 hours left to go until at 6 o'clock. The sun has come back out, which is always nice for a race day. Keith was saying it's either we either want it perfectly dry or just consistently wet. It's that drying up period.
Yeah, if a shower goes through,
nice.
There's no point in coming in just to change to wet tyres. You need a soaking track, and it needs to stay wet for a good long time because you lose so much swapping to full wet tyres, and really you need a dripping wet track to get any benefit from full wet tyres.
So in terms of how long it would take to change?
Front wheel's a slow one to change, but you're probably looking at, if you're really good, 5-6 minutes. We're probably looking in reality 10 minutes to change both tyres front and back. Because it's a bit fiddly doing the front on, because most people have got the anti-dive linkage gets in the way and it fiddles and farts around,
So I mentioned to somebody earlier, I think it was when Holt were in, you see some of these scooters, obviously they've got, some of them are a lot quicker in a straight line than the others, but then they get to the corners and then they lose a lot of, lose to the, to a more nimble bike that may be set up to come for the cornering parts. Yours is obviously no slouch. It's currently got an 8-lap lead at the front for the 74 scooter. But sort of setup-wise, gearing, that sort of thing. How we race at Wilton Mill, which is a more technical circuit. We come here where you've got a very long back straight. How much work goes into sort of gearing these?
Well, Wilton Mill's a lot lower gearing, and I think we've got a 5-speed box in here. Because it's that much quicker down the back straight. Wilton Mill, I think we've put a 4-speed in. And you can almost get away not changing gear around Wilton Mill There's one bit maybe just go from third into fourth gear, or fourth into third into fourth, then straight back into third, and basically the rest of the circuit you're going around in third gear. Whereas here you're using most of the gearbox up and down.
It's interesting when I popped out earlier on, when Ellis was having a chat with Alison, listening through here that on occasions when somebody's gone down 2 rather than 1, you can hear it 'cause they get a massive over rev. They do generally tend to rectify that very, very quickly, but you can definitely hear the sort of as they're working through. So that they're definitely, nobody's just sort of sticking in the same gear around here, are they? That's the thing. They're working incredibly hard. And generally as well, it's got average sort of speed round here is reasonably high, but there's still plenty for the rider to do.
The thing is, well, scooter gearboxes, they can be fragile. You've got to be sort of a bit careful with them. And we were here last year, the one where Team DSC had a big cushion, over 10 laps in front or something, and then 10 minutes from the end, they destroyed the gearbox. It just locked solid and everything. I don't know exactly what happened inside, but I think it stripped an awful lot of teeth off something. And they sort of carried it into the pits, and it was locked solid. And they rocked the bike back and forward, so to free some loose teeth from locking everything solid. Freed it off, and then went out. They were sat there waiting, basically, for the checkered flag to go out, because they got enough cushion on the second place bike. Having freed the gearbox off, they bumped it off, and they potted around, I think, in first gear, not wanting to go and change gear at all.
No.
Knowing you've got a whole load of loose teeth floating around in the bottom of it. And it rattled and clicked its way back and went across the finish line and took the win.
It must have taken quite a lot of reserve for that driver, rider not to go and second, and
and lock it up again over there, and then that's it. You snookered.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what we're saying about. They've built up enough of a cushion, like Real Taft Speed are doing at the moment, to try and negate them sort of problems. Chisel Speed of whoever's on theirs at the moment is going at a fair rate of knots. Currently around about 4 seconds a lap quicker, but that's going to take probably from now until the checkered flag.
Because he's on ours. Sean's on ours. Yeah, he's the slowest of our 4 riders. And plus, now they're starting to get a little bit tired. But Chisel are, I'll say, running 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker at the moment. London Land Rec Club are thereabouts.
They've been they've kept a very low profile, with the exception of their pit crew, who come up here and wave the board about and emphatically when they want to pit.
Like Team Leicester, we just watched them push in. Obviously, wasn't much of a problem. They're out again.
Yeah, I think that was a fuel issue. They were out.
Embarrassing that, running out of fuel. We've done it once, try not to do it.
I think potentially, because the 2:24 lap was the one where they pushed in. Their 3:27 lap was their timeout. That's been roughly 3.5 minutes has been how long it's taken teams to fuel. They obviously have to come in, they have to go on the stand. There's, they fuel. Is there anything else that you do on a standard stop? Anything?
You have a quick look. They ask the rider typically if any problems. Hopefully they'll say we're okay, and they just fuel it and straight out again. We have a guy who picks it up as they come in, the bike off them, push it into fueling. It's me and him, and then they push refuel the bike, and then he'll take the bike on out to the out bit of the pitch, and hand it over to the new rider. So it's handy having a spare person running around.
Is there anything, do you apply anything like chain lubricant or anything else like that, or do you just think, well, it's 8 hours, it's
hopefully just putting fuel in.
We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't lubricate it every 8 hours when it's on the road, so it's no different to here. We just crack on.
Just fuel and go.
Added time.
If a rider comes in and said, look, there's a major problem so and so, at that point you make a decision. But hopefully it's just fuel, go. In fact, I've got to go out and do some more fueling in a minute.
I have kept you for quite a while. I was thinking at some point you're going to be. If he runs out of fuel while I'm talking to you, I will take no responsibility for that whatsoever. But absolute pleasure having you in. Hopefully the remaining 2 hours and 52 minutes is calm, which I think is all that any team that's built up a lead wants, really. So
But the riders are now getting tired, and the bikes have done a lot of miles, and so, and like I say, nearly 3 hours to go still.
Yeah,
long
plenty
way.
of time to go, and Chisel Speed are chiseling away at the moment on the times. So we'll see whether they can make any sort of ingress into yourselves at the front. But yeah, hopefully it goes as well as it possibly can for you.
I was saying Team Vespa are back up to 4th now, and they're sort of no one to mess around. A little mistake, and they're going to be there.
Yeah, going well. They've got 2 laps to close in on London Lambretta to get back into 3rd overall and finish in top 3. They have got a fairly comfortable gap. Team Escargot, albeit they are leading in the club class now. Team Escargot with GRR in 2nd place. I think they're another team that might have had a fuel issue earlier on. They pushed in, and it looks like they had roughly around about a 3-minute pit stop around about 20 laps or so ago. Again, 3 minutes 10 for them. So yeah,
I'm not sure what time our pit stops have been taken. Obviously, you can do that on your
let's have a
magic
quick look
machine.
where we were last time. You said it's been a while since you've last been in. So let's see if we can pick up when the last time was. It's been a bit temperamental at scrolling too far today.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah,
but I'll keep an eye out from your next one, and if it's anything more than 3.5 minutes, I'll have to call you back in to question your technique. So, but
right.
No, Bob, absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah, pleased to chat.
So we'll hand that back over. Brilliant. Ellis is back in with a. He had a list, and then he disappeared, and he's come back with an even longer list.
It was because I saw the two Atherton and Ann lads come into the pit, so I legged it down there to find out what was going on.
They've been very unlucky after an incredibly strong start.
Yep, they have. We'll come on to that in a second, but Bob West, legend in the scootering world. He's a very quietly spoken, modest man, but he's had a massive influence on the whole scooter scene, really. And it's just great to see him at these events. He's so knowledgeable, so experienced. There's very few other people that can touch him for that level of knowledge and experience.
Before you start, we're going to have to get rid of the commentary box camera.
Fine.
Because
you're going to eat.
I'm going to smash down a very big cake with a lot of icing on. And
I thought it was because you didn't want me to show me radio show T-shirt.
No, that's lovely. Just like this cake.
So whilst you're just munching away there, I have been sort of wandering around trying to find out what's going on because several of the teams have been having problems. And again, they're relatively small, minor problems, but have a massive impact on their position. So Team 200, so the Rushton lads, they had a split petrol tank, which you wouldn't think there'd be many petrol tanks knocking about. But the team sat next to them, so that's the Rushton Lambretta B team in effect. But the other Rushton team have got their spare Louis here, which has got big tractor tyres on in advance of I think it's a grass track off-road type race that they're doing in France or somewhere.
Germany.
Germany.
Yes, they've been in. They've been in and told me all about that, which was great. They're going to Germany.
Their tank is now on Team 200's bike. So they've been into the pits, swapped the tank over. It's a more comfortable seat as well, apparently, they've put on it now, although it's held together with gaffer tape, which is a traditional fixing material for the motorcycle and scooter racing community. But yeah, so 200 are benefiting from 135 having their spare tank here. Team 70, so the Independent Idiots, they were up around 12th at one point, but they've dropped down quite a way to 20th position. They fried their clutch. So they've just had to do a full clutch change in the pits. Wearside, so Wearside Wanderers, Team 11, they've been having problems with exhaust. So again, another split exhaust, and again, thanks to the team at the circuit, they're getting that repaired in the circuit workshop, which is again very generous. Thanks for that. Team 32, so the lads from Ireland on the PK, they've had a cylinder stud snap. And obviously, when the cylinder stud, you've got 4 cylinder studs. If one goes, it's not tightened down evenly. That caused the head gasket to go. So one simple problem creates many more problems. And then of course they're in the pits replacing and fixing that. That takes time away from them, and time means laps. And similarly, so the other two Atherton lads on the number 12 bike, they've had a leaky tank which they've had repaired previously, and they did actually lose enough time on a previous race that they actually lost that race due to a leaky tank. They've had it repaired, and lo and behold, it's split again. So the leaky tank has taken them out for a second time, but on top of that, they get the bike back up and running, and then the clutch starts slipping. So again, something as simple as a trunnion on a cable, so a tiny little 50p component, means that their clutch is slipping and they're in the pits tightening that up. So I think they're back out, but that was one of those things where they've probably lost a good few laps for a 50p component not holding the cable where it should be.
Yeah, I think they've been in recently as well. I think as you were walking up this way, they were back in for
again.
Yeah, I think
okay.
I'll have a quick look as to where they are at the moment, but they currently running in 7th. They've re-emerged in 17th.
Right, okay.
They were down in 16th. They had a 6-minute stop, and they've only done 2 or 3 laps since then. So I'm going to try and keep an eye out to make sure they are back out on track. But I think that they could have been in for 7 minutes or so, done 2 or 3 laps, and then had to come back in.
That's almost certainly then related to that clutch problem, which may not be as simple as the cable needing tightening. I think that's what they were hoping the problem was, and that's what they were adjusting. So again, you can't predict these things, but what you can do is bring as many spares as you possibly can. Changing a clutch is not a huge job. It can take half an hour. It's not a huge job, but obviously if you've not got a spare clutch with you, you can't do it. So I suspect if they are planning now to change the clutch, we might lose them for, well, it depends how practiced they are at it, but hopefully they'll be back out in 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them as well, because they were going strongly at the start. One other team I wanted to ask about was DC10 Cert.
Yeah.
You were walking this way as they were walking that way.
Yeah.
He pretty much stopped and went, "It's broken."
Well, I shouted at him and said, "Stu, what have you done?" And what he's done, well, he doesn't know what the problem is at the moment, but it was just revving its nuts off. He got uncontrollable revs, which kind of probably sounds like an air leak.
Yeah.
So he's probably got air getting in somewhere. And again, that can be a million and one causes. It could be the carb coming off. It could coming undone. It could be the exhaust. The head. There's a whole host of reasons why you might be getting air leaks, crankcased a lot. So they've gone into the pits to try and diagnose where that problem is coming from and then try and fix it. Now, I know I've only just legged it back in.
Yes.
But while you just remind everybody about the sponsors,
yes,
I'll have a chat with the chap that's just joined us, Mark Webster. You do the sponsors. I'll let him know what's going on.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah, so just wanted to give a shout out to everybody that makes these sort of events possible in terms of sponsorship. You can see most of them in the bottom right-hand corner of this British Scooter Endurance Club 8-hour stream here on the TSK Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Thank you very much to AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, Thanet Area Scooter Services and AF Race Speed Limited. Not forgetting Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain, Express Signs of Stockton and Properly Protected as well for their support of the British Scooter Endurance Club events. We are here at Teesside Autodrome for the 8-hour of Teesside, of which we've had 5 hours and 15 of them. We have 2 hours and 43 minutes remaining. And we have had a change in the commentary box once again. I'm joined...
Hello, Dave. Mark Bennett.
By Mark. Hi, Mark. Race so far, how's it gone?
Really good. Touch Formica. It's going all right, yeah. We're third in our race class at the moment. And we had that little off which you picked up on earlier on about an hour ago, when Nige just lost it on the infield a bit. Just knocked the handlebars, but that was all right. No major problem.
We weren't 100% sure initially what the problem was until he wheeled it past and there was grass stuck to it. And we're like, that would be the problem, because you don't get grass if you're still upright.
That's right. On the left-hander on the infield, he just squirted a little bit too early and the back spun out, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where he'd done it, because with the grass being on the left, it has to be on the left-hander if you're going to go that way. But
on the infield.
There's not a lot there's not a lot to go at.
No.
There isn't a tyre wall
No.
there. So I was like, he's done really well to find some grass, actually.
Yeah. It's slow speed, so it's not a major problem for him, and the bike's just another dent, you know, and cable tie the handlebar
If he's
up.
got one, then you might as well have 5 or 6,
Oh,
don't you?
yeah,
So
yeah, exactly.
What's the point? And obviously, you've got to have a cable tie on it somewhere. That's almost a rule. I personally think if there's not a cable tie on it at the end, disqualify. Get them gone. We've got to have a cable tie. Yeah, definitely. Looking at where did you start compared to where you are now? We've got your grid positions down here. So.
Yeah, 17th was the starting position.
So we're going okay then.
And we're 7th the last time I saw. Still 7th.
And 3rd in class as well, which is handy. So 10 place gain from the start.
Yep.
And actually making up some good ground. The team in front, GRR, are closing in fact, on Escargot in front in 6th place. And then you're also closing in on both of them as well. So they've got 50 seconds. You're, I think, a lap down on GRR, but it's going to come together nicely, I think.
Yeah.
Particularly we've been paying a lot of attention recently to those teams that appear to have run out of fuel. Because we've had one or two that we think might have been a bit short, because whenever they've come in, they've had roughly about a 3 to 3.5 minute stop, which is roughly your pit affected lap. Because that not is only the stop, that's the stop plus the lap round to the timing line again.
I'm with you. Yeah.
It's probably going to, you're probably in the pits for around about 2 minutes, and that's generally what they are. So we think that we've had one or two with that in terms of potentially running out, and they'll be your teams, I'm guessing, that are doing the 40-minute stints rather than pushing it to an hour, because at an hour you're probably going to fuel every time you come in, whereas 40-minute stints, I think you're going to fuel every other time.
We're fueling every time. We're putting just under about 4.5 litres in after 45 minutes, and we're just on a standard tank, which is about 8 litres. So it's we're just doing it every time.
Is it where you think some of those teams that have got that tank think that they can do 240 minutes, and then if they miss the board a few times, then you sort of are getting in that area of
risk,
of risk, particularly as well. We're finding that when they do run out, it's at South Bank where you are leaning one way for a considerable period of time, that you're then going to have a problem, So that's what we've found. It adds another interesting dynamic.
And if you've got a slightly bigger petrol tank, then that can you can do the two.
And particularly now, I think Real Task Speed has just come in. I think that's an unscheduled stop for the leader, because Bob said that he did need to go. He said he had to fuel fuel once. So looks like they're in the pits at the moment for Real Task Speed. They've got a comfortable gap at the head of their thing. See if we can pick out the 13, which is your machine.
Just coming going in.
That's it. We're at hairpin 3. That's just so that we can now just tell the camera ops where to pick out. There it is, the silver one. There we go. Coming out of hairpin 4 and up over the timing line. Battleship Grey, the colour, is about as near as I can go. Yeah,
it's a tone of grey.
That's where we've gone. We've gone for. We've gone. We'll go Battleship. Also, the best race number.
13. Yeah, that's Viv's lucky number. It was Friday the 13th yesterday.
It is the best race number, only for the fact that it's my son's race number.
Oh,
so we'll go. That's why we like it. So
it's only superstitious if you are superstitious.
Exactly.
It's not a problem. Yeah.
Team-wise, first of all, tell me a bit about your scooter.
Right, it's GP with part fiberglass body. The rear part of the body is a one-piece unit, where you don't have to worry about taking the side panels off. You just lift the whole unit up. And then the engine is a TS1240 with, I can't remember, TMX, TS1240 with a TMX 30 or 35. I can't remember, to be honest. It's another team member's bike. And that's the first time we've used it this year. This is second race. Wilton Mill, it performed really well. It's got a good amount of torque. We've got a lot of drive in it, but it's very easy to ride as well. And it's quite light on the front sometimes, and I think it's with the extra power. So if you're going over accelerating hard over some of the lumpy bits, like when you're coming out onto the start of the back straight, you just got to be careful the head doesn't shake a little bit too much and then land and give you a bit of a wobble.
I'm saying that there doesn't. I've just seen it come past. There doesn't appear to be a lot of clearance from the underside of your exhaust compared to some of the others. That I mean, the 18's gone through. They've got hardly any clearance at all. And we were talking earlier on about how important it is to remember the bits that trail off the side. If you've got, for example, an exhaust on the left where you've got quite a big curb at the D chicane here, you know, if you forget that, okay, you've not got one on the right, I can do that when I go that way, but I can't do it when I go that way, is going to be a very, very interesting reminder for the rider.
Absolutely. I mean, the main thing we did, well, particularly with this little chicane here, is not get close to that curb, because I have lifted the back wheel once a couple of races back and lost the back end. It just slipped out from under me because I just lifted it on the curb with the exhaust. But what we've done is, with the very first race we did here, we wore through the exhaust skin. And so now we put some sacrificial plates, weld them on where the contact points are, and that seems to do all right. And this bike's got a reason, even though, like you say, it can get quite close. It's a reasonable amount of clearance, and we're not scraping it like we used to, and that can be helped with suspension as well and that sort of thing. But we're not grinding round like we have done in the past.
Rider-wise as well, because the bike is generally only as good as the attendant.
Absolutely,
You know, what are we? What are the team bringing to the table?
We've got 5 riders normally, but only 3 are available today because 2 of them are over in the BSSO race.
But increased ride time. So
increased ride time, which is great when you're in your mid-50s and it's hot and hard work. But 3 riders. Viv, I've known for years, since we were sort of like young teenagers. He's got a workshop of his own near Darlington, working on bikes and scooters. He's ridden scooters for years, and he's also ridden bikes a lot and raced heritage bikes. He had a TZ 350, I think, something like that. And then Nigel, who I met through when we started the endurance racing with privateer racing. And so he's privateer racing, don't race anymore, but I've finally persuaded him to come and join us. And again, he's a long-term scooterist. He's got a nice little tidy road bike, and he's very steady, very consistent and reliable. We've all done well getting round safely, but keeping a good time as well. So Nigel's getting his confidence back today because he hasn't raced for a couple of years. And Viv and myself have been doing these races for about 5 years now.
Well, who's on it at the moment?
Viv.
So almost 5 seconds quicker than the bike in front on the previous lap. And then in turn, they were 2.5 seconds quicker than the bike in front of them.
Yeah, so he's doing 120,
It's closing up nicely in this sort of region here for 5th place. GRR closing in lap on lap. They're down to 33 seconds behind Team Escargot. And then yourselves, Team Solid Air, are closing up as well. We've had a few changes in the sort of 14th to 18th area with 2RD9 and RFS Tune dropping places. Dependent Idiots are up 2, as are Odd Mod Squad. Looks like RFS Tune and 2RD9 are in the pit lane, and 2RD9 have had a tough one in the last hour or so. They've been in and out of the pit lane quite a lot with problems. So we were mentioning this last when we were talking to Bob about just A, staying out of trouble, B, riding round problems if you can until your pit stop.
Yes.
You know, and then dealing with it when you can. Obviously, it helps if your rider stays on it. We've discussed that. Wasn't you, was it?
No,
that's
it wasn't
fine.
me.
No, that's fine. Well,
I mean, we've discovered that a lot of people have a thing as well. This endurance racing is very different to the short circuit racing, 8-10 laps of a quick dash. This is not getting involved too much with other people, and not getting into little battles. And because, the red mist comes down and you want to keep with them or try and get back past them. And then you make a tiny mistake, which can end up catastrophic, and it's a very different style of riding. And if your bike's reliable, that's the main thing. It's a bit of luck as well as preparation.
Well, we could see it there just with the sort of like a bit of an up and under. It's like, you're going to catch a slower rider, so take a wider line, let them go in, hook back, give yourself a good amount of space to get through cleanly.
Yep, that's the thing, cleanly.
It doesn't matter whether if you lose half a second, lose a second, it's an 8-hour race. It's not essential.
That's right, yeah.
But losing 10 or 15 minutes replacing...
Coming in because you've overcooked it and got to replace a brake lever or something.
Is different.
Yeah.
So the one thing that we have... I've asked everybody, so I'll ask you.
Yep.
Lambretta or Vespa?
Lambretta.
There we I need a Vespa man.
They've had plenty of Vespas in the past as well. And they've got their own draw. But I've always preferred Lambrettas and have ridden them for a long time now. Just something else about them.
The final question is: what's your preferred method of getting your rider to see the pit board to get them in the pits? Because I'm loving the fact that it turns out for me that the bigger the board, the harder it is to see.
Yeah. Well, we try and keep an eye on this clock you've got outside the box here.
Were you out earlier when it malfunctioned and went back to 8 hours?
No, luckily not.
For about 10 minutes, it malfunctioned just after the red flag. It reset. The timing on here kept going. But those riders that were out and they came round, it was like 7 hours and 57 minutes to go, and we were 2.5 hours in. They must have had a bit of a palpitation.
No, it's keeping an eye on the time and getting a good position on the approach where the rider can see without having to concentrate on seeing the board too much, and then can concentrate on the next.
Yeah, I've seen there's one team that every time that they want someone to come in, they go all the way down, all the way round South Bank and stand.
Wow.
There's a guy up there at the moment with a black T-shirt on. I think it could be them, because there he is with the board.
Yep.
Every time, I don't know which team he's with, but every time they want to pit, that's where he goes. And he holds the board up and then walks back again.
Wow.
And he's put some clicks in today.
Yeah.
Actually, you've only got a small pit board.
Yeah.
Look
at that. Yeah, but look how she does it. The flair and style she shows that with.
Is that what you're saying? Are you looking for the pit board or are you looking for the flair?
That's Viv's wife. So I'm looking for the pit board.
Well, because
girl.
London Lambretta are the same. They come up here to do theirs, but they don't just hold it up.
Do a little.
Oh
twirl.
yeah, you've got to get it going. So
you've got to do it with a bit of panache, I think, to get noticed.
The best thing I've ever seen anybody use for calling somebody into the pits was one of them 8-foot long foam pool noodles that kids use.
Yeah.
They just stood up there and would just wave it around like that. You couldn't miss it because it was bright purple and it was 8 foot long and it was just stuck right up in the air. There was no way anybody was ever missing that. So
do the job, won't it?
Yeah. Like I say, if it works, it works, doesn't it? So that's the thing.
Absolutely.
At some point later on, though, I do need to get Wearside Wanderers and whoever's doing their pit board to come in because it's huge. But similarly, nobody's seen it all day. They just keep going. It's brilliant.
Now, Ellis said you wanted to ask about the book.
I did want to ask about the book. The one thing I want to ask, not initially about the book, is at what point does somebody sit down and go, I'm going to write a book. Yeah, because if you're passionate about something, it's going to take a long time, but it's not going to be a chore. It's going to be a sort of labour of love. But somebody makes a conscious. When someone goes, I'm going to climb a mountain, or I'm going to run a marathon, I'm going to write a book.
What puts that in their head?
Yeah, exactly. So let's discuss that first, as to why you thought it was a good
Well,
idea.
I hadn't really thought about it. I think maybe a lot of people think about it very fleetingly once in a while, through their life. But I'd done the odd article for Jet Set magazine, the Lambretta Club magazine, and then I do some travels and put on Facebook. I did put my travels on there. And on the Lambretta Club forum, and people enjoyed it, so that was good. But it wasn't until my girlfriend Kerry, while we were very boringly cleaning some windows one day, said, "Have you ever thought about writing a book about your travels and what you do with your scooters?" Because she liked my writing, And it all went from there. And I sort of like bluffed it off and said, no, I can't do that. And then just at work, I gave it a thought. And I thought, well, actually, if you don't try, you don't find out. So I gave it a go and started writing. And then I've ended up self-publishing a book, which has gone down really well.
So it's called Taking in the View, with a subtitle of Life from a Scooter. You can't miss it because there's a big board up there. I was told you were a big fan of self-promotion. You don't miss an opportunity.
Well, these books aren't going to sell themselves, you know.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Life from a Scooter is quite a broad title, as is Taking in the View. What's the sort
What's it all about?
What direction did it take?
Yeah. So for a start, I got into scooters through music, through a band called The Jam. And the title is a play on a Jam song, which is Life from a Window. And then part of the lyrics are then taken in the view. So I just rejigged it a little bit. So that's the influence sort of thing. And then it is absolutely my life from a scooter, from when I was a small kid, discovering them, finding out about Vespers and Lambrettas, and finding out that people travel around the country and do daft things on them, and have a lot of fun. And what I've done over the years. So that covers 40 years, just over 40 years since I first found out about them as a young teenager. And then as a kid, travelling around the country with mates to seaside towns for weekends away, getting drunk and just having a laugh, really. And it carried on. When the kids were little, I had to put the scooter on one side for a while. I didn't need it for transport. But there was also always a scooter in the garage that was going to get rebuilt. And so I then was able to get that back on the road and then carried everything on. And it's great fun because we're here today racing. That's one aspect of it. I love travelling around the UK. I mean, today the Lambretta Club of Great Britain have got their coast-to-coast event on, which would normally be doing. So there's travelling around the country, seeing things which you wouldn't normally see, and travelling abroad around Europe. Last year we did a trip to Sweden and Norway on scooters, for instance, and that's all in the book. So it's my experiences right from a kid, how I got into it, a little bit of sort of like social history in the 80s, and then going on through the years of where it can take you and the fun you can have with like-minded people.
Absolutely. I was speaking to Mikey earlier, and he was like, I mentioned something about. He mentioned something about like now he never wants to go to the Isle of Wight again. And I was like, well, but I was like, but it's almost like a pilgrimage every single year. And it's like, and I only know that because like I love the place because I holidayed there as a kid, and then I've taken my children there as well. Obviously, he said he's never going back.
It's a very different rally to what it used to be.
Because, the reason he said he wasn't going back is because it rained on the way home. He was like, it doesn't like to get wet.
It's a scooter rally over a bank holiday. It's going to rain at some point, the chances are.
Of course it is. But I think what I'm trying to get at with that is that this is something where like you have a scooter because somebody else had a scooter, and then you meet other people that have got scooters.
Yeah, and then very much. Something clicked with the people that I met. And the book, so many people have come up to me and said, change a few names, change a few places, types of scooter or bands or whatever, and it's their story as well. We've got very similar stories from people that went through the 80s.
It's a lot like, you see like bus drivers, they all wave at each other and they go past each other. And I imagine that there's, to an extent,
absolutely.
It's the same, and everybody gets together, whether it be an event like this or whether it be a rally or whether you want whatever it is that you do with your scooter. But ultimately everybody's got the same common interest.
Yes, and there's many different takes on it as well. It's whether it's a road going scooter that's bashed about, it's got a few stickers put on it and bit of gaffer tape and cable ties that are traipsed all around UK and Europe, or whether it's someone who's got a really shiny scooter, and whether it's lights, mirrors or not, and they maybe only go a few miles from home, but whatever it is that they do, they enjoy it, and they'll have mates that do the same sort of thing, and it's great fun, and it's such a broad church that makes it interesting though. So if racing's not your thing, then going out on a Sunday morning and have a coffee, if that's all the time you got for, is what you do, and that's what you enjoy. Everyone gets on with it and waves as they're riding down the road to another one.
Fantastic. You mentioned the book self-published, but where can people get it from if they want to go and?
Yeah, well, I've got a website which is www.livefromascooter.com. There's reviews on there if you want to get information from there as well on Facebook. You just put in the book title on the Facebook page. And Sluck also have it on their website. Cambridge Lambretta do overseas orders for me. And of course, I've got a few books with me today.
Wonderful. Which Scooter 13? Obviously, at the moment you're quite busy at the minute.
It's my turn soon, so I need to head.
There's a bit going on. We're still in.
So this scooter, which was in the cover of the book, the scooter out on track is Solid Air 2, but this is my road scooter, Solid Air. And for 2 years, I rode this to, I think it was 5 out of 6 races, did the endurance race and then rode it home as well. This poor thing has had a very hard life. It's getting a bit of attention over the winter, hopefully. But yeah, that is Team Solid Air. That's the scooter.
Good stuff. Well, you appear to be closing the gap, so no pressure when you next go out.
Good.
To keep that up. We'll keep an eye out on how you're going when you're next out. But thank you for joining us, Mark. All the very best. Absolute pleasure. Really appreciate you coming in, and hopefully it sells well.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Dave.
Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Cheers. Thank you. Mark Bennett there with just telling us about his book, Taking in the View, Life from a Scooter, which is available from Team 13. Team Solid Air in the paddock this weekend and through other outlets as well that Mark told us all about. So let's see if we can get a few of them sold over this weekend here, because I know a lot of the teams will be staying on site overnight after what will be a tough event for some of our riders, and they'll be staying on site tonight and having a good time, to say the least, before heading home tomorrow. I know some of our teams have come a fair distance to come up here and race with us this weekend at Teesside. I was stood this morning discussing, talking to someone behind said that it'd take them 11 hours to get up here from Margate. So, to come race this weekend, we really do appreciate the distance that some of the teams have travelled to come and race here at Teesside Autodrome this weekend in the British Scooter Endurance Club 8-hour event. Thank you to everybody that's got in touch via the live chat. Apologies we've not been able to dip into it quite as regularly as we normally would, but we've had loads of people coming into the commentary box with really, really interesting stories that I'd rather let them tell their stories. So, but thank you for those that have got in touch. We really do appreciate it. Please keep the comments coming. Tracy Winfield saying, give a shout out to Craig and CKM. They did have some problems earlier on. I'm going to see whether they're back out on track. I don't think they are. But hopefully they will be later on. Still got 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. Another team that has had some problems appear to have freed somebody up to come and tell me about them. And I only know that because he's got his name. He's got it on T-shirt, so it's an easy spot. Holders of the fastest lap of the race at Valley Scooter Club Rosendale, but also the second least amount of laps in the race, also Valley Scooter Club Rosendale. Yeah. First of all, who started for you to put in that, what was a very, very quick lap?
Well, we've got two teams out. We've got Team 207 and Team 210. So
210, they've had a change of scooter.
That's the bike I'm on, 210. 207, the fastest lap was set by Justin Price. I think he's 6 times British champion or something. He's riding on 207. They set that in practice this morning. We're at the fastest lap.
The fastest one in the race as well, with a 1:10.027.
Yeah, and unfortunately they had an issue yesterday. They had a seizure, so we worked till about 9 o'clock last night. They cleaned all the barrel and piston up and freed the rings off. And unfortunately, it nipped up in the same place again this morning. And they had an issue with the Polini cooling fan exploding. That's the second one that's gone. They stripped the barrel off, and it sees in the same place again, so they've retired the bike.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, we've got a bike stationary on the outside of Rib Bend. It's the 19 of Pickering Gold Stars. The rider is pushing that back into the pit lane, but it will be coming the wrong way up the pit lane because he's taking the shorter route. So he's going to go round the gravel trap down at Rib Bend and will then make his way up the hill into pit lane in the wrong direction. So Pickering Gold Stars with a problem. Corner just being covered under a full course yellow as that bike is pushed round the outside and will be then sent the wrong way up the pit lane. So if anybody is going out down pit lane, just be mindful that there's something coming in the in an unfamiliar direction to yourself. So yeah, I think what we can gather from both the Valley Scooter Club is that there's a lot of there's some speed in them.
Yeah.
But reliability's not been there this weekend, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes, and obviously being an endurance race, we're hoping both to complete the race, but it's just not been so. 207 had a seizure early on. I was out on our bike, which is 210. It was the Quattrini M200 PK, which is a nice spec bike. It's built with all the best bits. I could say we're losing power on the back straights. We brought it in. It were down on compression, so we took the barrel off, and some of the Nickersil platings come off the barrel, which has caused the rings to stick in the piston. So we've lost compression. So we've withdrawn that bike as well. Luckily, we had a spare bike, which is the PX 225 Velocity, which is out now, and we're hoping to complete the race on that. We've had to take a penalty for swapping bikes, but at least we're getting back out on track.
Yeah, I mean, without the penalty and obviously the preceding issue, but the penalty at 30 laps, you'd have been in the top 20 with that one as well. You know, down currently showing at 89 laps down, but 30 of them were penalty incurred.
Yeah,
and then there was the other time where you come off track, then you've got to diagnose what's wrong.
Yep.
Then you've got to make a decision as to what you're going to do, whether you fix it, whether you replace. That's something. There's, some teams have a replacement, some teams don't have a replacement. There's a lot of dynamics going on, a lot of thought process.
We don't really carry that many spare parts. We have a spare bike. To be fair, normally at Wilton Mill we'll ride the PX, and the Teesside will ride the PK. The PK is a bit more powerful, but another 10 horsepower, and it makes a difference on the back straights here. Wilton Mill's a lot tighter, twistier track, and you don't need the outright power there. So we tend to use Stu's PX at Wilton, but we like the PK here. So we have got two bikes.
Yeah.
So
in terms, you've got two bikes there. You've got your spare as well.
Yeah.
From what I can gather, look at none of them are the same though, which means when you're saying you don't bring a lot of spares, well, it's because you've got three bikes, so you can't bring three lots of spares because if not, you're going to need an Arctic.
No, each lad looks after his own bike. So mine's the PK. Keeps is the 50 Special Baron, which sees this morning that's done the fastest lap, and our Stu's is the PX 225 Velocity. So each lad looks after his own bike. So I'll bring stuff for mine, any bits of gaskets, but we don't bring spare engines or spare barrels and pistons and cranks or things like that. We look at it as a good bit of fun. It's cheap motorsport. If there's 4 riders on a team, we're probably looking at £100 each.
Yeah.
So for the entry fee and the petrol, so it's not too bad.
That's
once you've got your bike, that is. But we do try and keep it within the club, the Valley Scooter Club. So on my bike, there's me and my brother and one of our good mates, and on Keith's bike, which is quite a revvy screamer type of engine, which doesn't like pulling me. We're quite big lads, so if you go out on the Baron, you can't get into the power. So that's negated. Keith's 50 Special, you need to be quite a light rider to get the best out of that machine. Our machines are a bit more torquey, and they're a bit easier to ride. Similar power outputs, but just totally different riding.
Yeah, but again, I think we were speaking to Holt Tune earlier when they were in about, particularly when we come to the next sort of camera, then down the back straight, is that how important it is to take a wider arc round there, just to try and just carry more speed, because you don't, you could, if you carry 4 mile an hour more, that can be 8 or 10 down this end, and each bike's going to have a different characteristic.
Yeah.
You know, and depending, you were saying, you know, you'll use one at Wilton, but you won't use it here because Wilton is a twistier circuit with a much tighter infield, whereas here you've got a few tight hairpins, but the arc is still quite a radius compared to you know, compared to Wilton, which you can, no, it's like
the bike that's out now though, the PX runs lovely on here. It's a great engine. It's built for torque. It's running on a box pipe, and it's a Velocity 225 reed valve with 30mm carbon, but it pulls lovely.
I'm sure you've raced that here before as a start bike, not a spare. So I'm sure that I'd seen that here, particularly when it came out earlier after you'd had a change. I was like, I've seen that before.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously I know you have to have them all. You know, you scrutiny them. Yeah. You know, and hope you never need them. That's the that's the point of it. But
and it's nice to have that choice. You know, if mine's not just right, or if I've been busy at work, I've not had time to prep it, we'll use one of the others. It's nothing hard and fast, but it's great. We've basically competed in every endurance race since he started, and we just used Keith's 50 special, which he'd restored, and he come up to the club one night, our Scouts Club meeting. I said, "Do you fancy go endurance racing on these newly restored 50 special?" We said, "Go on then." And from that, we've got 3 race bikes, and we've got 6 riders, and it's just grown, and we've really enjoyed it.
I'm going to see if we can pick it up. It's just heading down towards Rib Bend, the 210. It's blue and yellow, and we'll try and pick it up. I think it's probably just gone round. There it is. Heading up. So we'll just who's on that at the moment?
A lad called Terry Holding, a decent rider. And he rides rode a PX on the road, for years and years on his daily transport. So he's a good average road rider. To say we're all road riders, really. This just gives you a good opportunity to get on track at a reasonable cost.
The good thing I like, you've got team names where it's a tune company. You've got teams where it looks like that they're just friends with collective personalities, independent idiots, for example. But then you've got London Lambretta Club, you've got Rushden Lambretta Club, you've got yourselves Valley Scooter Club. That are clubs. Tell me about Valley.
Well, Valley, we've been going since 1988, so 35, 36 years. Met at the same pub every Wednesday for all that time. 207, our team name, that's actually our Vespa Club of Britain cog number. So in the Vespa Club of Britain, you're awarded, you have a cog number, so our cog number is 207. So that's why we picked 207. Obviously, we wanted to bring another bike out. We had to have another number, so we just picked 210. You get 210 Molossi. It's quite a famous kit for the Vespas, so we just picked 210 because it was quite near to 207 as well. But we do a lot with Vespa Club, and we're proud to be at Vespa Club. We go all over Europe, into Spain, Portugal, Germany, everywhere, Italy, and it's good. So you can do a full complement of whatever you want to do. You can go European touring if you've got a Vespa, or you can do this circuit racing. You can do whatever you want. It's great, and it's nice to have that choice.
Yeah, I have been asking everybody Lambretta or Vespa, so it's.
I'm 100% Vespa.
That's fine, because a lot of other people have said Lambretta, and I was like, I need to get a Vespa guy in just to redress the balance a little
Vespa
bit.
all the way for me. I've no interest in Lambrettas. You couldn't give me one. I've no interest whatsoever. Just a scaffolding pole.
You don't even have a lap on one around here.
I wouldn't even want to go on, to be fair. No, they're not for me. The good thing, the thing is now. The good thing is, I say it's like the space race at the minute, the quality of bits you can get. If you look at my PK race bike, it's just dripping in quality bits, and it's nice. You can buy them bits. They are expensive, but at least you've got the option to buy them. Now with the Lambrettas, you've got the Casa kits and the 265s, and there's loads and loads of quality bits now. So you can build a good bike. It's not like it were when I first got a Vespa. The Lambrettas were usually old and quite unreliable. You can go and buy a brand new Vespa in the showroom. So that's why I got into Vespas. But now, the Lambrettas, it's the same. You've got the electronic ignition kits and the SIP vape, which you get for the Vespa as well. And you just get some really good quality bits. So do a lot better than they used to be.
Yeah,
and they do really well. You know.
Again, both of your scooters are in the pro race class, which gives you a little bit more freedom to do stuff with them that makes them a little bit quicker. I know the 210 that's out at the minute's got what appears to be a non-standard bracing down the middle to give it a little bit more rigidity.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, taking
well,
a bit of a...
Both bikes, it's for a different reason. 207, they're in pro race because of the riders. We've gone into pro race because we've gone with the centre tank, so ours is more of a regulations reason why we've gone into pro race. Because with a 5-litre tank on the Vespa, we ran out twice last year, and the Lambretta, you can get a 15, 16-litre tank under the standard panels. With the Vespa tank were only 5 litres, so it was quite a disadvantage, really. And I'd already bought the centre tank off Hornet Racing when they changed to a V-range frame rather than a PK. So I said to the lads, we'll put it in. So now we've got a 15-litre tank, and the strategy, I know it's not worked this weekend, but the strategy were rider change after 1 hour, refuel after 2 hours. So really we're only refueling on 2, 4 and 6 hours, so we'll have to refuel 3 times during the race. That were our strategy. Now unfortunately we've had a mechanical failure, so that's not happened, but I think that was a good way to go. You know.
And I mean, clutching at the positives, you have got all of your race fuel for the next meeting next year because you've saved almost all of it. Unfortunately for the 207,
it swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, you've got
we've come out. We've had a go.
That'll see you through the winter, won't it?
Yeah, and the two cracking bikes. To be fair, they're good bikes. They're competitive, and it's just that's racing.
I was saying earlier to Keith, I said the good thing is that this will be the 3rd time now that I've commentated on a British Scooter Endurance Championship. I've watched the other events. It's never the same team that wins it.
No.
And I think that's what makes it so good.
Yeah, and it's always that would have happened, this would have happened.
And to be fair, I did use you guys as an example earlier, is that it's also very rarely the fastest team that wins it.
Yeah.
And, you went and set the fastest lap, and then 10 minutes later did me a favour, really, by... breaking down, because I'd just gone, it's rarely the fastest team that wins it, and then you went and peeled off into the
I know
the pit,
we got 4th place in road class, I think a few races back, and it was one of those races, I think the top 4 never had a problem all race, and we got pipped by a lap by about 9 minutes to go, so we lost out by I think 1 or 2 laps. It was, it is heartbreaking at times, but it is the tortoise and the hare. You see, I've seen some lads, there were about 5 hours to go. I thought, well, you can see they're going around for the finish already. And there were 5.5 hours to go. But it all depends where they are in the championship. And it's they're looking, and they'll be looking at the live scores and who's here. Has someone had a breakdown?
Yeah.
We're in pro race. There are only 4 teams in pro race. So and 207's dropped out, so we might get a podium if we finish.
Yeah.
And we've done some of it. So it is not playing the game, but I say we've got a lot less laps than the other teams. Again, but if you're finishing.
The interesting thing as well is obviously, but you have to take the checkered flag as well, which is a caveat of, you can't just, you can't park that up now knowing that the 207 is out.
Yeah.
You have to, you could and then just cross the line, go out with 5 minutes to go, but that's not really in the spirit of it, is it?
It isn't, no.
Go out and in the end, it's ride time. You're having fun.
It is, and that's why I've got the spare bike out. We're quite lucky, really. Let's say, there's Terry's out at the minute, and my brother Stu has just been out then. We're all very similar temperament. We're all road riders, a decent road rider, but we're risk averse, really. We're all going to work on Monday. So we always say, it's not about that corner. If someone wants to barge past, let them barge past. I'll sit on the tail and follow them around for a bit. And it's very rare we come off, touch wood, or... we might have some mechanical issues, but it's very, very rare we actually come off the bike. Because you drive on this, you don't have to drive at 100%. It's an endurance race. You can sit at 80, 85%, and you're doing some reasonable lap times, but you're always riding on that side of caution and safety. And no one likes to see anyone come off, do they? Or, warp tide have an injury.
The next big question is, why have you not got underpants on your pit board like that fella over there?
That's Team Vespa Dave Delaney, I don't know if the Dave's underpants them or what, I don't know. He's waving around, he's not shy about them. But he's been going really well, Team Vespa. The Team Vespa's running, he's coming around now, see if he notices pit board. He's coming around Erpin.
That very much depends on how many times he's waved it. They're not allowed to see it the first 3 times. Anyway,
I do not.
No, London Lambretta are up there. I'd quite like to get a chat with them later on, just because they're very...
I don't know what engines in that London Lambretta club.
It's going very well.
It's going
but
really
also
well.
their methodology of bringing people into the pits involves dancing with the pit board to ensure that they're seen. The 135, one of the Rushton scooters, I believe, is going rather slowly because it's being pushed home. At the moment, let's have a quick look where they were. Rushton Lambretta Club were 12th, running 6th in the club class. Again, another scooter that has stopped at South Bank, which for me is generally where those teams that are quite close to running out of fuel do run out of fuel because they're leaning over for a longer period of time and then it just splutters to a halt, having required a lot of fuel down that back straight. It goes from having all the fuel that it wants being drunk in, and then that we have found that those teams that appear to have run out have done, and we can generally tell because he'll trip the timing line here, and then 4 minutes later he'll trip it again where he's just been in for some fuel. So that's generally where we find what's happened now.
It is a long push as well.
It does. It's easier if he puts it on the tarmac though, and just push it down there because grass is not an easy push.
Same Vespa just come in.
So they're in. He's seen the underpants. Let's see if there's nothing. A, there's nothing hanging off it, which is good. B, the rider looks okay, albeit a bit. Oh no, there is something hanging off it, unfortunately. It's just not on the side of where we are, and I thought I thought it potentially seized then, but no. London Lambretta, the 135, the Team Caitlin adorned entry is bringing it back in with what appears to be a bit of a problem on the right-hand side of the of that machine.
Well, like something had fallen off.
Yeah,
I don't know what it were. I couldn't just see it.
Good to see you can hear us on the PA though through his helmet. Where we're going, I think he might have run out of fuel. He's gone, no. This bit here is not connected to this bit here. So that's good. We are 2 hours away from the checkered flag here. That'll drop at 6 o'clock here at Teesside Autodrome, having commenced this race at 10 o'clock this morning. You back out at all before the end?
Yeah, I'm out at what time are we on now? I'm out at.
We're at 4 o'clock.
I'm out at 4:30.
If you'd just gone, I'm out at 10 to 4, and I'm told you 4 o'clock. I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, I'm out at 4:30. So that'll take me to 5:30, and then our Stu can do hopefully the last half hour, bring it home then, hopefully.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah. So, yes, you obviously were limited on ride time, so it's not like you can't even...
We've had more than 2:07.
Well, no, but I mean, individual riders, I meant.
Yeah.
So I was thinking you can't just put the fast lad out at the end and let him do a double.
No. To be fair, we're very evenly matched on our team. We like to say it's a good team. The last thing you want is not a weak link, but I know if a bit of rain or I know I can rely on Stu and Terry. They never let you down. They're always there for their ride, and they turn in we're very consistent. That's what I say, and that's what you need. We've never been the fastest, but you need consistency. And the PX looks to be going well there, Terry. Just following it round. Like I say, because we're in pro race, we're letting our own race really. Because I don't know who's the top two in pro race with Team Taft Speed.
Taft Speed up there too.
Yeah.
You're not two sheds. They're only a problem away from you taking second place.
Yeah.
Don't want to hit them with the commentator's curse, but
and that's it.
It generally works.
And this is what you're looking at now. I know we have said we have got a spare bike. If two sheds did have an issue, we could put 207 out and hopefully get them a podium. We've got a spare bike in the pits there. So you have to finish, don't you? I don't know if two sheds have got a spare bike or not. I think they have. But that's all. You just say. I said, look, let's look at the last hour where we're up to. Hopefully, we're just trying to finish. If we finish, we should get third place in pro race, which is a bonus for us. And then we'll see, and then we'll reassess what we're doing next year. I like using a long range tank, so I'd like to stop in pro race, but we'll have a team discussion and see what we do.
Well, absolutely. So, so already making plans for next year.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 broken bikes to fix straight away.
Well, yeah,
so that's a reline in the barrel and a new pistons. Now, I like the Quattrini M200, but I don't know if Keith likes his Barone, so I don't know if he's going to change the kit or he's just going to get it relined and a new piston. It's all them things in it. Just look. We've not had a bad run of luck, to be fair. We've done all right. They are road bikes at the end of the day. They're not just race bikes. You can't really afford to build a specific race bike to use twice a year for Wilton Mill and here. So they always it's always good for them to be road legal, and it does help when you're doing your testing. And I were out this morning for a bit of a spin on mine. So we had a couple of issues yesterday. Something worked just right. So I got to track about 7:30 this morning, put my lid on, went out on the road and did a bit of testing.
Well, so I was saying earlier, I parked up outside and got out my car. It's 7:45, and as I'm walking in, someone's coming in. I'm like, oh, supporters are getting here early. Yeah. And it had a number 32 on it or something. He just drove it straight in and up onto a stand. I was like, that's the thing. When it's got a number plate, you can actually go and test it down the road and bring it back. You don't have to wait for the track to open, do you? Take it down to Starbucks or something and bring it back. There we go.
Yeah, down to the roundabout turn. It's not a bad straight, is
it? They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. And they stick to 30 to officer.
Oh, of course, yes. Brilliant. Oh, wonderful. Steve, thank you very much for
You're welcome.
For joining us in the commentary box. Ellis is back. He's bought somebody else, I believe. I don't know. Yeah. Good. Yeah,
I'll go and get.
I'm going to take 5 minutes as well.
Right. I'll go and get my legs on ready for the next
comfort.
stint.
That's fine. We'll hand these over. There we go.
So yes, thanks for that, Dave. You're doing a spectacular job, by the way, because being in here on your own all day. So how many hours? 6 hours so far?
6 so far.
Good graft, mate. Good graft. You get yourself a cup of tea and rehydrate.
The problem that you have is that you can't win because you have to keep drinking to keep the throat okay, but that does mean that you need
to keep good to the toilet.
More often.
So for those that you can't hear him, he's explaining why he has to nip out every now and again. So I'm quite pleased to have Martin Sticky round with us, who's currently standing in the way. Sticky's well known amongst the scootering community. I think it's a fair way of describing Mr. Sticky Round here. He's also the father of Sam Round, who's out with London Lambretta Club at the moment. So we will get someone from London Lambretta Club who is currently sitting in 3rd overall. We'll get someone in. So Sticky, you've been up. You left this morning at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
To bring some emergency parts up for London Lambretta.
Yeah.
What were you bringing up? A piston and a reed valve?
A spare reed block, because they blew a set of reeds out yesterday. They had enough to repair the bike, but now they wanted a spare set in case they did it again.
And have they done it again, or they managed?
No, it's
managed
still running
so
all right. So their bike's been pretty solid compared to some of the others.
So you're on a 3-hour rescue mission this morning, just in case.
Yeah, and I bought up a bottle of I bought up a fast filling tank for the independent idiots and being idiots.
They've broken it. I've got to be honest, I was witness to that.
I heard that you were more than witness. I thought you were the encourager of them breaking it.
I just said, because they were messing about with it. We weren't pressing it down because you're one of those quick refuelers.
Yeah.
You have to give it a bit of gumption to open the valve.
And I heard you said hit it and they took it too literally.
I actually said whack it.
Yeah.
And so Spooner did whack it.
And made a hole in it.
And has made a hole in it. Yeah. So I do take some responsibility for that, but not any financial responsibility.
Obviously.
So what have you found, mate? You've been wandering around the pits and the paddock. What have you found so far today?
Well, it's been as always in these things. It's a race of attrition, and you don't get to sometimes the bikes that look like they're the fastest at the start of the event don't always make it to the end, or they have hiccups on the way. So Team Vespa have been absolutely flying. And then I saw it break down on the far side of the track. That was an inlet rubber, and the carb had fallen off. They'd push it back across.
Yep.
Then you get the performance of trying to find the best inlet rubber out of the inlet rubbers they've got and put it back out again. And then they drop back down the field again, this time with a puncher when they're running tubes and split rims. And there was just something on the inside of the tube that cause it to
but they I mean,
deflate.
you know, they're battling back up. They're now in 4th
exactly
overall, and they look like they're about 13 laps down from the lead. So with what, just under 2 hours to go, that's not unassailable.
They've got one of the fastest bikes out there and 4 very good riders.
Yep.
So the potential for them to catch the team that my lad's riding for, London Lambretta Club, is quite high.
Well, I suppose you target the team that's in front of you, and then
Yeah.
once you've got past them, you target the next team in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, so anything else from the paddock and pits? Anything other?
Yeah, we've had we had a clutch issue for the Dukes of Essex. I've seen there was an engine swap, I think, for the Spy Tarmac Terriers.
Yep.
Quite a lot of, and the poor Irish lads who were flying earlier on today, they've had a tank split in the same place it split before. And
I had a chat with them about that earlier.
Yeah, so, you know, at the moment, a lot of the teams that were flying to the start of the race are now suffering mechanicals, and it's hampering their final placings.
But this is one of the things we've talked about several times today, that it's not the fastest rider on the fastest bike that wins endurance races.
No.
It's the bike that stays on the track for the full 8 hours and gets the most laps in. It does not have to be the fastest. It does not have to be the fastest or most experienced rider, because if your bike doesn't finish, if you don't pass and ride past that checkered flag right at the end, what happened in the previous 7 hours and 59 minutes doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's a case for not having the fastest riders as well, because the fastest riders, from a short circuit point of view, tend to be bike abusers, and they tend to be the people that want to win every corner and are willing to abuse a clutch, or they're willing to abuse something. And we've had that in this series before, where people that ride the hardest sometimes break stuff, and you'd rather have a slightly slower bloke, because it'll, you know, if he's losing 2 seconds a lap but he doesn't cost you a 15-minute rebuild,
yep,
then he's actually quicker.
Indeed. But when you say the way you talk about abusing a motorcycle or a scooter, you make it sound like an arrestable offence.
Yeah, exactly. You can slip it and really abuse it like a ginger stepchild.
So now you're talking like you have some experience in this. So let's talk about you.
Yeah.
Now you've got. Don't worry, I didn't miss that ginger stepchild. You've got some experience not just in scooter racing, but you've been a scooter boy, and prior to that, mod revivalist back in the day. So you've been around scooters for a very long time.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Is that all you're going to give me?
That's finished, yeah.
Okay.
Give me some more encouragement. Yeah.
Right, okay. So I'm not...
No, be specific. What would you like to know?
So how did you get into scooters? Down in sunny Kent.
How did I get into scooters? I got into scooters almost the same as probably 70% of the people that are here will have been sort of post-mod revival. I ended up with one before I was legal to ride that my parents didn't know about, and my dad had to come and collect me from a police station 30 miles from home when he didn't even know I had a scooter. That I got arrested for riding the wrong way up a one-way street on. So.
But you're inexperienced. How are you to know?
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously since then you've done many, many, many things with scooters. You were part of the Sluck racing team.
That's right, yes.
For a long time, and you actually were riding an original Vespa SS90.
Yes, exactly. The same as what Team Vespa are using. It wasn't, the bike's got some value in the frame. They're quite sought after, but they've always, our particular chassis I bought from Norrie Kerr, and a long time ago in the mid-90s, and it had probably spent the whole of its existence being a track bike, and it had been bent and battered, and it's still in that state now.
And we were talking about Norrie earlier, and obviously his pedigree. You can't really get better pedigree than.
No, and so we started our team for the very first one of these, and Scooter Lab Sluck has always supported this event.
Yep.
And we thought we'd do a team using a bike. We were very lucky. Max Quattrini helped us with engine parts for the first engine, and then again for our second engine. And we have won, I think, this event twice outright, and also our class.
So not everybody will know what Sluck or Scooter Lab UK is. What is it?
Scooter Lab UK was started as first online scooter magazine. So basically, the stuff that you would normally pay for to read on paper, we were providing articles that you can still read now online digitally for free. And then obviously with the advantage of doing it digitally, you get the option to add video content. And we've got a YouTube channel and it's very successful.
Yeah, so you do lots of reviews of products and services that are aimed at scooterists, but they also develop their own products at Sluck.
Sorry?
You also develop your own products at Sluck.
Yes, we do, yeah.
The Sluck Clip, for example.
The Sluck Clip, yeah. The Sluck Clip was that's a I would argue that's a lifesaver for anybody that's not familiar with how hard it is to take off floorboards on Lambrettas.
It's a very specific niche market.
It's very niche, exactly, yes.
But it is an extremely useful little clip. So if you're taking Lambrettas apart, have a look at Sluck.
It saves a lot of time.
It saves a lot of time. But it'd be unfair if I give you special mention as a sponsor without talking about the other sponsors. So let's not forget AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, just down the road in Scarborough. Is it down the road? Lambretta Club of Great Britain and the Vespa Club of Britain. Express Signs of Stockton and Properly Protected. You know, without sponsors, these events are just not financially viable. So I know that Keith puts a lot of effort in to get the sponsors on board. So and more are always welcome. So if you're a 55-year-old bloke out there with your own business and wants it promoted in the scooter fraternity, have a word with Keith and I'm sure he'll welcome you with open arms. Welcome you. So I'll tell you the thing I wanted to talk about was books.
Yeah.
Quite a prolific writer from a scooter perspective. We'll get onto your manuals in a second, but one of my favourite reads is Frankenstein Scooters to Dracula's Castle.
Yeah. Not many people know about that. It was a book we did a trip in 2012 from Italy to Istanbul via Romania, and my wife Tracy took a Michaeletta with a 400cc Suzuki engine in it, and I took a Lambretta with a 250cc Honda, and Sam, who's racing here, was only 12 at the time, and my pillion, and we rode with Dean Orton from Mimini Lambretta Centre and his daughter Kimberly, who was 13 at the time, on the back, and it was pretty rare to be able to do a long distance tour and take your kids with you, and it was quite special in that respect. So I wrote a book about it.
But it's and I'm not blowing smoke up your arse, mate. It's a really good book. It's a really good read. It's a proper, because you and I share a passion for disguising motorbikes as scooters.
Yeah.
By putting motorbike engines into scooter frames, and we also share a passion for adventures.
Yes.
So that it's a really good, well-written account of scooters that really shouldn't be put together in the way they've been put together.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say that because I think they should exist, but they shouldn't exist in the way in their incarnation.
There's authorities around the world that don't think they ought to exist.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to try and do it in Germany.
No.
Definitely. But it's just a really good story. It's a really good read. It's actually quite entertaining. It sounds quite demeaning, really, but no, it's well written. Is it still available, that book?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got some copies of that.
You got some with you?
No.
Have you read Mark Bennett's book, by the way?
Yeah.
That's it. Again, and look, so what it's the similar sort of vein. So Mark tells the same story as you and I went through.
He's lived very close to where we lived in South East London, and I don't know if we ever crossed paths because he was doing all the same sort of stuff that we were doing.
Yeah.
And it's like a parallel tale
You'll
rather
almost,
than the same tale.
Yeah, but you'd almost universally have gone to the same places at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe not at the same time. So that's Frankenstein Scooters to Dracula's Castle. I'll recommend it to anybody. Manuals wise, so you've done the what do you call it? The Spanner's Guide.
Complete Spanner's Manual.
The Complete Spanner's Manual for Lambrettas.
Yeah.
Two editions?
3 editions. And I'm working on the 4th edition.
Great book, and I guarantee anybody that's in the scootering fraternity that wants to be able to look after their Lambretta properly will have either seen it or bought it. Christmas is coming, by the way, everybody. Ladies, if you want to get your husband a good book or vice versa, gents, if you want to get your ladies a good read, the Spanner's Guide to Lambrettas is ideal. You were working on a Vespa one.
I've got a wide frame one out at the moment.
You got the wide frame one out, but you did a full one for the PX range.
I started working on that and never completed it. But I should be probably revisiting Vespa engines, either large frame or small frame, after the next Lambretta one.
So, nice segue there. So you started talking about Vespa engines.
Yes.
Let's talk about Lambretta engines for a minute, because I think that's more pertinent to what we're looking out the window watching go past us today.
Yeah.
So there are a plethora now of tuning options for Lambrettas.
Yeah.
And you've done a book about, what do you call it, exotic?
The Lambretta kit book.
The Lambretta kit book, where you've got the exotic engines in there, some of the more expensive ones. So tell me, the engines that are out there that you know about today, because we've got Targa Twin out there, we've got RBs, we've got, I don't know if a TS1's even making an appearance.
That's what London Lambretta are on.
Is that what? So tell us a bit about the engines that you're aware of that are circulating today. Let's start with the London Lambretta Club and their TS1.
Well, this this is quite interesting, because I was talking a little while ago with one of the teams who are running on a RB20. So this is kind of a good base setting for something that would work well here, and kind of an economic way, because you can start with a 125 or 150 engine casing, fit an RB20, which is what they were using for production class, and you end up with an over 20 horsepower bike that's perfectly competitive here.
And that's exactly what you need, really, over 20 horsepower.
You need 20 horsepower is a good base. The TS1 is only which is for the 200 engine block, is only 20 horsepower or so as standard, but Jerry Saunders has tuned that particular one up to a fair bit more than that. I think he's up over 30. And that's a good basis as well. And the stuff, the Team Taft Speed bikes, I think they're both on Targa Twins.
They are, yeah, Targa Twins.
There's a piston port one, and I think also a reed valve one out. The reed valve one is an absolute beast. I've been watching it when we watched at the hairpin at the bottom, and it was wheeling out of corners as they were leaving. So it's got probably more power than they need round here. So.
And that's 74.
Yeah.
Bike 74. When you watch that go down the back straight,
you can tell it's shifting.
You can tell it's moving.
It'll be 40 plus horsepower. So bearing in mind that these are all scooters made with 10 or less.
Yeah.
I think that's 4 times the power output. It's reasonably respectable.
And so, given the variety of Lambretta tuning options that you've got now, is there one that you'd say? Let's say you're just starting out.
Yeah.
Where would you start? So both from a kind of performance and ideally from a cost perspective as well, because some of these engines cost a small fortune.
I would definitely start with the cheapest engine casings to get hold of are the 125, 150 engine casings, and as I said, the RB20 is such a proven kit, because it's all the people that have set bikes up for the Proddy racing know exactly how to set them up. So you could. If you were a novice to classic scooters, you could go and ask somebody and they wouldn't mind giving you pretty much a full setup to get started on this. And if you've got a group of 4 or 5 handy riders you started in club class, you could probably win it. That would be a sufficient bike. It's depending on the quality of riders.
What sort of investment we're talking about for an engine like that, do you think?
I think you could probably, with an exhaust kit crank, maybe 1,500 quid, something like that.
Yeah, which is affordable.
Well, for motorsport, it's ridiculously
cheap.
If you think this is 8 hours of motorsport as well, rather than all the short circuit races of 20 minutes, and you might get two a weekend or 4 a weekend.
And the thing with those kits as well, they're built in such a way with production quality now that actually they are reliable.
Yeah.
You think about back in the day in the 80s and 90s, you were probably rebuilding engines on a more regular basis than you would have to now.
The difficulty for novices is always getting good quality information, and having somebody that will help get you started, because there's a lot of things to learn about ground clearance, about suspension setup, and it's not easy just to drop into something like this and get competitive immediately. It will take some time.
But just caveating that though, you can get on and be competitive in the class that you're in.
Absolutely.
When you start. So again, you're riding against people that are in the same class as you. And just as an aside, I was looking in the pit area earlier, and some bikes have weird and wonderful markings on them. It's almost like they've got alien markings. But on the Team 70 bike, there was a list of numbers. And on further investigation, it turns out that what they've done is they've written the numbers down of the bikes that are in the same class as them.
Right, okay.
So that if they're in a battle and they look across and that team is not in their class, they let them go. They just leave them to go. And I think, God forbid I ever describe Martin McGowan as intelligent, but that's actually quite an intelligent decision. It's quite an intelligent thing to do. Why expend energy racing against somebody that's not in your class?
I would argue, so when we were racing as Team Sluck, one of our mantras, apart from the use of the clown suit for people that fell off, one of our mantras was to let everybody go.
We've got, in fact, talking about Team 70,
independent idiots.
It looks like that's Harry. He's universally known as the Ginger Mexican. It looks like he has broken down, but he didn't fall off. It looked like he just. We think he's run out of fuel. It looks like he's run out of fuel, so he's got the long walk, the walk of shame back to the pits to get some fuel. Now I do know that they're running a standard tank. And they've been doing about an hour and 20 minutes, and but in that hour and 20 minutes doing a single changeover. So this might be their strategy, biting them on the backside. Can't really tell a lot as he runs past us, but their strategy of running a full tank, a full standard tank. Bear in mind as well, they've also got. This is one of the bikes that's a good example of entry level racing.
They're not allowed to do an hour and 20. You're only allowed to do.
No, that's what I'm saying with a rider changeover. So they're doing one tank with two riders,
right?
And changing it, about 45 minutes. But they've standard carb. Basically, it's a Malossi 210 with a standard carb, still running the auto lube.
Yeah.
A Pellini box pipe. So obviously it runs very frugally, relatively speaking. But perhaps they've just pushed it a little bit too far this time. It looks like, I don't know if we can see the pits in the fueling area, just to see if that is the case. Of just have a look down in the fueling area to see if we can see Team 70 and whether they're just going straight to their pit. Well, their fueling area is, if I could just get Kat to move the camera for me, in the fueling area around to the right, just ever so slightly around to the right where the black and yellow hatch markings are on the ground. There's nobody in that. There's nobody in the area, so I'm just go to the right a little bit. That's where they would be if they were just refueling, because
they're not there.
That black and yellow area. So it must be something else other than fuel by the looks of things. They were having problems with the clutch, and they replaced the clutch, so maybe the clutch is let go altogether. But we can't see that. So where were we? We were talking about engines and stuff.
Oh, I can't remember now. We were talking about strategy.
Yes.
I can't remember what my point was.
Well, it'll come back to you.
Yeah, maybe.
I think the point is have a strategy.
Yes, ideally.
Think
ideally
about
set out
it.
with
We were
strategy.
talking about markings, because I think one of the
that was it. It was to do with when you said that they've all got their rivals in the same class written on the thing. I was going to suggest that I would let people go even in our own class, because the important thing about getting to the end is that you ride at your pace.
Yeah.
Whatever the pace is that you're capable of. And if you end up, and I've seen this loads of times, getting the red mist because somebody in your class catches you up, and you try and shave that extra second off, and you bin the bike, it costs you.
You just push
10
it too
minutes.
hard.
So it's better just to let them go as well. You just ride at your own pace, which it means you don't get cut and thrust of the fun of racing, but it also means that you come out better on top in the end.
Well, you finish the race.
But you finish the race.
You finish the race, and that's definitely the win. And you finish the race in the best position you can. Right, so just see Dave's come in with Tommy, and you're going to have a little chat about loose wheel nuts amongst other things. So I'll just mute us, and we'll hand over.
So we've got 1 hour and 33 minutes to go in the British Scooter Endurance Club 8 Hours of Teesside. Real Tough Speed lead with a gap of 9 laps. And then they have a From Chisel Speed, London Lambretta are in third, Team Vespa, the Originals fourth, and Team Escargot still leading in the club class. They were being closed in at one point by GRR, but looks like through a mixture of pit stops, they now have a gap of 4 laps or so from GRR. They're going to be under pressure shortly by Team Solid Air. If they keep going the way they are, they're around about 4 seconds quicker than those in front. Also, Team Vespa, in the last lap, were 12 seconds quicker than London Lambretta. So, but I am joined by Tommy, who, unlike Ellis, I believe does have a surname. I know that Ellis does, but he went, you should just call me Ellis. And I was like, oh, like a Brazilian footballer, you only have one name. That is fine by me. I'm looking at this. Are you are actually, are you Tom Tom? Tom Tom. There we go.
That's why I can always find my way around the course.
I was just looking at it thinking that could be a publishing error, but I'll run with it anyway. From London Lambretta Club. First of all, I've been told to ask you about loose wheels.
Oh, loose nuts.
Yeah, them.
Yeah, well, it happens to all of us at our age. But no, we were doing really well. We were up in sort of third. I think we were in second at one point. And then Matt Thompson, who's actually out on the track at the moment, he said, oh, it felt a bit funny coming into the corner. So luckily, he sort of came in straight away. He didn't sort of think, oh, no, that might sort itself out. And sure enough, there were 2 wheel nuts missing off the back hub.
To give that context, how many should there be all being well?
4.
So we're 50% down.
Yeah, 50% down. And also the studs that were through the hub had started to work themselves loose on the other ones as well. So we were pretty all over the shop. And, if he hadn't come in, we could have done a couple of things. We could have sheared studs, we could have smashed the hub, which would have probably meant for us, like, end of race. And we're contending today for winning our class. So we could win it overall. We had a good result at Wilton. We came first. So getting the bike back on the track and saving the day was a good thing. So good call for Matt for following his intuition and coming in, getting it done. We've had when we last had a fuel stop, we had a double check and a couple had come loose again. So we really don't know what's going on. We think it's where it's getting so hot with all the racing and the pace that we're putting in that maybe the studs are working loose against that, but the nylocks are melting and all sorts. So that shows the kind of extreme pressure that these bikes are under for this,
What you have done, though, is provided yourself with enough cushion back to new to Twigard that you can spend an extra 30 seconds or so when you come in to check that sort of. Whereas if that was one lap, you might just put the fuel in it and go, right, out you go, and then 2 laps later you've got a problem. So
that's it. That's the exact strategy we've been talking about. We said, right, when we fuel up and change the rider next time, let's push it out of the fuel zone, check all the nuts, and just make sure, because it's otherwise, you could be looking at another 10-minute delay, which will be the difference between the Irish guys getting ahead of us again. So, it's all to play for at the moment.
Pace has looked good. You have got a bit of a ringer in.
Yeah.
I clocked that earlier because I was like, you did not race for them last time I covered you, which was 2 years ago, because I don't think last year's was streamed, but
no.
Yeah, I was like, I went.
You
down.
recognise that name? Yeah.
I was like, he raced for Scooter Lab last time when they won it here. So I was like, we need to.
He's Sticky's son who was on earlier. He was racing for Scooter Lab, and when they kind of retired the bike, end of last year, they said, right, we're not going to do any more. It left people like Sam and Iggy and Sean Hodgkin out of a ride. So we were fortunate enough. Well, say fortunate enough. We were short of riders for Wilton Mill. So Iggy and Sam joined us at Wilton Mill and raced for us. And then Matt was back available, Matthew Thompson. So he was available for this one. So he's back in the chair for us. And then Sam stayed in, and Iggy's out in San Francisco at a wedding. So I don't know where I'd rather be right now, but
So
sunny Teesside, I think.
We're an hour and 30 away.
Yeah.
Stint length, obviously, you're limited by the club to 65 minutes and to also generally to whatever you want to do fuel-wise.
Yeah.
This is why I think we're finding some teams that are running out are the teams that I think are doing the 40-minute stints.
Yeah.
That they're not fueling every time, they're fueling every other time.
Yeah.
And then it takes, miss pit board 1, miss pit board 2, miss pit board 3, run out of fuel.
Yeah.
That you are quite tight then, because if, you're running to an hour and a half in terms of, the fuel, that there's a fairly decent chance that, you're pushing the risk level.
Right on the limit. I mean, this is the thing. I think the guys before were talking about how do you start in this, and as a complete novice, where do you learn so much on your first race. It's like, and that's why I'd never say to anyone, don't try it because you think you're not going to compete. Come, run out of fuel, break down, do it. You'll learn so much just in that process. But you'll have so much fun that you'll be hooked, so you'll come back again.
Yeah.
But we've been running. We've got 4 riders. It's 8 hours, so we'll be doing 60 minutes and fueling on everyone. We can get 5. We'll get topping up with 5 litres every time, and that seems to be enough to get us to be able to ride flat out and actually sort of not be short when we come to a measure up at the end of it. We've got a dipstick, checking it. But all things being equal, if the bike's running right, it's not leaking fuel, that strategy seems to get us through. For here, we've got a different strategy for Wilton, and if we ever got another course in, we'd have to learn that one as well. But that's what we've learned from about 4 visits here.
Yeah, I was saying, my circuit racing background comes from racing a Citroen 2CV.
Right.
Well, the race ones don't have a fuel gauge.
Right, yeah.
So they go out on the practice day with X litres of fuel in, knowing how much the tank takes, with the sole purpose of running out of fuel, so they can then work out. So they'll put 2 litres in, go out and run out of fuel down the back straight at Snetterton and go, we have done 15 and a half laps on 2 litres, therefore we can do 60 laps on a full tank.
Yeah.
And that's how they do their pit stop strategy, based on running out of fuel.
Yeah,
on the
and
Friday.
It's the thing, isn't it? Motorsport's all like that. I mean, some of the bigger vehicles, you've kind of got to keep your fuel level at the optimum level, otherwise you're carrying unnecessary weight, aren't you? And it comes down to all of that. It's not so bad on the scooters. Most bikes are running larger tanks, so but you don't want to be over the top. You don't want to be right to the neck of the fuel tank unnecessarily. So, yeah, it's but it's only through trial and error that you do it. We luckily, touch, I don't know what this is, Formica or whatever, but we haven't ever run out of fuel. But on checking each pit stop, we always find that we've got enough in there for that rainy day kind of thing.
In terms of in pit stops, I get the feeling that Wearside Wanderers might be done for the day. And I'm only thinking that because they did have a massive pit board, and I've just seen somebody pick it up and walk off with it. So unless someone's trying to hamper them towards the end of the race, I don't know if they are wrapped up and done with, unfortunately for them. We'll get confirmation in a little while. In terms of pit boards, you seem to have perfected the art of getting your rider to see the pit board.
Yeah, we've got, not only have we got a nice big yellow pit board, we've got a very nice young lady, Maria, who's in our team, and she's...
also wearing bright yellow.
Bright yellow, kind of anorak-y kind of girl. She'll probably kill me for calling it an anorak, but it's probably some high fashion thing. And she happens to dance for us on the top element there, just as you're coming out of the chicane. So she's impossible to miss, really. So, she's been doing a great job of keeping us honest, making sure we're on time, and anyone who says they've missed the signal is a liar.
Yeah, they've got no excuse, because what you have done as well, actually, is put Maria in the only bit near the start-finish that is actually straight for a little bit, which does make it easier to spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are frantically waving to my left on the start-finish straight.
Well, I'm using it for example here. Hot Tune. He's just lifted the board up. His rider has got absolutely no idea he exists. Nothing at all. He's just looked right all the way around there. Yeah. He's got no idea that board's in the air at all.
I've seen people. I've seen people waving high vises and jumping up and down. But I think that where we've picked up on the hill there is good. It's in your eye line as you come out. It's a safe place to look up without having to worry about what's kind of head of you in this tricky chicane. So, yeah, good, all good. And hats off to Maria. She's done a sterling job.
It is. I've said it a few times today. I'll say it again. There's more to this than just the people on the scooters. There's teams in the background. It could just be somebody fetching everybody some water when they've come off and they're dehydrated. It could be people putting fuel in. You know, there will be teams here that they'll have 4 riders and that's all that's here, and they're chopping and changing between jobs. They'll be fueling 1 minute, then they'll be on pit board, then they'll be out.
Yeah, that's it.
There'll also be teams here that have got 4 riders and 4 people helping out. You know, and
we've been lucky. We've got my wife Ginny, she's come up with us, so she's been sort of providing cups of tea and coffee and cheering us on. Maria's been up there with the board and keeping everyone honest on time. We've got Brian in the pits on the fueling, and John has been helping run the bike as well. So literally, as we switch off, when we get to the switching off point, he's there. He'll pick the bike up. He'll run in with it. So as a rider, when you're knackered after coming off for an hour, you can kind of drop the bike, step back, and go right. Take it over, lads.
Well, this is the hard thing as well. Is what we're saying is that I was down there this morning and it was only like the 1 hour practice, and the camera's not on, so I can do the action without being seen. I'll probably put it on halfway through. But when you've been in this position for an hour, it does take a while to stand up straight again.
It does.
It does. And that's the thing, and then if the first thing you've got to do is get off and then just run with it straight away. It's like your body's just not going to allow it. Physically, you've sort of locked yourself into that sort of seated position.
Yeah,
it does take a while for you to just loosen up.
It does, yeah. I had a lucky thing. I mean, I say lucky. On the first hour stint I did, about halfway through, I started to really feel fatigued. You know, my arms were aching, my legs were aching, and everything. And I thought, I don't know if I can do this. And then they put out a course yellow for about 3 laps, and I was able to sort of sit forward, shake off all the aches and pains. And then we'll go again, and it was good. That's kind of what I needed.
So what we're trying to say there is thank you to the United Colors of Edmonton for falling off. Greatly appreciated.
I will go and buy them a pint later if
they could be halfway home now. They only did 18 laps and have sadly not rejoined us, which is unfortunate. Their rider at the time went to hospital. He's done a collarbone. He came and saw us first on TSK Motorsport Media.
What a soldier.
Good
what
lad.
a soldier.
He got his priorities right. He came and had a chat. Are you out again, or are you done now?
I'm done for the day. Hence back in shorts and t-shirt.
Well, that's fine. You can go and buy that yellow Mac.
Buy the yellow. I thought I'm going to sort of said go and buy some yellow liquid.
No, go and get that yellow coat and
see if I can outdance her.
That's what I was going to say. And dance for me.
All right. I'll do it. Well, good
Tommy, our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
With you. Cheers, mate. Really appreciate you coming to see us. No rest for the headset, though. Oh, we've got more from Rushden Lambretta Club. We're in.
Team 200. We'll go through all that. But team 207 are putting a bike back out, and they're getting Justin Price on it for the last half an hour or so. And he said he's going to give a display of fast riding.
There we go. So, if you didn't catch that, Valley Scooter Club Rosendale will incur a penalty towards the end by putting out their spare bike, but they are also putting the Quick Rider on the bike, and apparently he's going to give us a display of fast riding.
Yeah, nice
which one. Is it's quite a big claim, and we'll see whether he backs it up in the final half an hour. Rushden Lambretta B, who did have the unfortunate, and I will say unfortunate, standing of being the first team to be black flagged this weekend for a naughty little overtake under yellow.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
who was the guilty party?
Stevie G. He didn't see it, basically.
He's stayed away from the commentary box, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, yeah. He was actually going to come up.
That's convenient.
But he's actually out now on riding at the minute now.
Oh, fair enough. Currently in 24th. Pace at the start was
fast.
Very fast.
Yeah.
To the point where I was going, well, they're They're a club class. They shouldn't be up there. But you know, the pace was
good.
really, really good.
Yeah, the bike's fast. It's
Yeah.
just unreliable, unfortunately.
That's sad. Leaders, Real Taft Speed, have just come into the pit lane for what appears to be an unscheduled pit stop. They've got an hour and 20, which means they've got 2 40-minute stints to take them through to the end. So looks like they've just done it nicely. They've said all along they were doing 40-minute stints, so they're going to pit now, and they'll have one more stop with 40 minutes to go to take them through. They've got a comfortable lead, which will give them a bit of time to make sure everything is okay before returning the 74 scooter back out onto circuit. Rushton Lambretta B, then, tell me a little bit about it.
So it's a Louis. It's got an RB20 in it. This is the first bike that I've ever built. It's the second season, and unfortunately, we were gifted, or all the stars must have been aligned on the first race last year at Wilton Mill, where we obviously won the class, but it was raining as well, but that helped us a little bit as well. The guys have never ridden, they're all motorbike riders, they're not scooter riders. So they only rode the scooter then, like on the Wednesday before we went on the Friday.
Yeah.
But they're all getting better at it now. Unfortunately, one of our guys couldn't make it today through family problems. So good luck, Knightsy. He will be watching, hopefully. And we've stole a rider from the A team, which is gone down okay. Charlie, bless him, he didn't want to race this weekend through whatever he didn't want to do because he didn't feel comfortable, I think. But then when the challenge come down, he's up for it, and he's actually rode it very well, and he's done a good stint for us as well, so it's good. But yeah, this is the first one I've ever built. I helped Colin on the A team mechanic basically for a couple of races, and then unfortunately my wife passed away, so to give me something to do, I actually built a bike myself because I thought that would be the way to go, and that's the result really. And
the pace is in it. He's done almost a 115 dead.
Yeah, he did that on the first stint, which was good. He's a bit mad, I have to say, but there's not competitive in the team, to be fair though, because they're all pretty quick.
With all due respect, and I mean this, when somebody says, "Would you like to race a scooter for 8 hours?" You've all got to be a bit mad.
I think they are mad. Yeah, we did put it out on the BSEC site to actually get a rider, but to be fair, we got a guy that we know who's safe, so we're quite happy that it's all going well for us. Really, we've had a few issues though. The Achilles heels on it at the minute is the exhaust. We originally at Wilton Mill, we scraped the exhaust quite a bit and modified it. And then ever since then, it's broke all the time. And it keeps breaking near the manifold, and we're not sure why. So we're a little bit undecisive about what to do, really. We're sort of trying to fix it, but it's just one of them sort of things where this is a big ask. This is a big learning curve for us. And anybody thinks this is easy, it's not. You know, we've sort of gone in with the idea that we could do quite well, and things keep breaking. Now, most of these guys have obviously had loads of experience, and with the scooters as well, any of the problems they get, they can iron them out, and everybody finds out all the information. But with the Louis, being this is an oddball, we're just got to keep sucking it up, basically, and keep fixing it.
Yeah, the 38 has peeled off into the pit lane, but then has stopped on entry into the pits. Just having a quick look down, SRP Race Tech out of 14th place. But we're only 4 laps away from IDK Endurance for a place on the road class podium. So I'm going to have a quick look. I don't know if that's a fuel. If we can go to the pit lane camera, we'll see whether that's a fuel issue or it's a roll through issue. He's going to go on the stand, and I think he's about 100 metres short on fuel here because we're fueling up down there. We've seen that quite a lot. Primarily, I'll mention this again, with your teams that are doing 40-minute stints, because they're doing 40 minutes not fuel and then another 40 minutes, and they are, they're a few missed pit boards away in a 45-minute stint from running out of fuel at an hour and a half. he's been quite lucky because normally it's down there at South Bank and it's a long walk back up into the commentary position. But
we've been playing it safe at the minute. Well, we was originally running 50 minutes, but we've had to change the tank. So we've got the off-roader tank on now. So it's a smaller tank. So we're doing 40s now. So hopefully we should be all right. And I've got a frog in my throat now. But yeah, it's it's a big learning curve. But it's doing a Stevie G's out in a minute. Bunks is going to go back out on it next. And then Charlie, who's our standing rider, hopefully is going to bring it over the line.
I'm also told you've got an electric start, so you're not exactly on a bit of a learning curve. We've got another scooter stationary and running across. That's the 32. Just bringing their machine back in. Currently going to be at the D chicane and heading back into pit lane. And that is TDD Vespa, who are on the podium in the club class at the moment. Ooh. They've got 1 lap worth of grace. He's rode it back in, as we can see there. I don't know. Let's have another quick look. We're going to go straight through here, are we? Don't know whether we'll get them back out, but there's a decent chance here that Holt Tune could inherit the final place. And in fact, some members of Holt Tune have walked down for a quick inspection of how long that number 32 is going to be stationary, because they could well be taking 3rd place in the club class. They are now on the same lap as they've just crossed the line this time as TDD Vespa in front. So next time round, they could well move up into 3rd place. Back to your electric start when you went, we're just learning, but I'm going to learn by sticking an electric start on my Vespa.
We have no kickstart on it, basically. We have no kickstart, so we've bought electric starter. It does make it a little bit complicated because I actually ride that on the road. And I have stalled it a few times, being an inexperienced rider. I only passed my CBT last September, so I'm still learning, and it has caught me out a few times. But I did take it to Euro Lambretta as well in Magnicor, which was quite nice. And had a ride out there, so it's all good. So, yeah, we ain't quite the F1 of the team yet, because we're still got to try to think of a good way of actually changing the front wheel quick, because it's a bit of a pain.
Well, we were discussing that earlier about, I think I've covered an event here where it started and it was very wet and then it dried up, and the discussion round was, well, it's going to take maybe, I think a lot of the teams went for a wet front, but almost a dry rear.
Yeah.
So, but it's still 5 or 6 minutes minimum on some to change the front, and it was calculating then how much time you think you're going to lose. By not changing to changing. So there's every time that I cover this, there's just an extra level of intricacy that you think.
The clouds were around as well. Looked like it may be raining.
Well, it did earlier.
It's coming in. Man's coming in now.
Well, let's have a quick look.
We're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go, I'm afraid.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
On schedule or not? Yeah, ballpark. We'll see. There we go. So. Rushton Lambretta are in. The problem is that I've stole half their team to talk to, so now they are running down the start-finish straight. Just keeping an eye on weather watch. It looks like we might get some later on. We'll find out. We'll see. We've got a little bit. I think it's 105 minutes, and so we should get to the end of the race here. So that's. That'll be great. Looking back in the live chat again, apologies for everyone that's got in touch. I've not been able to get into them quite as much as normal, but that's because we've had stories and conversations and people coming to see us in the commentary box, which has been fantastic. Darren Brunskill earlier on just saying 63 was originally, I think that was Thanet Auto Services, Team Taz Vespa. About 3 or 4 hours ago, I was like, I'm fairly sure I've not recognised that name before, but the team is consistent. It's just the team name has changed. So that's why he's let us know about that. Claire from Team 33 saying that their issue earlier on was that the throttle cable had snapped. Steve Bone is saying, stop saying moped. I think he only said it once. I only said it once to wind Keith up earlier because for those of you that are just joining, I've met Keith before, but the conversation this morning was, hi, good morning, don't say moped. And that was pretty much the first 30 seconds or so. So I dropped it into a conversation earlier on just so that I could gauge his reaction to that, and he picked up on it almost immediately. Chisel Speed in second place, still getting some love from Skeleton Guy in the live chat. He is confident of a win, but he is going to have to close 10 laps in, which basically means they're going to have to hope that Real Taft Speed have some problems. The pro class leader at the moment. I'm also fairly sure that Wearside Wanderers are done for the day. Not that I've seen their machine come in, it's just that A, it's not going round anymore, so I don't know why it came in, but B, somebody came and picked up their pit board earlier on and walked off with it, which is normally a sign that they are out of the race, unfortunately for them. But they are currently still being shown in 16th place, but obviously you do have to take the checkered flag to be officially classified, which is why Valley Scooter Club Rosendale are going to head back out later on just to get towards the end, and so that Justin Price can give us a display of fast riding. So hopefully we'll find him later on in the remaining hour and 7 minutes here at Teesside Autodrome for the British Scooter Endurance Club 8 hour. It's the 112 of RFS Tune and the 70 of Independent Idiots. Having a little squabble over track position down to at hairpin 3. Independent Idiots there with the headlight on. Seems to have a little bit more on corner exit, and indeed does finally manage to sweep all the way around the outside. He's got solid air for company as well. So, yeah, Real Taft Speed lead with a gap of 10 laps. Chisel Speed in second place. And Team Vespa, who peel off into the pits for a stop. But they're going to have another one, I believe, before then. We've got a stationary scooter on the back straight. Just off, there's a little runoff on the left-hand side, but we've got a problem for a scooter. We've got a yellow flag just to cover that. Don't know who is on the red machine, but he's just popping it back onto the stand. He's trying to give it a kickstart, see if he can get that going. Marshall making his way down, but primary focus there will be to wave the yellow flag to alert others. Now, luckily for most of the teams, they should then pick up a green flag, I think, partway down the back straight, which will allow them to then go racing again if we're on the digitals. And the scooter is moving again, and let's see whether he gets back up to race pace, and whether then he carries on or peels off into the pit lane. That's the 207, which is the Valley Club Rosendale machine that was going to go out and be fast. I was assured of this. In fact, I've got a note that tells me in the commentary box that it's going to be fast. And unfortunately, it was stationary down the back straight for a minute or so for that 207. Will have had to have taken the transponder off the first one and put it on the second one. So they have crossed the line there, and that is the end of the first lap. They've been back out. They clock a lap time of 6 hours. 6 hours, 2 minutes and 4 seconds since that scooter was last out on track. And are showing 6 hours behind DC 10 Cert in front of them. I'll give you a full run through of the order in a little while, just what I'll probably do is wait until around about the 40 minutes to go mark, because by then everybody should, if they've played it right in terms of working their time backwards, be there or thereabout for not requiring another stop here. Just going back through. Alison was getting a bit some comments earlier on about putting on her posh voice for commentary. I'm just going to get a nod from Ellis as to whether Alison is normally quite that posh.
I would. Of course she is. She's very well spoken.
Very well spoken. As for the 207 that was going to go fast for the second time today, or in the last 2 or 3 minutes, in fact, it has stopped on the this time on the outside of South Bank. Initially, it was down the back straight. It's done another lap and a half, and has now stopped at South Bank and is being pushed back. This isn't what you meant when you said a display of fast riding.
Oh, he stopped?
Yeah, not for the second time. Yeah, he stopped on the back straight. He's then done. He's crossed the line to clock a lap time of 6. What was his last lap time that he did? 6 hours and 2 minutes since he last went out with that transponder on, and then he's done another lap and a half and stopped at South Bank.
Well, I know that you've been saying that he promised that that's what he was going to do.
I did, yes.
So that could be considered second-hand information.
Yes.
But he told me he was going to go out there. He said wheelies, stoppies, the lot.
Also, we've got a rider in the gravel at the end of the straight at South Bank. There it is. That's the 54.
That's the odd mod squad.
They were 15th, so mid pack and up to 6th in class.
He's got it going again.
Now, but doesn't look like he's gone down, which...
I think what he's done is overcooked it.
No, confirmation you did go down.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I thought, which is strange. So I was thinking there's so much runoff there that if you don't, you should be able to get it stopped and turn in. But
you can see the marks where he went straight in, but I think that's probably over-ambitious from that long back straight and then just going into that corner a bit too quick. He's coming down the grass now, so perhaps he's trying to get rid of the gravel from the various nooks and crannies.
Yeah, he's going to peel off, I think, for an inspection for Odd Mod Squad.
Well, I wonder if he lost the brakes or something, and perhaps that's what caused the overrun on the corner. So here's Justin doing the walk of shame. He can't hear us, can he? No, he's got his earplugs in. We were expecting wheelies and stoppies and all sorts of displays of fun.
To be fair, he did do a wheelie when he started over there. Another scooter, in a similar place, halfway down the back straight. That could be the number 4 from London Lambretta Club, who were leading the class, but have now dropped down into 10th place overall and are second behind New to Twigard, which would have happened in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, because they were leading class when Tommy was in to talk to us. But
New to Twigard, the one thing about them, it's Team 333 we're talking about, isn't it? Is sideburns.
Oh, is that the prerequisite of being a team member?
The greatest facial hair in the paddock. Listen, I've grabbed Steve Keneally. I'm going to hand him over to you to have a little chat with. Steve's got a really interesting history from a race perspective. Again, one of those lads that's been in the scooter scene for a very, very, very long time. And I think I was responsible for him getting back into it. So I'll hand you over and let you have a chat with Steve.
Brilliant, Ellis. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Steve, welcome to the commentary box. You do look fresh from a stint, so it looks like you didn't have much choice. It looks like you've been dragged off a scooter and sent this way.
Yeah. I'd just finished my stint about 20 minutes ago, and I'm still feeling it. It's attrition. You get to a certain age, and you haven't got the stamina as a younger man. But no, the team's doing good, and we've sort of slowed down a bit now the last stint. So just want to bring it home.
So in the race leading real Taft speed machine, in terms, you say you slowed it down as well. You're taking less risks. I'm assuming.
Yeah,
a bit more, a bit of a check when it comes in. Make sure we're good.
I don't know about a check, but basically dumbing down the revs a bit, so we're not going so hard on the gears, and make sure we positive gear changes and stuff like that. We don't want any mechanicals at this stage, so we're just trying to bring it home. Is the key?
eked out a good gap as well, just through consistency and not taking too many risks. We saw it early in the race. I think, not sure who was on it, but they caught a lot of traffic in front of the D chicane, in front of me here in the commentary position, and just went, I'll just ease back, let them go through, spread out, weave my way through. There was no diving through a gap that was always going to close. It was very much, I think at the time you were in third place at the time, and I think it was a case of just going, well, look, too early in the race to take unnecessary risks. As other teams have fallen by the wayside, it's just been a case of, well, that's 1 lap advantage, 2 lap advantage, and we're up to 12 now, which is, that's 15 minutes almost of time that you have if there's a small problem that you can...
Well, this is it. In this stage now, we can, like I said, dumb it down a little bit. We don't have to push so hard. We have this gap, comfortable gap. But we need to maintain pace. We need to be similar lap times, and so we need to just push it just to the end.
Just going to see if we can get our little camera, because that camera works, which means normally we get a little picture-in-picture here, so we can see who we're talking to, which is handy. Normally we go big first. I'm happy with that. That's nice. So it puts it there. It puts a face to the voice as well. Talk to me about the whole background, the whole racing, because for a lot of people, this isn't the first race people have done generally. There's a story to get to where we are today. So
so this is my third endurance race. We came here last year as my two brothers and myself, 3 of us, as the Keneally Racing team, and we did really well. I think we were in first place for a couple of hours, and we had some technical issues, and we were really happy where we finished. But our history, the 3 brothers, is BSSO Racing. For many years, we all won the UK Championship, British Championship in succession. So that was always a goal to do that, and we're very proud of that.
And then you find yourself here doing endurance racing.
Yeah, ironically, this is one of the first tracks I did in my newcomers racing a long time ago. I think 1991. Different circuit then, different camping area. But I remember it fondly. And then we came here for the first time in 30 years. So yeah.
And I'm told that Ellis says that he volunteered your services for race, almost like he's gone, I know a rider, he's gone to his cupboard, he's got the sack barrow out and gone, and there he is, there's a rider.
I was at Alan Diablo's getting a bike dynoed, and we, as brothers, decided not to take the ride this year because various reasons, and jokingly or unjokingly, he just put something on Facebook saying there's a ride in here, needs a ride, and the rest is history. It's quickly got round to a team that's I'm always keen to ride a small frame Vespa just to try it as a one-off, and we did very well at Whitton Mill there,
and going very well today as well. With real tap speed, like I say, the pace has been good throughout. Like, one thing I do want to ask from a rider's perspective, and quite clearly a fast one, because the bike is going very, very well. But at the start, we were seeing sort of 1:13s, 1:8. Now we're seeing 19s and 18s, and like teams' best times are 1:18. We're now doing 1:22s. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
What is it? The fact that is it fatigue? Is it the fact that the bike has been? Obviously, you're getting these scooters to do. In an ideal world, they want to do 8 hours and 1 minute and then fall apart. That's the purpose of racing in general. You do just enough, as fast as you can, until you don't need it anymore, and then it's. And is that the idea? Are we finding now that through a mixture of fatigue and is it the scooter, is it the rider that's causing the drop off?
It's everything. Machine fatigue is a big factor. So everything becomes tired in the engine. You get a massive heat soak and you lose horsepower. So in that respect, you're losing power from the bike, but also you get massive fatigue. I do anyway. And the combination of you being fatigued and the machine being fatigued results in slow lap times.
Well, that's the thing, like, we're following the 70 of Independent Idiots right now. That wasn't designed to be used for 8 hours. It was designed to go to the pub and come back. And from what I've spoke to a lot of people, they still go to the pub and come back a lot. I've spoke to everyone. We have a good beer when we're done and so. But no, they were designed to take you to the shop and back, and they weren't designed to go, right, we're going to thrash them for 8 hours. You know, and that's what you're saying about like the sort of fatigue. They're not designed for continuous running over a long period of time at, you know, what we're asking them to do, which is come out of the mountain section at the top end and go flat out until hopefully the brakes work down there, which they did for everybody so far except the 54 when he had a bit of a straight-on moment earlier on.
Yeah.
But like I said, that when you're saying like the fatigue of it all, you know, we're speaking to London Lambretta. They've had a few issues which appear to have caught up with them now with the wheel nuts working loose. And he's potentially it's because it's just got so warm that it's melting the Loctite that they've put on them, and you know that sort of thing. Like these things were not factored in when a lot of these machines were manufactured. You know, and yes, people have made modifications to them, which they're allowed to in certain classes, but still, you're asking a lot of a very little machine. And I think the interesting thing is that goes back to what we were saying earlier about it's very rarely the same team that wins every meeting.
Yes, that is the factor. So another thing I've got to mention is the tyres. You know, they deteriorate, and I know that from this morning we had fresh tyres on, and my second stint I could tell that the tyre was starting to wear. So you end up with it gets a bit lively on the back end. So you end up controlling that as well, which adds more input into the machine and more fatigue. So the more you battle with it, the more you get fatigue with it.
Yeah, I think Ellis said he was going to try and steal a rear tyre and bring it in the com box to show the sort of camera with it.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it.
They get chewed up.
Yeah, they really do. And it depends on the tyre pressures, of course, so you've got to try and monitor that as best you can. But it's not just that, technically it's the suspension as well gets softer because it's working hard, and the yaw rate's working hard in the suspension. So the bike becomes what I describe it as loose. It starts to get loose, because the it's very hot and everything's over temperature, really.
Your rider just there nearly came to say hello to us then. He was very wide over the timing line, and even had a little bit of tyre squeal, I think, when he had to sort of redirect. So
must do it day for you.
Doesn't want to be. Yeah, but he's got 12 laps. You said that you were taking it steady.
I know.
And
I know.
He's not taking it steady. He's.
It's difficult because we're on the track with current and ex-BSEC racers, and you can't help that mentality of the red mist sometimes. I had that earlier on in the race, and just a bit of fun really. But probably pushed it a bit too far, but it's enjoyable. It's very enjoyable, yeah.
So 51 minutes to go. Is your work done, or are you taking
I'm
it
reserve
to the
rider.
flag?
Reserve.
We've got a yellow flag being waved on the corner of Paddock Bend, but I can't figure out why, because we're at Rib, and I can't pick anything up now. If we go to the next camera, we might be able to see it on the way back as to whether we've got somebody down there. No, I think it could be off camera shot to the right-hand side, but we do have... there we do. There we've got the scooter being pushed back into the pit lane. Marshall going down to meet them. So if you are a team and you're expecting your rider to emerge and they haven't, you may well find them heading the wrong way up the pit lane. I always do like to look out the commentary box window to see if there's a whole team of people running in a direction. 15 minutes to go. Have you decided who's taking it home yet?
Well, I'm just trying to find our rider now, and I can't stare. I can't really see him.
Maybe just after we've gone, there's a yellow flag out, and you're just going right. I just need to spot mine. After that, I'm not as bothered. Let's see if we can pick it up.
Yeah, I don't know where our rider is. So maybe that was our.
It's all gone a bit nervous now. And
no, there he is. There
we go. Oh,
it's that small you can't see him.
Let's wipe the brow.
Yeah.
I thought we were getting a bit nervous then. He wasn't coming back, and I was like, well, you're about 10 seconds away from having to just throw the headset and run. Let's say 50 minutes to go. Who's bringing it home?
I think the last rider will be Sean Nichols. He would bring it home. We will have one in reserve in leathers just in case there's an issue. That may be me. I don't know. But we've got to have that. Well, hopefully Sean will have the ride and he'll get it over the line for us.
Brilliant. This is the corner that I find quite interesting as well, because you see a lot of that sort of suspension compression going through this, through the dog leg here. Similarly on exit the chicane. This is here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just outside the combox window, but it does drop in, and you do get a lot of that suspension compression. And you get it again on exit of the D chicane, which is the next bit. On exit, you sort of go through that hole, and you do see quite a lot of it sort of dropping in.
If you take the apex there just now, you don't want to be in the apex because there's a big dip there, so you come about 4 or 5 feet off it, which actually gives you a nice line up for the next one.
You sort of want to straighten that through, don't you, and then follow it through.
That's the most difficult corner there.
We're seeing it here again. It's because I think there's a lot of factors there, particularly. I don't know what I'm looking at the layout of your scooter, but does your exhaust come out the back, or is it side mounted?
It's a twin.
Yeah.
So it's actually a twin cylinder engine with a single exhaust pipe, which comes out to the right and the rear.
Yeah.
Which is like conventional Lambretta.
Probably safer, because we were finding this corner here, if you've got a left side exhaust and that curb, it's a corner, but it's not actually. It's a corner with a little straight and another corner. Makes it very difficult if you forget, for example, that your exhaust, like on that 135 machine coming out, is on the left side, and if you scrape your exhaust down there, you'll quickly find that your rear wheel isn't attached to the tarmac anymore, which adds a very interesting dynamic to the corner.
Yeah.
It's an endurance championship, but this for me is an endurance circuit. It's very, it looks, by all intents and purposes, fairly simple. We go down a long back straight, round a big looping corner. There's a lot of elevation change. There's a lot of moving round, particularly through here. You can see those riders that are very experienced because they're shifting their body weight on the seat. And it is a grueling event, and not just the teams that win it, although it will be nice for you if the remaining 46 minutes go smoothly, but anybody that's got to the end of this race has certainly earned it, and they've earned the right to take that checkered flag because it's a grueling event.
Yeah, anybody who finishes here deserves a medal because it's grueling. Yes, I mean we're only doing 40-minute stints, but there's riders out there doing an hour, and maybe a little bit more than an hour, probably younger than myself. But it must, sometimes it must be hard for them to do an hour because 40 minutes I'm done, So I will come in and wait. I'm waiting to see the poster come in.
We're saying that the hardest thing as well is that you're actually sort of gripping the scooter. In some of the scooters on, you're gripping it. Not probably might be a little bit different on the Louis because it's not you've not got that rounded bit at the back. But if you're holding your legs in a solid position, it's almost like a stress position. It's like your muscles aren't moving, but they contract to a point and then just stay contracted until you get off. And this is why some of the teams were saying that they have a designated pusher so that the rider can just get off.
Yeah.
Because it takes a while to stand back and become mobile again. And if the first thing you're asked to do is, can you push that down there, please? Your body's just not going to comply.
No, it just, thank God there's someone there to take the bike away from me because I couldn't. I couldn't run down to the bottom and hand it over to the rider. It's just too impossible.
This is the hard. We're saying that some teams they've got riders and 3 or 4 helpers. Some of them it's just 4 riders and that's it. They're having to do one job, then they're riding, then they're on pit board.
Yeah.
And, but all in, it's a team event. I've seen people helping each other out in the paddock, and that's the spirit of it, really.
Yeah, it is. It is. Everyone needs to help each other out. I mean, you can be competitors on track. We have them for many years, but we would always share parts at the circuits, even though you're their arch enemy, really, on BSSO standards. But it's all about all competing together. At the end of the night, everything's forgotten about, and you have a few drinks and talk about the racing of the day.
Yeah, brilliant. Steve, thank you very much for joining. I think you're probably only about 5 or 6 minutes away, I think, from your bike being back in.
Yeah, I'm not going out next.
No, but
Sean is. Yeah,
but I will let you go just to get that. They'll be down there for that last stop. I'm sure you want to be down there just in case anything sort of happens for that final stint. But thank you for coming and seeing us. Hopefully it all goes well for what will probably be a very nervous final 44 minutes.
The clock goes backwards.
Yes.
The last 10 minutes, it doesn't move, and physically, you think, oh God. So yeah, it slows down tremendously.
Steve, pleasure. Thank you very much for
you're
joining.
welcome.
Really, really appreciate it. We have 43 minutes to go in the 8 hours of Teesside for the British Scooter Endurance Championship event. We have Real Taft Speed currently leading the race. Thank you to everybody that is watching, has watched, and is still watching with 44 minutes to go. That's absolutely brilliant. We'll have a chat in a minute. I'm just going to run through. In fact, I'll have a chat first, and it'll probably be around about the half an hour to go mark, and then all being well, the pit lane will be nice and quiet, and we can. So let's stick a headset on with a gentleman that I'm going to say this in the nicest possible way. Probably isn't the happiest person because of how things were going and how things are now going. Damien's joined us from the team name that nobody can pronounce unless you're in it. Tuarth Di Danan. Have I got that anywhere near right?
Yeah, you're not far away.
That's fine because
I've
tried 1,000 times.
Yeah.
I think we're getting there. We were running in the top 3 at the start. The pace looked really, really good. We are currently not where we were hoping to be. We're currently down in 17th place, 5th in class. First of all, what was going so right at the start? Because everything looked okay.
Everything was going very smooth. The scooter was bang on, gearing, fuel, everything was spot on. And more importantly, nobody was falling off for a change, which made a big difference. And basically, I think we were up to second at one stage, and leading our class, obviously, and second overall. And lots of petrol seemed to be coming about, and it was too much to be coming out of the carburetor. So it turned out then that our long-range aluminium tank had split in the weld, and the fuel obviously was flying out everywhere. That's the second one of them tanks with same situation in Bolton Mill earlier in the year, where the tank had split. So we thought with a new reinforced tank we would be all good, but we had the initiative to bring a spare tank this time, which we hadn't the last time. So we brought a spare steel tank, hence that's what's on it now. And quick change over the tank, and I think we lost 20 minutes and out we won again, and carried on until we hit a snag of clutch problem. So what happened was the clutch cable trunnion had slipped, a very simple thing which shouldn't have happened. Should have 2 trunnions on, and that burnt out the clutch. So in for another 20 minutes, clutch out, new clutch in, and then back out here to get it finished. So Ernest is out at the minute, and he is down to 17th now from 22nd, half an hour ago. So he's pushing on really, really well there, which is really good.
Pace has definitely been in the bike and the scooter since the start. This is definitely something that this is the 3rd time now. This is probably the best performance that I've seen out of you guys.
Yeah.
Up here at Teesside.
Yeah, I think we had a podium, 1 or 2 podiums over the last few years, 3rd place and stuff. But by a country mile, we have perfected most things on the scooter, and the likes of the oil tank splitting again was beyond our control, or the fuel tank. What about? Yeah.
Right. Oh. The commentator's curse has
There's 3 of them down there.
Yeah, the commentator's curse has struck. Your bike. Your
Tuarth
Di Danan has a problem. It has a technical defect. It has a what appears to be a wire hanging off the back of the scooter. Now, without any radios, that is obviously very difficult. But the scooter will be required to come back in, because what we don't want is that to get caught round anything, particularly the
I think it's just it looks like a side panel rubber, which is slipped back, which is just a thin rubber, so fingers crossed it can't do any harm.
I'm assuming is that largely superficial?
It's on a bit of rubber. Hopefully it'll fall off.
So let's see whether he can take care of it on the way around. Where is he? There he is. Yes. That's blue.
Oh no, it's not a rubber.
No. What I'm trying to figure out is whatever it is where it's come from.
Do you know what it could have been? They had a rubber bungeed on up inside of it. It's a blue. I think there's a blue bungee up in where the glove box would be, where there was a rubber bungeed in place. The bungees obviously slipped down.
So we'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, it looks like we might.
Well, I hope there's no bungee jumping.
No, we'll keep an eye. I'm not sure whether he saw the technical defect flag on, but it is being shown as well at eye level, as well as up on the overhead. But pace-wise for yourself as a team, it does look like it's starting to get there, and with a little bit of luck, I haven't seen the Wilton results team, but certainly here when I've seen you here, it does seem like it's starting to come together.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think all the track time we've been gathering up over the last few years has certainly been a big plus. We're not getting any other track time really, other than the endurance there for Keith. But it's going forward, if we can keep the scooter together, should be good.
That is very bungee cordy by the look of things. Looks like you were correct. So hopefully that they can remove that fairly quickly. They'll know why as well, because the team here at Teesside are all radioed up, so they will have been told what the problem is. So hopefully that can be rectified really quickly. If we can see if we can get the camera on down there. There's your scooter being looked at just on entry into the pit. So in a minute we should hopefully see it head out as quickly as possible. And we do indeed, although the side panel will need reinstating.
That will take a minute.
Which I believe will not be done in this area, because this is for refueling, so you'll have to take it through the gate and into this bit down here. There he is on the right hand side.
In the paddock.
Just about see him. And then should be able to come through the paddock here and back down. I'm assuming that you fueled up enough now to take him to the end. So
should take us to the end.
Won't require any fuel at this before now and then. So hopefully that we can get that side panel reattached and can head back out. But yeah, overall, with the few mechanicals aside, happy with performance?
Yeah, all very good. We're the bike's been upright. We haven't had one fall today, and that's a big plus. So no more paint work to be done.
Now, I know that you're on a Lambretta, but I've been asking people the Lambretta or Vespa question just for humour, really to keep myself as just to add some controversy.
I think like nearly everybody here probably started out on a Vespa, and obviously went across the dollar side then to the Lambretta just because it's a finer machine all around. But I love a fair with anything two ways. I'm from right up in the very top of Ireland in the north, right where I live in the home circuit of the Northwest 200 International Road Race. So all my friends have been racing all their life, and I've been racing round racing motorbikes all my life, and enjoy anything on two wheels really. And the scooter racing came. I moved to London to work in the 90s, and I raced with a team, Southern Irish scooter race team in London for a couple of 3 years, and all around the UK, and really enjoyed that. And a few guys back home, when I'm back home and I retired home again, joined me, and we've been back and forward. But it's come to a stage now with the cost of living and the cost of ferries and going back and forward. It's a very costly hobby now, which used to be your work van with a scooter through in the back and some cheap spares, but it's far from that now. You know, everything's up a level, and some of the guys, you could be out 1,000, 1,500 quid just to get here and back, you know, on ferries and fuel and hotel. And so especially the guys that do the BSSO, which is the race rounds, they're doing 7, 8 rounds a year. There's a couple of guys from Belfast in particular is doing it, but you're talking 10 grand before you start, before you look at the scooter. So everything's expensive now, but we're all at the age now, we only get one go at this, so you might as well
enjoy it.
Might as well make the most of it, And this is a great introductory here for the BSSO, because I know 2 or 3, 4 people who started doing this in the last couple of years, and now they're not here today. They're at the BSSO scooter race organisation, so they're racing the calendar. So it's very good for that.
The final thing that I want to ask is naturally about your team name. First of all, does it mean anything?
Yeah, well, the best thing to explain it, the easiest way to explain it is Google. If you Google the name, you'll get pages and pages of stories, and it's all about a mythical flying goddesses. Mostly, they were more powerful than the men. Now we have a real lecturer on hand here. Paul Deasy is a very knowledgeable man in the mythical world, and he can tell you all the folklore stories of days gone past, and I mean thousands of years ago. So it's all stories, and whether they're true or not true is hard to know. But basically, the Trafford and Anne was flying mystical goddesses who flying. So that's where we came from, the call for speed with the people long before us, the Neolithical connection. So there's a lot of fairy tales and stories and a few lies through in for good measure, just to spice things up, as far as Irish folklore goes. So we're just trying to keep something a bit different to the fore.
That is fine, and I'm pleased that there's a good backstory, because if you just gone, we just picked it to make your life difficult on commentary, I'd be fuming. So at least there's a good solid backstory to it, with a little bit of strength as well. So we're happy with that.
Without a doubt.
Brilliant. Damien, thanks for taking the time to come and see us up in the commentary box. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully...
well, I'm sure on behalf of all the racers here today, I'd like to thank you and your team here for putting on a really good show and keeping us safe, and most important, watching over us all as we go.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
All the best. Cheerio now.
Thank you very much. So we are 32 minutes, almost half an hour away from the checkered flag here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll have a quick run through of the order, as most teams will now have pitted, hopefully, for what will be the final time. All being well, Real Taft Speed now with a lead of 10 laps. It was out to 12, but they've pitted, and looks like they're taking a bit of time now, just making sure they can bring their machine home without issue. Chisel Speed still pushing hard, are in second place, but the gap is big. They will require Real Taft Speed to have problems, I think, to get anywhere near that. Team Vespa, who have had an up and down day, they've had some great pace throughout, are in third place, second in class. Team Escargot lead in the club class in fourth place in front of GRR. They've been very evenly matched, and it's gone back and forth between the two of them throughout most of this race. Team Solid Air are in sixth. Then it's your leading road runner in New to Twigard. They're in front of Holt Tune and TDD Vespa, who TDD had held that third place for a long time. Problems, though, with their machine stopping on the back straight meant that Holt Tune managed to jump in front of them and are currently on for a class podium. Rushden Lambretta Club complete your top 10. Then it's Design 63 Racing, IDK Endurance Racing and SRP Race Tech, who've recovered well now, up inside the top half, running in P13 in front of London Lambretta Club, who have been very unlucky. Were leading the road class earlier on. They're currently down in fourth place now, 5 adrift of a podium in 14th. Dukes of Essex, they've been up and down and are on their way back up again. They're currently in 15th. Spire TT as well in P16. Independent Idiots and Tuart D. Danan are in 18th. Then it's Pickering Gold Stars and Odd Mod Squad. RFS Tune and Wearside Wanderers, who I don't think are out on track. They're dropping down the order. Valley Scooter Club, PX in the 210 are in 23rd. CKM, Rushden Lambretta B, 2 Sheds, DC10 Cert, Valley Scooter Club Rosendale, and the United Colours of Pemberton. Complete the order of 29 scooters that commence this race here at Teesside Autodrome. I'm looking at just quickly, Ellis, Holt Tune don't appear to have set a delta last time round in the 18. Oh no, they've just clicked now. That's fine. Didn't want to worry them.
Through.
Didn't want to worry them. They've just clicked through. Half an hour to go. What have we got from the paddock for what will probably be the final paddock update? Hopefully you'll stay with us towards the end. That'll be great. But
So I don't know if you have spotted, but Biggin, the character that you interviewed
Oh,
earlier,
he showed us his collar. He showed the collarbone to the camera.
he's confirmed that it's broken, which I didn't think we need much confirmation of.
No.
But the guys in the NHS, the local hospital, have sorted that out, and he sends his thanks to the circuit staff and the medics that sorted him out.
Well, most waiting rooms have a TV, and if he's not requested that they put this race on, and then when everyone's going, what's that on the screen? I go, that happened.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got a specific apology for the paramedics because he knows that he interrupted his tea break.
Oh,
and so
how inconsiderate, Biggin.
he's devastated about that. And the last thing I picked up when we were talking earlier, when the odd mod squad found themselves in the gravel, apparently it was a brake failure. So they seem to have sorted that out, and they are back out there on track, which is great. It's good stuff. It's been an absolutely fantastic day from a racing perspective. We've had all sorts of incidents, luckily and thankfully nothing serious, just normal racing incidents. We've seen some spectacular riding from riders that as the day is, you see two things. They start the day and some of them are a little bit tentative around the circuit because they're finding their way, but slowly during the day you see them build confidence and get a bit quicker and they get about the bike a bit more. And where we're getting to now is obviously a lot of people are tired. So that starts to become a factor. So even though we've got between first and second, I think it's about 10 laps.
Yeah.
And then another 10 laps to third position-ish. It's still all to play for because you could still get issues that might, simple things like a puncture or a cable break, or someone gets arm pump and needs to come in. There are still things that can affect the outcome. So let's.
We're still getting position changes now. Team Solidaire have just moved into the top 5. In front of GRR, naturally you would expect that based on the machinery, but Team Solidaire now up into 5th place. GRR still in 2nd place in the club class, but will drop down into 6th place. But still with only 25 minutes or so to go of this 8-hour race, we're still finding teams on the same lap within touching distance of each other.
What's good again is that it's now admittedly it's in the top 7 rather than the top 4, but we've still got representation from each of the classes.
Yes,
in that top 7, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm sure Nutu Twigard, and by the way, that's a name that they came up with as a combination of their names, and I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose to try and trip commentators up.
Well, which one of them's got a number 2 in his name?
I've absolutely no idea. I think it was, they did explain it to me about 2 or 3 years ago, but it's, I've kind of consigned that to the archive.
Yeah, we don't like to have to think too much.
No.
But yeah, that's so. Yeah, but it has been really interesting when you look at it and you say to someone, "Oh, they've won by 10 laps." You'll think that that was boring, but again, we're 7 hours 35 in, and it's flown by.
Yeah, and let's remember, nobody's won yet.
No, absolutely, because we have to take the checkered flag.
We have to take the checkered flag, and with these scooters, we've talked about simple little things like cable breaking, split tanks, clutches being fried out, exhaust splitting, gaskets going. A couple of other leaky tanks. I mean, Damien was talking about the schoolboy error of not putting 2 trunnions on a cable. Trunnion is just the little device that goes on the end of the cable against the adjuster, against the lever technically, that basically stops the cable slipping through. You always put 2 on.
Yeah.
Because one will, inevitably fail. You want the spare one to, and most riders do that. It's a 50p component, but it can stop the bike running. So little things like that. We've had, what else have we? Back brakes unwinding themselves. So again, these are vintage machines that vibrate and rattle. So things undo themselves. They unwind. So we've had things like that. We've had people stalling it. Let's not forget bike 15's just going past us. The fastest bike and potentially the fastest riders on the track at times, stalling it.
Right at the start, and having to, they've done the hard work of putting it on pole position, then they fell all the way to the back, and then they've worked their way back through again.
And we've got one of the independent idiots joining us. I tell you what, because I know this chap, I'm going to leave you to talk to him.
Oh,
because we'll
like that, is it?
I'll get over familiar with him, and I'll start telling everybody all his secrets.
And then with 4 minutes to go, I'll be like, "Can I have the headset back, please? Because we've got a checkered flag coming out." So,
do you want to jump on 5 minutes?
Oh yeah, go on then. Why not?
There we go. Not sure that's the screen that we need. We've had a. That's fine. I'm assuming that they can still hear us. We've had an internal issue where I can't see anything that we should do, but out the window we can see loads. So introduce yourself.
I'm Connor from the Independent Idiots.
Good. And what you have done there is you've pretty much confirmed the team name by almost breaking
Yeah.
the technical setup we've got immediately.
It wasn't the best idea, was it?
by putting your arm down straight on the cable for the headset. Team has been going all right.
Yeah,
The
we had a
pace
few
seems-
problems,
yeah.
but we are back out, and
There you are in your orange high vis. We've mentioned it a few times, but it's for you riders that might not be as comfortable as some of the others. You just pop it on. People give you a bit of space. It's
yeah,
brilliant,
that's the
isn't
plan.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it work?
Not all the time, though.
Well, we'll have a chat with Keith. He can reinforce that at
Well,
the next briefing.
It's just racing, I suppose, isn't it? It's one of them. It's always going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's got a different interpretation of space, haven't they? It's all good fun, and that's the main part. Currently in 17th, currently 6th in class.
Yeah,
for
not too bad.
Independent idiots at the moment. Happy with the performance?
Yeah. Well, first time, it's fresh bike, fresh engine, fresh everything. So, for the first time out, it's not a bad run at all.
Not the first time for the team. We've seen you here before in this, but you say new bike, new engine, everything.
Yeah, everything. My second race as well, so it's a learning curve for us all, really.
Good. How are you First of all, how are you finding it? Let's see if we can pick the bike up as well. Are we good? Because it's just going around South Bank at the minute.
Yeah, Ginger Mexican's on it.
There we go. So we'll pick it up in a minute when it comes through the.
Here he is there.
There he is on the right hand side. So we'll pick it up as we go through the yellow machine. Definitely looks like.
He is flying.
Yeah, lights on as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, cool. Saw them on Earth. I was like, 3 hours to go. He's already got. When did they put the lights on that?
You have the high vis tape illuminated, didn't you? It just looks cool then. It's almost like the Hacienda opened up again.
You can see the rear number plate as well when they go through because lights are on all round. So 20 minutes to go. Who's on it at the moment?
Harry. Is his? Yeah, the Ginger Mexican. Is his third race? Third race for us, yeah. Second race for us.
I thought you were about to go. What's his real name? Because I've no idea. We just call him the Ginger Mexican.
We call him a lot of things.
Yeah, he's probably been called worse than that, hasn't
he?
He's still pushing though. Head down the back straight.
As tucked as a big man can be on a Vespa.
Yeah, you were. Well, to be fair, you were on the same number of laps as London.
He's just set a new PB as well.
They're in the pits with a problem. I don't think they're out, and he has set a new PB.
17.6.
264 laps of giving that. She's just warming it up. It might be new. Maybe it was just a bit stiff at the start, and now he's opening it up nicely.
It definitely opened up a bit more as you were riding, but.
So I mean, it looks like he's done another one.
Yeah, he's just knocked 0.5 of a second off
he
again.
has, hasn't he? He's just going quicker now. He's just dipping 117s in for the crack now.
Why not?
I mean, the big question here should be, why did he not do this earlier? That needs to be the question. When he comes in, why were you doing 117s earlier? When you can do them with 20 minutes to go, you should have been doing that earlier. We wasn't expecting to see personal best this late into a race.
Yeah, not 20 minutes to go.
Oh yeah, that is a very valid point. We have got a few teams off, which has opened up the
there's quite a few
the
off.
track a little bit. Yeah, there's a few down here that are not clocking.
We're 16th now.
Yeah, London Lambretta have. I don't think they're circulating, but
no.
So you picked up. So yeah, up into 16th.
Yeah, is he about to set a new PB?
Let's see if he can do another. Oh, he's got some traffic on this lap.
Oh.
He's getting.
Yeah.
He's going to get stuck here. It's going to be.
Come on, Harry.
There we go. He's having the time of his life there. That's proper knee down action as well.
He is loving it.
And he's right round the outside of more traffic. He's
for a bloke with a dodgy wrist, he's doing ridiculously well.
he is. 120 on that lap, but you can see as well the 2 laps prior where he had no traffic and was just able to get through. As soon as he catches somebody, it's that trying to find that way through without losing too much time.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier about the sort of advanced planning of down this back straight, when you come back into shot and you can see what you're going to catch. Like here, we've got a gaggle of carts coming round South Bank, and then faster scooters catching them up. Is that as they come through, you've sort of got a plan. Right, I'm probably going to catch them there. I might catch them there. Because you don't want to catch somebody here, for example, right in front of the commentary box, because it's single file. You can't go round anybody there. You don't really have a choice. So you have to sit and wait and be patient.
And I'm normally the one they're waiting to get past. So
I was about to say, nobody wants to be patient, and that is obviously your fault now.
But no, well, yeah, not long to go, but he's doing really well.
Yeah, we're 17 minutes away now from the checkered flag here at Teesside Autodrome. Real Task Speed still with that 10-lap lead from Chisel Speed, and another 7 back to Team Vespa Originals.
Yeah.
Yourselves you've got a decent gap. Closing on Spire TT, but Tuati Danana similar bit behind.
Easy for you to say.
It's definitely not. We're just about getting there. After 3 meetings, I've got a lap to close up on yourself. We've got a rider down at South Bank, and that looks like it's the one of the Rushton Lambrettas, 135 with the Team Caitlin T-shirt on. Now, most of them look like they're over there having a good time, although I don't know whether they're very aware, but their rider is down at South Bank and might require a little bit of assistance. Now, he is running that back in like there is 20 or 15 minutes to go. And
Connor's just done a runner.
Yeah, I don't know whether they've got a problem as well, but they have disappeared very, very quickly of independent idiots to run back. And
I do love the fact that they call themselves independent idiots and try everything they can to live up to their reputation.
Yes, absolutely, but including leaving the commentary box without saying bye. But we will give them. We'll have a quick look to see if we can go to the pit lane camera just to see if there's more than just that the 131 coming in, because I think there could well be. There's another rider making his way off there, so that could be why independent idiots went running. They may well have seen that. They were off and into the pits.
Team 70, can we see on here if they're circulating?
It's showing at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on them, and we'll keep an eye out for them when they...
Let's just have a look into the pit area when...
Yeah, there was a rider went through. There's the 135.
Yeah, they're pushing it straight through by the looks of things, so it looks like they're going to go into the paddock to get last-minute repairs done, I think.
Yeah, we'll pick up as well. We'll keep it.
Oh, there you go. There's one of the teams chasing after them, but he actually looks after Team 200. That was all right. So we can see them in the pitch. Just if you could get the PTZ looking straight down, but to the left a bit.
Yeah,
I think,
we might be able to spin this one round that we've got. The second camera that we use.
But remember what we were saying, and what we've got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We were saying that. It can all go
got to get
pear-shaped in these last 10 or 15 minutes.
The checker, I think.
Oh, has he gone straight back out? Okay. Hopefully it was something relatively minor.
What we have got here as well is we've got teams that have had problems earlier on, just going out now for the last 10 minutes to take the checkered flag. I love that.
Well, some of them are quite tactical as well, because if you're in a class that's only got 4 bikes, and one of them doesn't finish. If you only do the last lap, you'll still get a podium.
Yes.
I know that does, but so some have been quite tactical. But equally as well, you've invested in the time and effort, to get here, And if you've spent all day fixing your bike because it broke down early on, and you fixed it, get out.
Well, I think that looked like it was DC10 Cert who started last, having not had any practice yesterday.
Yep.
Worked their way up inside the top 15 and then fell away again. Looks like they are going to try and get their machine back out and onto circuit. They were the team that they came in as you were coming down. And
it took them 9 hours to get here yesterday. So, they had a right trek just to get here. So, finishing the race is a significant milestone. So I can see why, if they've got that bike running again, the old Ginger Mexican's really going for it, isn't he?
He set a personal best in the last 20 minutes or so. That 135 has been in, back out, and like the hokey cokey, he's coming back in again, unfortunately, for Rushden Lambretta.
It seems to be blowing a bit of smoke out in an irregular way, which I know that sounds a bit daft to say, but you can tell our two strokes running just by looking at what's coming out of the exhaust, and it was a bit smokier than I think perhaps it was earlier. So I don't know if they have perhaps lost a piston ring or something, and it's just starting to run like a bag of nails. So it would be good to see if someone could drop me a message from Rushden 135 and let me know what's going on.
They've got enough in terms of class that they could technically park it for the next 11 minutes and just
do the last lap.
Take that bag of spanners that you just mentioned round for one final lap and hope it gets round.
Yep.
So they have got a bit of a cushion. They currently run in 10th place. Independent Idiots, who we think also may have a... we thought they had an issue.
No, those going well. That's the Ginger Mexican there. He is just coming past us now.
I'm still trying to figure out why they went running off then.
He suddenly just looks a hell of a lot faster than he's been than earlier in the day.
That's the thing. They've for all of a sudden he dipped some 117s in.
Yeah.
That all of a sudden right towards the end. Is that a freebie? Good. Do we reckon? Is there a picture on the front? Let's see if we can.
Just while that's coming up.
Yeah.
Just do a shout out for the sponsors.
Absolutely. Thank you to. Oh, handy. Just quickly, we'll have a quick shout out to our sponsors once again: AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, Thanet Area Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, the Vespa Club of Britain, Express Signs of Stockton, and Properly Protected.
So we've had a phone handed to us.
We do.
In a kind of shiny silvery pinky kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know if we can turn.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah, there's no picture, so that's not very handy.
So if you've lost your phone, everybody, check your pocket, see if your phone's in your pocket. If it isn't, and it's in apparently it was in the ladies' toilet, so that's narrowed it down. So a young lady of some description has dropped a phone in the toilets. It's still dry, so don't worry.
And quite rightly, we do have your sort code and your account number in there.
Yeah.
I was just checking because often people will have a card in there that might have a name on, so I wasn't deliberately prying. What I was trying to do is find your name so we could easily direct you. But it is currently in the commentary box, and at the end of the race, we'll move it down into the office at the far end. But if you do want it, you will probably have to be interviewed as well.
If you're if you're standing next to a lady, turn to her and ask, have you got your phone? And if she hasn't, send her up to the commentary box. Right, brilliant. So what have we got?
10 minutes to go. I want to dip in the live chat and just thank everybody that has been in touch throughout the day. We've had some great interaction going on, and once again, I do apologise that I haven't been in it as often as I'd have hoped, but having said that, we've had loads of people coming in, which I think has been even better. Rolf May saying, looking forward to Rushden Lambretta Club in 2 weeks at Lambretta Off-Road Cup in Germany. We've spoke about that, so the 8-hour stream will be, you can go back and watch it, and it'll be straight online afterwards for anybody wanting to watch it. In fact, you don't even have to watch it on the way home. Just put it on through your radio on the way home and just listen to it. You're going to get the same, sort of the interaction that we've got. Gentleman here imploring somebody to slow down towards the end. Don't bin it in the last 9 minutes. Just chill out. We're good. We're on the podium, sort of thing. I think that was That could have been Team Vespa.
Team Vespa, yeah. I think so. Yeah,
it was,
sticking the thumbs up. He don't want to try too hard in the last 10 minutes and then ruin 8 hours of racing.
Absolutely not. Other people getting in touch. We've had Nige Ritchie, Steve Bone, Stephen Dilly. We've had Darren Callender getting in touch, saying shout out to Pickering Gold Stars. Phil Tracy, Tracy Tilford as well. All getting in touch through the live chat. Finally, Andy WFC1 asking how Two Sheds are doing. Well, they are 26th. Not sure if they are circulating. They're currently on a class podium, but they have to take a checkered flag. We thought that Valley Scooter Club were pulling one by getting their scooter out on track, but it lasted 2 or 3 minutes before being returned back in. We've had one of the worst type of messages, unfortunately, Ellis, and that's from S Woods 25. He's telling us that he's watching from a sunbed in Cape Verde. We don't like people watching on sunbeds in places that are warmer than where we are.
Listen,
we don't like them type of messages.
We're in the glorious north with glorious blue skies all over there.
Yes. So I don't know who the gentleman is, but he's come in denim shorts that he's created himself by cutting the legs off, and he has cut them very, very close.
Flea we're talking about.
I think so, yeah. He's got his hat on down there, blue jacket, legs on show.
So Flea,
there he is.
Flea, can you do us a favour, Flea? Can you just show us your ankles?
There you go.
From here, just stand where you are. That's it. Look at the colour of his ankles.
Look at that.
He's got Cape Verde legs and mortuary's ankles, a mortician's ankles. Absolutely brilliant.
Them shorts, I only saw shorter shorts than that in, I think, the 1988 Olympics.
I think
when everyone was running in shorts.
Kylie Minogue wouldn't wear them. But to be fair, we're about 100 feet away from him. We could see the bright white ankles. Brilliant, mate. Superb. You don't get them overnight either. Those legs have been... they've been cultured over many, many years.
A 1:16.9 by Independent Idiots is another personal best for them. Only 273 laps in.
He's found his way around the track.
They have nursed that rear tyre to the last 25 minutes and told him that he can shred it to pieces. Its work is done.
Go for it.
And he is wringing the neck out of that one at the moment for Independent Idiots, up into 16th place and having a lot of fun with the remaining 6 minutes or so of this British Scooter Endurance Club 8-hour race here at Teesside. It's been overcast at times during the day, but it looks like we might end up with a dry one.
Well, we've got a.
Ooh,
that's DC Cert. They're blowing a bit of oil-coloured smoke out, so I'm hoping that engine's going to hang on for the next. What is it? 5 minutes,
yeah.
6 minutes.
Brilliant leathers, though. They've gone for all white. I think the last person I saw in all white like that was Elvis.
Yeah. I don't think he was racing the scooter. Though,
I don't think he was.
Just a quick shout out as well for obviously we've got two charities that are supported by Scooterists. So we've got Team Caitlin, and they're wandering around. There's a bucket on site somewhere, and we've also got the grass skirts and button-down shirts Before We Forget tour. So I think they've got a bucket on site somewhere as well. So if you're feeling generous, dip your hand in your pocket and give those guys some cash, because they're both doing fantastic work for very, very, very good charities, really worthwhile charities.
One thing that I have just remembered is that we have a ceremonial checkered flag with the British Scooter Endurance Club. Because Keith goes and waves it for us.
Keith loves this bit.
Yeah.
I think he lives for this moment. He lives. Look, he's.
If he hadn't have come and spoke to me earlier, I'd just gone, he's done nothing all day, but he's turned up for the good bit at the end.
Exactly.
He's up for the...
He's just communicated with us non-verbally.
Yes, he has. But did he say there was 2 laps to go?
I think that's what he was indicating. And something about a cooker.
We have a last lap board down there, so the riders will be told that they are on their last lap, which is always helpful.
So
because then what they find is they all generally try to get overtaken by the leaders. They don't have to do an extra one. They just cross the line right behind them as well.
But we don't want Keith going off too early with his flag though. So Keith, keep an eye on that last lap board, mate. So and let's. I know that it was referenced earlier, but let's big shout out and thanks to Keith and the family for the organisation that goes into this event. It takes from one event to the next, which is several months of organisation. There's not an insurmountable amount of work to be done. It's a very difficult job. So we need to extend our thanks as a scootering family to Keith and the organisers. I'd also like to extend my personal thanks to you, David. I think you've done a fantastic job today.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and I really appreciate the work that you've put in as well as in getting people to come into the commentary box, people that are far more knowledgeable than I, because that's where everything is. The good thing as well, what we're seeing now is we're seeing everybody migrate back towards the pit wall.
Indeed.
At times during the race, it's been sparse as teams have been off and they've been fixing, they've been in the cafe. Everybody's been working hard, at the circuit to keep everybody nourished, but everybody now making their way back up towards the pit wall.
And they're telling Team Vespa to slow down, stop pushing too hard.
He's tried it. He's took his t-shirt off to wave at him.
He's gone all northern by taking his shirt off.
So, I mean,
we need to think. We need
doesn't
to
look too impressed with the pace either of that scooter.
We need to thank Kat and the team as well, and the guys behind the video system as well. We again done a great job from an on-circuit camera perspective. So this is a new system, and we as a team are learning how to use it and make the most use of it. But the guys have been extremely supportive. So thank you to those lads behind us. Cheers, gents. It's been absolutely fantastic.
We are being watched in A&E apparently by the United Colours of Bemberton. Richard Vaughan has been in touch. So
good lads.
That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you for everybody that has got in touch via the live chat. A lot of you, I know you've been interacting amongst yourselves, which has been great, because that type of the more people that get in touch via the live chat and the more people that comment puts the British Scooter Endurance Club on more front pages of people that open up YouTube, which opens up the club to more people that won't see this, or they'll have 8 videos to choose from and they'll go, oh,
what's
that looks
all about?
different.
Yeah.
Let's click on that. And it's an algorithm, that gets spoke about all the time. But the more people that get in touch, the more people that interact, that algorithm puts you on more pages and more people.
To everybody on the pit wall down there, when you watch this over the weekend, back at home or over the next week, make sure you share it as well. Share it to all your social medias. Let's promote it and push it. And we've all got mates that claim to be the fastest road bike rider in the world. Let's get them on the racetrack. Time to prove it. Get 4 or 5 of them together. It's not expensive. Doesn't cost a lot of money. Let's get them on the track. So let's get as many teams out as we can. Make Keith's job even harder.
Of course, and
we're coming up to the last minute.
Throughout the day as well, like as a series organizer, sometimes you have to make difficult decisions and have to add laps to teams that have changed their scooters and then changed them again for a second time. It's a thankless task at times, and we have to respect that.
Right, looks like the boards are being prepared, and Keith's getting all excited with his flag.
Yeah, Taft Speed are making their way round hairpin 3 and 4 at the moment. The 74 machine rider in black with the yellow and black helmet there now is being told that he is on his final tour of the Teesside Autodrome circuit. The digital flag and the board being shown over the timing line as the field make their way round. Rail Taft Speed lead as we've got the number 2 is back out of 2 sheds. They're back out to try and take the checkered flag and claim the 3rd place on the podium.
And they are limping. They are limping round.
They are limping to the point where it looks like he's. I mean, he really needs to slow this down because he needs Taft Speed to go past them. So he's going to try and get around, but he's got to slow it down. Real Taft Speed lead in pro. We've got Chisel Speed leading their class as well in race. We've got Escargot leading in club. We've got New to Twigard leading in road. They're your leaders. We'll run through the order at the end of the checkered flag. The big thing here now is
will he get it?
Will two sheds have just got to be slow enough here as the leader makes his way round. Hairpin number 3 here at Teesside.
Let's hope he backs off.
Real Taft Speed, Jeremy Crew, Sean Nichols, Stuart Day, Stephen Keneally. Your day has come here at Teesside. You'll take the checkered flag and win the Teesside 8-hour British Scooter Endurance Club race. 2 sheds did slow down enough to take the checkered flag, as did the 207 of Valley Scooter Club Rosendale did take the checker as well. They've had some problems throughout the day, but have set the fastest lap of this race with a 1:10.027. The rest of the field will take the checkered flag here at Teesside, but the day belongs to Real Taft Speed. They win by 9 laps from Chisel Speed, and it will be Team Vespa, the originals. That's your top 3. We'll wait for everybody to take the checkered flag. We'll run through the order, including the top 3 from each class. Great to see a number of riders with thumbs up as well. They're all getting applause as they come over the timing line and through the D chicane from everybody on the pit wall, which is great. As we mentioned before, it's a huge success just to get to the checkered flag in this race. There's
some great flag action there as well, Keith. Keep it up, mate.
Almost like he's done this before.
That's it. Keep it up.
He's not dancing quite as well as Maria from London Lambretta Club did with the pit board up there. So a little bit more enthusiasm, particularly in the hips, Keith, would be good, because you are on camera right now as Real Taft Speed come into the pit lane as victors in the British Scooter Endurance Club 8 hours of Teesside. Your order at the checkered flag then. Real Taft Speed take the victory from Chisel Speed and Team Vespa. That's your top 3. Chisel Speed winning in the race class as well from Team Vespa. Team Escargot win in club. They finish 4th overall. A great effort from them, with Team Solid Air completing the race class podium in 5th place. Then we're going to have GRR and Halt Tune completing the podium in the club class. They're 6th and 7th respectively, in front of your road class winners, New to Twigard. The top 10 will be completed by TDD Vespa and IDK Endurance Racing, the latter of whom will be 2nd on the road class podium. We're going to have Rushton Lambretta Club in 11th, Design 63 Racing in 12th place, and then in 13th, the third team on the podium in road, it's SRP Race Tech. Spire TT are 14th, Dukes of Essex are 15th, Independent Idiots will finish in 16th place. Tuart D Danan, then it's Pickering Gold Stars and Odd Mod Squad, with London Lambretta Club in 20th place. FRS Tune, Valley Scooter Club PX, and Team Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club in 23rd. CKM 24th, Rushton Lambretta B in 25th, with 2 sheds who limped over the line but will be on the podium with Valley Scooter Club and Real Taft Speed in the pro race class. Then it's DC10 Cert, who again were another team that got out for the final few laps to take the checkered flag, as did Valley Scooter Club Rosendale with United Colours of Bemberton. Results, of course, provisional, because teams may not have taken the checkered flag. That will still shown in the results there. But that is the finishing results on timing. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch throughout the day once again. Claire from Team 333 saying finally, after 5 years, they have done it. They have in 8th place overall, but they take the road class victory. Do New to Twigard with a great performance from them. Rail Taft Speed, Chisel Speed, Team Escargot and New to Twigard are your class winners here at the Teesside 8 hour. Thank you very much from myself. Just towards the end, I'm just going to see if I want to get Keith back on. I think it's only fitting that Keith ends the day alongside me. Ellis has been fantastic. He's worked really hard all day, running up and down this front straight, grabbing people, many of whom might not want to speak to me, but he didn't care. Grab them, bring them in, and I think that's brilliant. We've had a huge uptake in people that have come in to speak to us. That's been absolutely brilliant. Nellis has worked incredibly hard throughout the day, getting members of the club in to speak to us, which has been fantastic. Finally, as we close, another superb British Scooter Endurance Club event, which couldn't take place without you and your team at the British Scooter Endurance
I sort of agree with that. And if I worked full time, it wouldn't happen either, because there's a lot goes on in the background. It's not just turn up. It's great, and I love the support, and I just hope there's someone out there watching thinks, do you know what, I could spend 350 quid, put some tyres and fuel in a scooter and do that, because we need support. Without people riding scooters and a good number, this doesn't work. And I started this monster that I like, but I'd like the monster to keep on walking. So, yeah.
The amount of thumbs up as well and high fives on the way off just sort of shows how close the club is.
No, it's great.
And you mentioned support. We couldn't do it without AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Race Speed Limited, and Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain. We've had a lot of fun between them two all day, having a nice back and forth. Express Signs of Stockton. And properly protected as well, that continue to support this wonderful series.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, no, it's marvellous, and thanks to everybody for their support. I can't ask any more, and I like just to see nice grins on people's faces, and this does this. Even when you had someone here earlier that had broken his collarbone. And
he got his priorities right as well. He came to speak to us first before going to hospital, which is the only thing that you can do.
Yeah, even that, it didn't take the shine off his face.
Pleasing that we've had to use a medical team today, but luckily the gentleman seems to be okay.
Yeah, he's reasonably okay,
which is great. It's been another great day's racing. Hopefully, 2025 is a success as well for the British Scooter Endurance Club.
Hopefully, yes.
We'll have to draw it to a close, though, because you've got trophies to hand out to all of the teams. So we have got some work. Still got this phone, which has been lost, but has been found in the ladies' toilet. No picture on it, so we can't even say who it is, and I think it's locked. So, so that's who it is. You trying to lock them out? Oh, no, you've got in it.
I know whose it is.
Oh,
it's my stupid. Sorry, did I say that live?
You did, yes.
I'm married to the owner of this phone.
That's how you Oh, that's
Bev,
wonderful.
I've got your phone, you wally.
Wonderful. That is a superb way to close out the stream. Thank you to the marshals, the medical team, everybody behind the scenes at British Scooter Endurance Club.
What a way to sign
It's fantastic, isn't it? Our camera ops that have worked for the 8 hours as well on rotation. Toby, who's behind me, who's been directing as well throughout the day. I've enjoyed myself, as I always do, with the British Scooter Endurance Club. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for everybody that's watching, because really you guys and everyone that's come in has really made this day. I've just sort of added it all together. It's been really, really great. Thank you for spending your Saturday with myself, TSK Motorsport Media and the British Scooter Endurance Club. Until we see you again, have a very nice end to the rest of your day and a superb weekend, and we shall see you soon.
Yeah, can I just add thank you to
Yes.
you, Kat, everybody at Teesside, the marshals, everybody, medical staff, all great.
It's been wonderful.
It's wonderful. I've thoroughly enjoyed
Absolute
it. Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you very much again, and we'll see you soon on the TSK